uncompromising energy deserves uncompromising quality, crafted without
we were told, go outside and play. And you did that from dawn till dusk. You just didn't sit around in front of a video system unless it was raining or snowing, and then you were allotted to play the game a little amount of time, and then you had other stuff to do.
Right. Internet? We didn't have that. The art games weren't connected.
You were told, go outside and play. And you did that from dawn till dusk. You just didn't sit around in front of a video system unless it was raining or snowing, and then you were allotted to play the game a little amount of time, and then you had other stuff to do. Even though we
didn't have that. The art games weren't connected.
You were told, go outside and play. And you did that from dawn till dusk. You just didn't sit around in front of a video system unless it was raining or snowing, and then you were allotted to play the game a little amount of time, and then you had other stuff to do. Even though we didn't have that.
The art games weren't connected.
You were told, go outside and play. And you did that from dawn till dusk. You just didn't sit around in front of a video system unless it was raining or snowing, and then you were allotted to play the game a little amount of time, and then you had other stuff to do. Even though we didn't have that.
The art games weren't connected.
You were told, go outside and play. And you did that from dawn till dusk. You just didn't sit around in front of a video system unless it was raining or snowing, and then you were allotted to play the game a little amount of time, and then you had other stuff to do. Even though we didn't have that.
The art games weren't connected.
You were told, go outside and play. And you did that from dawn till dusk. You just didn't sit around in front of a video system unless it was raining or snowing, and then you were allotted to play the game a little amount of time, and then you had other stuff to do. Even though we didn't have that.
The art games weren't connected.
You were told, go outside and play. And you did that from dawn till dusk. You just didn't sit around in front of a video system unless it was raining or snowing, and then you were allotted to play the game a little amount of time, and then you had other stuff to do. Even though we didn't have that.
The art games weren't connected.
You were told, go outside and play. And you did that from dawn till dusk. You just didn't sit around in front of a video system unless it was raining or snowing, and then you were allotted to play the game a little amount of time, and then you had other stuff to do. Even though we
didn't have that. Were in these games. I definitely did. And they'd be like, oh, jump right here. You jump up, there's nothing there, but suddenly you found out the art games weren't connected.
You were told, go outside and play. And you did that from dawn till dusk. You just didn't sit around in front of a video system unless it was raining or snowing, and then you were allotted to play the game a little amount of time, and then you had other stuff to do. Even though we didn't have that.
Finally figured out how to fly
I
a
definitely did.
helicopter and a long
They'd be like, oh, jump right here. You jump up,
me that I should
there's nothing there, but suddenly you found out the art games weren't
You
connected.
were told, go outside and play. And you did that from dawn till dusk. You just didn't sit around in front of a video system unless it was raining or snowing, and then you were allotted to play the game
do all of that at once.
Right. We had a joystick in one part. A whole different realm. The
I
intellects they
definitely
have
did.
today.
They'd be like, oh, jump
Spatial
right here.
reasoning and awareness.
Jump up,
Me that I should
there's nothing
navigate
there,
in
but
3D
suddenly
in
you
a
found out
virtual environment. Player spatial reasoning,
outside and play.
including mental rotation and visualization. Or just on the verge of that 3D virtual reality headset. And that unbelievable 3D in some of those, right?
I find that I like that better because one, there are less buttons and controls, and two, you're physically moving. I don't like the games where you're just sitting and your hands have to go 50 miles.
Right, the only thing that work out fingers, hands, and tablets.
Contrary to the stereotype of the isolated gamer, online gaming is often a highly social activity. It can foster a sense of community and belonging. Multiplayer games, in particular, provide a platform for developing teamwork and collaboration. Many online games require players to work together in teams to achieve common goals. This necessitates effective communication, coordination, and a shared understanding of strategy, thereby honing valuable teamwork skills. Online gaming
Fostering friendships and social connections. Can't argue that one either. How many years ago were we out at Halloween and one of their online gamer friends from not so local showed up to trick or treat with
Many
me?
online games
That was actually the first time I believe he was a real person, but
no, we did. We met him at the mall.
that's right, we did meet him at the mall. But it was interesting and also eye-opening for me. That's when I realized that this is real. They're meeting people. And social
Practicing communication and leadership skills. So within some gaming communities, players take on different roles, including leading teams, coordinating strategies, and teaching new players. This provides low-stakes environments to practice and develop communication and leadership skills.
So nurturing the heart is another important aspect to look at here. There are emotional and psychological gains to be made in the online gaming realm. Maybe not so much in the Call of Duty type multiplayer first-person shooter, but there's other types of games like The Sim, where you're building families and building community and you guys work together. Apparently you pick up a language called Simlish, which helps relieve stress, increases relaxation because they're a slower paced game. It helps you increase resilience and perseverance. The games often involve failures and setbacks, and you got to try over, solve a problem, and do it a different way. You learn to cope with these challenges and overcome them, and it helps you build resilience, that never give up attitude that can be beneficial in all aspects of language.
It also creates a sense of accomplishment and self-esteem. Achieving in-game goals, mastering new skills, and progressing through a game can provide a significant sense of accomplishment and boost self-esteem. So you practice that game, you play it over and over and over, and you finally get to the next level or the next achievement. It really truly does make you feel good and make you feel like you've earned it, you're working hard, and you're achieving something.
Gaming can serve as an educational playground. Can anyone say Minecraft?
I love that they have school, Minecraft school, essentially, where they're teaching you. I mean, I remember when our youngest was really little, came down and said, "Oh, that's a whatever, some crazy animal I had never heard of in my life. Probably never would, but he learned it playing Minecraft.
Right, they have to learn the formulas to build things. There's a lot of building blocks in games like educational. So game-based learning is a legitimate educational way. Gamification of skills learning, like what's the math site? Do you remember that one?
I don't, but all the schools use them now.
Right, there's math sites out there where they become games. These games also help young people develop their digital literacy, as if they need it. By the time they're hitting kindergarten now, they're showing us how to do it. Sparking interest in STEM fields. The technology behind online games can inspire interest in science, technology, engineering, and math. It encourages players to explore coding, game design, and other related fields.
Now, while the benefits of online gaming are numerous, it's important to acknowledge that moderation and a balanced lifestyle are key. Excessive gaming can have negative consequences as well. However, when approached thoughtfully and in moderation, online gameplay can be a rich and rewarding experience.
When never thought this would happen actually happens, ServPro's got you. If disaster threatens to put production weeks behind schedule, ServPro's got you. When you need precise containment to stay in operation through the unexpected, ServPro's got you. When the aftermath of floods, wildfires, hurricanes, and other forces that are out of your control have you feeling a loss of control, ServPro's got you. Simply put, whenever or wherever you need help in a hurry, make sure your first call is to the #1 name in cleanup and restoration. Because only ServPro has the scale and expertise to get you back up to speed quicker than you ever thought possible. So, if fire or water damage ever threatens your home or business, remember to call on the team that's faster to any size disaster at 1-800-ServPro or by visiting servpro.com. This would happen? ServPro. Happens like it never even happened. If disaster threatens to put production
But like
weeks
you
behind
alluded
schedule,
There
ServPro's got
is
you.
danger
When you
involved
need
in
precise
online gaming
containment
for
to
young
stay in
adults.
operation through the
And
unexpected,
parents need to be aware of it.
ServPro's got you.
Adults need
When
to
the
be aware of
aftermath
it.
of floods,
And by the time you
wildfires,
guys
hurricanes, and other
are
forces
adults,
that are out of your
you're
control
already pretty
have you
aware.
feeling a loss of
There's
control?
creepers out
ServPro's
there.
got you.
There's people pretending
Simply
to be
put,
other people
whenever
out there.
or wherever
There's
you need
ID
help in a
theft
hurry,
out there.
make sure your first
Scammers
call
out
is to
there.
the #1 name
So
in cleanup and
you want to watch
restoration.
out for that.
Because only
In
ServPro
addition
has the
to the
skill and
creepers and
expertise to get
scammers
you
out
back
there,
up to
online
speed
gaming can
quicker
also
than you ever
harbor
thought
a
possible.
landscape of potential
So, if
dangers
fire
that
or
can
water damage ever
significantly
threatens your home or
impact
business,
young people's
remember to
mental
call on the
health,
team that's
social,
faster to
financial, and
any size
physical
disaster.
well-being.
At 1-800
We've all heard
ServPro
stories
or by
about
visiting
young people that have gone to
servpro.com.
meet somebody they met in these
ServPro,
games and
like it
they're never
never
seen
even
again.
got you.
I'd love to
If
say it's
disaster
like urban
threatens to
myth,
put
but this
production
stuff
like you
happens.
alluded to,
There's
So
cyber
there is
criminals out
danger
there. There's
when
online
online
predators.
gaming
It's
for
an
young
immersive
adults.
world of
The
online
unexpected
games
be
that
aware of
presents
it.
them,
Adults
these
need
young
to be
people,
aware
with
of
a
it. The floods,
complex array of
wildfires,
risks
hurricanes,
to
and
that.
other forces that are
Now,
out of your
online
control
gaming can
have you
also take a
feeling a
toll
loss of
on
control?
mental well-being,
Creepers out there.
addiction,
People
anxiety,
pretending to be
and
other people out
aggression.
there.
One of the most
Theft out
significant
there.
dangers
Make
is
sure
a
your
risk
scammers
of
out
gaming
there.
disorder.
So
It's a condition
we
that's
wanna watch
now
out for that.
recognized by the
Only
World
In
Health
addition to the
Organization,
creepers and
and it's
scammers,
characterized by
online gaming
impaired
can also
control
harbor
over
a
gaming,
landscape of potential
prioritizing
dangers
gaming
that
over
can
other
significantly
interests and
impact
daily activities,
young people's mental health,
and the
social,
continuation
financial,
or
and physical
escalation
well-being.
of gaming
We've all
despite
heard
negative
stories about
consequences.
young people. For young adults, the allure of a structured and rewarding virtual world can be a powerful and sometimes detrimental escape from real-world stressors. They can be these ideal realities that they can go into whenever they want, and that's not how life works. So
Now,
I definitely
online
can see
gaming
the
can
draw.
also take it right, and I can see it as a relaxation technique or a way to get away from daily stresses, but not to avoid real life. It's a condition
Now, how
that's
bad
now
is this
recognized by the
gaming
World Health
disorder?
Organization,
Estimates
and
vary,
it's
but some
characterized
studies
by
suggest that
impaired
between
control over gaming,
1.7 and 10% of
prioritizing
gamers
gaming
in the
over
US
other
alone
interests and daily
may
activities,
experience symptoms of
and
gaming
the
addiction.
continuation or
These
escalation
include
of
preoccupation with
despite
gaming,
negative
withdrawal
consequences.
symptoms like irritability or anxiety when not playing, and a loss of interest in other hobbies and relationships. Those are all pretty big red flags that you guys need to pay attention for in yourself and your friends and parents. You need to watch it in our young adults.
Beyond
That's not how
addiction
life works,
or
so
gaming
I
disorder,
definitely can see the
excessive gaming can be linked to a range of mental health challenges. Some online games can increase anxiety and depression. The pressure to perform, coupled with the exposure to
Now, how bad
cyberbullying
is this
and
gaming
harassment,
disorder?
can take a heavy
Estimates
toll on a
vary.
young
Some
adult's
studies
self-esteem
suggest that
and mental
between
resilience.
1.7 and 10%
Some
of
research
gamers
also
in the US
suggests a
alone
correlation
may
between playing
experience
violent video
symptoms
games
of gaming
and
addiction.
increased
These
aggressive
include
thoughts and behaviors.
preoccupation with gaming. When you dig into that research, like part of it is it's because you can have these and act out aggressively in these games with no real world consequences. Those are all pretty big red flags. It's kind of like no one knows what feeling it feels like to get punched in the face, but they really get punched in the face. Yet they've done it thousands of times in these games.
Beyond
It does
addiction
change.
or gaming
Cyberbullying,
disorder,
we already
excessive gaming
touched
can
on.
be
It's
linked to
huge.
a range of mental
Honestly,
health
we've had to talk to our own
Some online games
young
can
people at
increase
times
anxiety
about the
and
way they're
depression.
yelling at each other during
The
the
pressure
games
to
when they get overly
perform,
excited.
coupled with the
I don't know
exposure
that
to
I call it
cyberbullying
cyberbullying,
and harassment
but it
can
definitely
take
is
a
out of
heavy toll
character.
on a young
And there's a
adult's
much more
self-esteem and
sinister
mental
threat out
resilience.
there, and
Some
that's
research
recruitment
also
into
suggests
extreme
correlation between
ideology.
playing violent video
Gaming
games
platforms
and
can be
increased
exploited by
aggressive
extremist groups
thoughts
to
and
spread
behaviors.
propaganda and recruit vulnerable young adults who may be seeking a sense of purpose or belonging. The immersive nature of these platforms can make individuals more susceptible to manipulation.
Furthermore, the ability to remain anonymous in the internet makes online gaming a hunting ground for predators. These individuals may use social features of games to build trust with young adults with the ultimate goal of grooming them for either sexual exploitation or other forms of harm.
And they're definitely out there too. We've seen examples of this. I won't say the game, but it has penguins in it. They're yelling at each other, talking to our own children, and having to put the kibosh to those conversations and everything else. So it's really out. Much more sinister. The financial pitfall. I'll talk about this one a little bit. I have OCD. That's no secret. And after I retired, I started paying attention to where our money's going, and I signed up for this cool little online budgeting thing that all the transactions go through. And I started to notice these small but frequent charges, 79 cents, 99 cents,
Furthermore, the ability to remain
52
anonymous
cents.
in the
And I'm like,
internet makes online
what
gaming
is going on here?
Yeah, and that's when my online gaming purchases came to an end. With young adults,
They weren't that
with
bad
the
or anything,
ultimate
but
goal
what it
of
did,
grooming
it
you
illuminated
for
for me
either
that
sexual
it could quickly
exploitation
add
or
up
other
to
forms of harm.
like countable money. Definitely out but there. It's like death by a thousand cuts, and that's for buying things in games like cosmetic things, or special upgrades. To be really careful of that, and it just naturally occurs. Like sometimes in a game, you don't even realize you did it.
And beyond the in-game purchases, young adult gamers are prime targets for a variety of financial scams. These can range from phishing attempts to steal account information and financial details to fraudulent offers for free in-game currency or items that are designed to install malware on your device. The desire to gain an edge in the game or acquire rare items can make a player more susceptible to these deceptive practices.
There's
And that's
also
when my
physical
online
consequences
gaming
of
purchases came to
gaming
an
as a
end.
hobby. If you game too much, you're sitting around too much. And sitting around too much, but we don't have to lecture you. You know it's no good for you. It can lead to obesity. It can lead you to be out of shape. It can lead to clots. It's just no good for you. So we're going to talk about that one. Another one that's really fairly common today that wasn't so common when we were growing up would be repetitive strain
And
injuries.
beyond
We did
the
have it.
in-game
Though. I
purchases,
actually
young
remember a
adult
term, and you
gamers
may
are
remember when I
prime
say
targets
it.
for a
Atari.
variety of financial scams. Remember that? These can range from phishing
you weren't as
attempts
nerdy
to
as
steal
me.
account information
And that was a
financial
repetitive
details to
strain injury.
fraudulent offers for
That
free
happens. It's
in-game
carpal
currency
tunnel
or
syndrome
items that are
hiding,
designed
which
to install
results
malware on
from
your device.
repetitive,
The
forceful
desire to
movements
gain an
using the
edge in the
controller,
game or
keyboard, or
acquire
mouse.
rare items can make a
Eye
player more
strain, headaches,
susceptible
and
to
disturbed
these
sleep
deceptive
cycles are also
practices.
common. There's also online gaming can be a source of entertainment and social connection for young adults. It's critical that you make sure and you check yourself and have somebody else have an accountability partner keeping you in check to make sure that you're not falling for any potential dangers or bad health habits. Promoting a balanced approach to gaming, fostering open communication about online experiences, and being vigilant about signs of addiction and other risks are essential steps in navigating the complex and ever-evolving world of online gaming.
We're talking about striking a balance. So we're going to give you some tips to help you have a better and healthier online gaming experience.
Right. You want to stay in shape. Make sure you're getting the workouts and the activity in. You want to support your posture in a healthy way. You want to mind your monitor, position your monitor at or slightly below eye level to avoid neck strain. Make sure your wrists are at keyboard and mouse are at a height that allows your wrist to end in a neutral position, not up or down.
You also want to try the 20-20-20 rule. Every 20 minutes, take a 20-second break to look at something 20 feet away. This helps reduce your eye strain. Take regular breaks. Stand up, stretch, walk around for a few minutes every hour. This improves circulation and prevents stiffness. I know you guys probably don't get stiff from sitting for an hour, but at my age, we do. And engage in regular physical activity, like we said. Something outside of gaming, something that can counteract the amount of sitting you do during your game.
Make sure you are eating and drinking them. And that sounds funny. Like, why is he even saying that? Well, if you're a gamer and you've done this, you know you can be sitting for quite a while, enthralled in your game, or doom scrolling, and suddenly an hour or something is gone. You drink plenty of water throughout the day to stay hydrated, nutrient-rich snacks, not just
Every 20
crappy
minutes,
processed stuff,
20-second break,
and make sure you're eating
something
balanced
20
meals.
feet away. And you also want to manage your mental health. Utilize your mute and block features. So if someone's being mean or saying things you don't like, you have the ability to mute them or to block those players. If someone is harassing you or cyberbullying you, report it. Most gaming systems have the ability for you to report a player for something that's not appropriate. And make your community your community. Seek out and play with your friends. Bring in people that foster a positive and respectful environment.
Manage your frustration until competitive gaming can be very intense and it's easy to become frustrated. Things go wrong, suddenly you're yelling at your good friends, how they should have done something different. Plenty of water. So it's important that you recognize your trigger, nutrient-rich snack, take a step back, give a great big woo-saw, balanced meal. Focus on improvement, not just winning. And remember, your friends are also needing to focus on that improvement too.
Just to reiterate, a healthy gaming life complements rather than consumes your other responsibilities and social connections. So remember to set clear limits. Decide on a reasonable amount of time and dedicate that time to gaming each day or week and stick to it. Use timers and alarms if you have to.
And prioritize your real-world connections. Schedule social time, and that doesn't mean on a Discord server in a game. Schedule time to be with your friends. And it's
In person.
where you can reach out and touch them appropriately. Your good friend. And engage in other hobbies, whether it be fishing, biking, whatever. Recognize your trigger, kayaking, going to the gym. Any of them work, but make sure you have real-world stuff going. Focus on
Gaming should be a reward, not a hindrance to your personal and professional growth.
Your friends are also
so always remember, work comes before play. Just to get your stuff done before you're gaming. And rather than consume. You guys want to be good at these games? Good sleep is crucial for cognitive function, reaction time, and overall health, all which are vital for peak gaming performance.
By implementing these strategies, young adults can continue to enjoy the immersive and exciting world of online gaming while safeguarding their health and well-being, ensuring that their passion remains a positive, sustainable part of a balanced and full life.
In person. Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirit high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to iadulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe.
Always remember, what comes before play. Just to get your stuff done.
Did you know using your browser in incognito mode doesn't actually protect your privacy? Take back your privacy with IPVanish VPN. Just one tap, and all your data, passwords, communications, browsing history, and more will be instantly protected. IPVanish makes you virtually invisible online. Use IPVanish on all your devices, anytime you go online at home, and especially on public Wi-Fi. Get IPVanish now for 70% off a yearly plan with this exclusive offer at ipvanish.com/podcast.
Switching between different tools to finish a project can feel stressful and disjointed, especially while juggling tight deadlines in a fast-paced work environment. Now, there's a better way. Grammarly built a writing surface that's a game changer for professionals. It helps move your ideas forward and sharpen your words for better results, all in one place. With Grammarly's AI agents, you get writing support at every step to bring polish and impact to your emails, reports, and proposals without the tab overload. Email sounds robotic, phrasing feels off, writing for a high-stakes client, Grammarly's got you covered. You can even ask Grammarly's AI chat to help brainstorm brilliant proposals, summarize meeting notes in seconds, or even shape a winning sales strategy, all right from your dock. 93% of professionals say that Grammarly helps them get more done. And now, it's your turn. Sign up for free and get stronger results. Faster work, smarter sentences, clearer finishes. Visit Grammarly.com to get started. That's Grammarly.com. Stressful and disjointed, especially while juggling tight deadlines in a fast-paced work environment.
At Arizona State University, we're bringing world-class education from our globally acclaimed faculty to you. Earn your degree from the nation's most innovative university online. That's a degree better. Learn more at asuonline.asu.edu.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. That's BullRunFestivalOfLights.com.
Smarter sentences, clearer facts. Grammarly.com to get started.
Hey everyone,
That's
it's Kathy.
Grammarly.com.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Because
At
let's
Arizona
be
State
real,
University,
it's a
we're bringing
wild
world-class
ride.
education from
We'll be
our
dropping
globally
tips,
acclaimed
sharing
faculty
stories,
And maybe
Earn
even
your degree
spilling
from
some
the nation's most
embarrassing
innovative
secrets along the way.
university.
So
Online,
get comfortable,
that's
grab your
degree
favorite drink,
Learn more
get
at
ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game.
Experience the
This
magic of the
is
holidays at the Bull
Adulting.
Run Festival of Lights.
Don't forget to
Northern
like,
Virginia's
follow,
largest
and/or
drive-through
subscribe,
light
and
show,
share this
a family
podcast.
tradition.
Head over to
The Bull Run Festival of
adulting.com
Lights
for
is
more
a 2.5
information
mile
and to
drive
submit
through
questions for
sparkling
us
lights. An
about
enchanting
adulting.
addition to
And
your
maybe
holiday
even pick up some of our new
celebrations. Feel
merchandise.
the glow of the
And
lights
if you know
outside
any
and the
fellow
warmth of the
adults
season
who
inside.
need
Save
guidance,
$10
send them
by
our way.
booking online and
And
save
feel
an
free to
additional
share this
$5 on
podcast
visits by
freely out
December
there.
4th
We'd like
with
to get
code
our numbers up.
LIGHTS25. Tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
Welcome back, everyone.
That's
Today we're going to be talking to you a little bit about cultivating connection. We're going to talk about work relationships, friendships,
here with
and
Adulting.
romantic relationships. We're here to help you navigate. I think we're going to start out with work. It's probably the most generic and easiest
It's
one
a
to
wild
talk
ride.
about with everybody.
We'll be dropping tips, navigating those early
And
adult
maybe even
years,
spilling some
whirlwind
embarrassing
growth
secrets along
and
the way.
discovery. So get
Work
comfortable,
is
grab your
complex
favorite drink,
because,
get ready to
well,
laugh,
there's a lot of
learn,
unwritten
and
rules
level
that
up
go
your
on in the
adulting
workplace.
game.
This
This
hard
is
as an
adult.
adult to make the shift
Don't forget to like, follow, and
So in the
subscribe,
workplace,
and share this podcast.
tradition.
First, head over
and
to
most important thing
adulting.com
is
for
embrace the
more
learning curve
information
there.
and questions for
Your
us
first few
about
jobs,
adulting.
they're not going to be your dream career. What they're going to be, they're going to be a paycheck.
And if you know
They're going
any
to be a
fellow
little extra
adults
money,
who
and that's
need
okay.
guidance, send them our way.
Learn new skills and feel free to share this podcast. Work environment is different from school environment, and figure out what you don't want as much as what you do
Today
want
we're
in
going to
a
be
future
talking
job.
to you a little bit about be a sponge, ask questions. We're going to talk seek feedback, be open to new ways of doing things. Don't be afraid to admit when you don't know something. People generally appreciate the initiative to learn. So your coworkers, your managers, your supervisors, those are all things that they'd appreciate, and it does help you build a good connection with those people.
Build a network while you're there. All your coworkers, your bosses, bosses, your customers are potential places where you can get referrals or find out more about going in other directions in your life. So connect with those colleagues. If there's industry events like trainings or social events, make sure that you attend them. Even if they're just virtual, get to know the people that work in other areas of the company. You never know where your path might lead you. Nurture those relationships. Try to remember names. You want to become friendly, but not necessarily friends with people at work.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think I have some jobs that didn't become my career that I became friends with someone who I'm still friends with today.
But remember, when you're walking in the door, you're not sure about those relationships. So be aware of where that line is.
That's true. And develop your soft skills. That means learn how to communicate with your fellow employees, learn how to use teamwork to your benefit, and, definitely some problem-solving skills, adaptability. They're all crucial in any job you wind up in, especially your dream job. So actively working on these skills, they'll set you apart.
Definitely will set you apart, especially teamwork and problem solving. In today's world, many people are not able to do any problem solving at all whatsoever. They seem like, oh, that's it, I'm at a dead end. Plan A didn't work, so we're just going to sit here and stare at the problem until it eventually becomes larger. Someone takes it away or it goes away. It's really important to be able to develop a plan B, a plan C, and take action without someone having to tell you how to do it. Not only will you look like a rock star, you'll probably have fun and come up with some good laughs about all the plans that do.
As you gain experience and confidence, don't be afraid to express your ideas. Ask for what you need within reason, of course, and negotiate your work. So if you have a good work relationship with your bosses, your leaders, your coworkers, if you think it's time to negotiate your worth and, maybe up the ante a little bit with your pay, that's going to benefit you. They're going to look at you and say, oh, I like that guy. He's a good worker. I like that girl. She's really motivated. Those are the kind of relationships that you need to build at work, and you need to grow so that when you move on in life and you get your next job, those things become second nature and your jobs just keep progressing.
And I would recommend a long period of listening and learning before you start speaking.
And building relationships.
Yeah, but not advocating for your raise inside the first couple weeks. Crazy how many young people today want to occupy the corner office without ever paying dues in a workplace. So let's talk about friendships. This is a little bit less formal than a workplace, but still a major source of drama in my estimation and observation. So let's keep our friends quality over quantity. Don't feel like you have to be friends with a million people. Focus on nurturing a few deep, meaningful connections rather than trying to maintain a large circle of acquaintances. Especially as young adults, there seems to be a lot of drama that just shows up in everybody's world. And a lot of that is caused by, quite frankly, young people aren't able to distance themselves from the opinions of other people and are having a hard time figuring out what it is they control. But if you're talking about the actions that someone else took and how they ruined your day, we could have another episode about things like that. So focus on the quality of it and not the quantity. And true friends will support you through thick and thin. But still, I can immediately think of 5 or 6 people that I could see who I haven't seen in a year or more that we would pick up just like we left off. And those are the type of friendships we're talking about.
Right. I have a friend who I was so close with all through high school. We both went to college, kind of went our own separate ways. And a few years after college, she happened to be visiting her parents who lived close to my parents. And she gave me a call and we went to have a slice of pizza and a soda and chat. And I think we wound up sitting for 4 hours and we just talked like we never missed a beat. Those are the friendships that you want to cultivate. I'd rather have that one friend than 90 so-called friends, 90 social media friends.
You want to make sure you're present and engaged with those friends, which is very difficult in today's world. There are so many things pulling our attention in other directions. Put in effort to stay connected with them. An example would be if you haven't seen somebody in a little while, give them a call, throw them a text, make that effort. Make time for your friends. Actively listen when they talk. Put down the damn cell phone. No one cares what's going on in TikTok in that 30 seconds. Spend the time listening and talking and communicating with your friends. Be there for them when they need you. And like all relationships, they take work. And that work is two-way work.
4 hours. Embrace change. Friendships evolve as life circumstances change. Some friendships might naturally drift apart. Say you were really good friends at work, but not outside of work. One or the other moves on to a different job. You become friends with your new coworkers. And maybe that friendship kind of drifts away. That's okay.
Communicate openly and honestly, but you have to judge that. You want to be open and honest with your friends. Address conflicts or misunderstandings directly and with respect, but don't be mean about it. Don't be hurtful about it. And maybe don't overshare with it. Think about the consequences. They play that tape out before you even have that confrontation. Listening and healthy friendships do thrive on open communication, but oversharing and being passive aggressive or even just mean isn't a good recipe.
Embrace change. And conflicts or misunderstandings happen in every relationship. If you're worried about he said, she said, somebody down the street said, and you're not talking to the person directly, you can't actually resolve these conflicts if you're not having a one-on-one communication or one-on-one conversation with someone.
On Law and Order, they would call it hearsay.
Celebrate everybody's and each other's successes. Be genuinely happy for your friends' achievements and offer support during their challenges. Remember, everyone has bad days and everyone has great things they accomplish in life. Don't be jealous. These are your friends. You care about them. You should want to see them succeed, and you should get the same in return. So when you do something great, I'll bet the best feeling in the world is that some of your close friends are so excited and happy for you, that's how you should be to your friends as well.
Treat everyone the way you want to be treated.
Misunderstandings
I do believe this is referred to as the golden rule,
you're
isn't
worried
it?
about it is, and when you think about it, if you're having a hard time and you need someone to talk to, and they give you a shoulder to cry on, actually, when they're having a hard time, they're probably looking for that in return. I just think that a decent human being is there for their friends, and their friends are there for them. Those are relationships you want to build them, and just have those people become your lifelong friends.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
This is referred to as the and remember, sometimes people go through things that they find difficult to share, or they just want to deal with it on their own. It could be something personal. It could be something that was overwhelming. It could be something that they're still processing and trying to figure out. Those are times where it becomes important to give that friend some watchful space. Let them develop, let them digest it, and just every once in a while, a little nudge with, hey, I'm here if you need me, can go a long,
Northern Virginia's
long way.
largest drive-through light
And I'm
show,
going to
a
say
family
this, and I'm
tradition.
really,
The
truly
Bull
mean
Run
it.
Festival of
You
Lights is a
don't need to be
2.5-mile
friends
drive through
with
sparkling
all of your
lights, an
friends'
enchanting
friends.
addition to your holiday
You can maintain a
celebrations.
relationship
Feel the
with
glow
one
of the lights
person
outside and the
and
warmth
5
of the
others.
season
They
inside.
don't
Save
all need to be
$10 by
friends,
booking
and
online
you don't
and
need to
save
be
an
friends
additional
with that one
$5 on
person,
visits by
5
December
others.
4th with code
It's okay. It's
LIGHTS25.
healthy.
Tickets at
Enjoy the friendship that you have.
bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's
Right, I'm not even friends with all my own
bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
personality. I have arguments in my own head all the time. Sometimes they don't talk for weeks.
Now we're going to talk about romantic relationships.
I'm going to sit back, I think. Something's not a strong area in my life.
He's not giving himself enough credit. He regularly, like weekly, brings me fresh flowers or does chores around the house to help me out. He is romantic.
Let them develop. Know yourself first. Understand your values, needs, and what you're looking for in a partner. Go along. This self-awareness will help you make healthier choices. And please take some time to think about those. What are your values? What are your needs? And what are you looking for in a partner? Don't just settle for the first guy that walks by. And guys, if you're walking by my daughter, you not only have to make it past her, but there's a big burly guy that sometimes gets cranky behind her. Watch out. Right. I'm not even friends with
Communicate openly and honestly. This is
in my own head
paramount
all the
for
time.
any
Sometimes they don't
relationship.
talk for weeks.
Share your feelings, your talk needs, about your romantic expectations relationships. clearly and
I'm
respectfully.
gonna sit
Learn to
back, I
listen
think.
actively
Something's
to your
not
partner.
strong area
We're
in my
not
life.
saying
He's
you have to tell your partner every single detail of every single day, but if they're asking your opinion on something, they're asking your advice on something, how do I look in this dress?
Understand
It's
your
okay
values,
to
needs,
say,
and what you're
honestly,
looking for in a
whether you
partner.
like or dislike something, or if you like
Self-awareness
something
will
better,
help you make healthier
but do it
choices.
nicely and respectfully.
And please
People
take
have
some
feelings,
time to
and
think about
sometimes
what
they're
are your
looking
values,
for an answer
what
that
are
you're
your
not going to
needs,
give them.
and
But you
what are
also
looking for in a
don't
partner.
need to tell
Don't just settle for the first guy that
everybody
walks by.
everything.
And
I've
guys,
been
if you're
married for
walking by
quite a
my
long
daughter,
time,
you not
and
only have
I
to make
pretty
it
much tell my
past
husband
her,
everything.
there's a big
But there are
burly guy that
occasionally
sometimes
things
gets
that I'm
cranky
like,
behind her.
you know what?
Right.
I'm not telling him this today. There's no point. I don't want to hurt his feelings or get him upset. They're usually very minute, stupid little things. But you need to know when to not say everything.
Build a foundation of
You have
friendship.
to tell your partner.
Strong
every
romantic
single
relationships
detail of
often
every
start with a
single
genuine
day.
connection
But if they're
and shared
asking your
interests,
opinion on
like
something,
EMS
asking your
and
advice on
PHT Let's
something,
Play.
how do I look in this dress?
Enjoy spending
It's
time
okay
together and getting to know each other on a
honestly,
deeper level.
whether you like
And
or
that
dislike
is a
something, or if you like
lifelong
something
pursuit
better,
if you do it
but do
right.
it nicely. We actually, when we were dating, and we were thinking about, taking the next step, getting married, we bought a book. Actually, Paul bought a book for us that was a workbook that you kind of went through page by page and gave you a lot of things to discuss. I mean, it discussed everything from your favorite color to how many children you want to have one day. It was a really good guide and a really good conversation starter. And I think we kind of knew most of those things already, but there were a few things that we learned about each other by doing it. So yeah, we were not only friends, we liked each other, we liked doing the same things, but we really worked on our relationship.
Listen, guys, for masculine energy in a relationship, you know the type. And that fixes people want to halfway listen and hammer the nails in and fix the problem before it's even fully presented. There's times where that works. That works if you need to fix something, you fix it. But in a relationship, active listening is really important, especially, are you hearing me, men? Hold on, let me.
Everything from
Took 25 years to figure this out. Sometimes you just need to listen. Your significant other is not asking for a solution, nor do they want one. They want to vent and get off their mind or chest whatever is going on. In my case, I was terrible at this. My poor wife would be venting about how bad it was at work, and I would be like, F it, quit. F it this, F it that. Do that. This is how you fix it. I don't understand it. And it literally, slow learner, guys, took 20 years before I realized sometimes she just wants to talk. And everybody knows men are from Mars, women are from Venus. So be an active listener, a good shoulder, and just listen.
Set healthy boundaries. Know your limits and communicate them clearly. Respect your partner's boundaries as well. Healthy relationships are built on mutual respect. Meaning, if there is something that's off limits in your relationship, make sure that that is clearly communicated with your partner. And make sure that you know theirs. Sometimes your boundaries are not their boundaries. So have that open communication and then set your boundaries. And hold firm on them. They're your boundaries.
And don't be afraid to discuss them. And if those boundaries change over time because your comfort level in a relationship changes, discuss those too. Setting the rules, Warner, guys, isn't a thing. 20 years, the rules are dynamic, and they're meant to be discussed. Just wants to talk because what was a boundary when we first met wouldn't even be a speed bump in the day 28 years later. Don't be afraid to revisit those boundaries.
And don't be afraid to walk away. If a relationship is consistently unhealthy, disrespectful, or doesn't align with your core values, it's okay to end it. You have to prioritize your well-being because if you're not good, you can't be good in a relationship.
And learn from each relationship. This applies to work, friendship, and romantic relationships. Every relationship, whether it lasts or not, offers valuable lessons about yourself and what you see in work, a partner, or even a friend. The way I like to phrase it when I'm talking to younger people in careers is every person teaches you something. Maybe what not to do, but they're teaching you something. So keep an open mind and learn from everybody.
And I want to put this out there because I truly believe this. Not everyone you date needs to become a romantic partner. Don't be afraid to walk away. That means that if you're young and you don't know what it is you're looking for, go out there, date around, go out to dinner with someone. If they take you out a few times, it doesn't make it your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your significant other. It just means you went out and had a date. Be respectful. Explain that, you had a great time, but you don't think it's going to go any further. Just do the right thing, and that's okay. And I think all young people should date. I think going from relationship to relationship limits the amount of people you meet and limits the knowledge you get to fill your brain with so you know what you're looking for.
And guys or masculine energy out there, couple things for you. What not to do. Open doors, always. So the feminine side of the relationship will appreciate it and should be expecting those doors to be open for her. It shows that you respect her. Use your manners, always. Nobody wants to date a caveman. I'm lucky at times that my wife stayed around this knuckle-dragging fire guy. Don't overshare. It can damage your relationship and your credibility. Not only that, it can make hard feelings where you don't need to have hard feelings.
Right. It's when you're out with your significant other, it's not, your bro or it's not a girls' night out. We're all going to sit around and gossip or say things that aren't necessarily meant for that person to hear. If you respect that person and honor that person, treat them that way.
And be honest, but remember, before you open your mouth, engage your brain and understand that some things are just better left unsaid.
Right. So like I said about does this dress look good on me? There's a way to let someone know that you don't like necessarily what they're wearing without saying those things. You could say, I like the other one better. It looks nicer on you. It matches your eyes. Something that's a little bit kinder.
Don't be hurtful on purpose. Like, don't go out of your way to be demon-tongued or anything like that. In relationships, especially romantic, but in both your friendly and romantic and at work, don't use your words to hurt people. There's enough hurt in this world now. We could all do it. Keep your words kind.
And remember, if you're in a fight with someone that's in a relationship with you, whether it be work, friend, or romantic, there's no reason to hurt someone's feelings like that. These are supposed to be the people you care for.
One rule I always had with arguments, I try to never leave with an active argument going.
There's a way
being a firefighter,
know that you don't like
always there's always that potential to not come home from the shift. So I would always try very hard not to go to work still in the middle of an active argument, and I always try to make sure that I gave my wife a kiss before I left. Remember, everybody, these are just guidelines we were talking about tonight. Your journey will be unique, filled with its own set of experiences and lessons, and enjoy the hell out of the ride. That's all we got. What we have is today. Be patient with yourself. Stay open to growth. Don't be afraid to ask for support when you need it.
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirits high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to adulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show. A family tradition, the Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
This podcast is supported by The Real Real. You know what I love most about the holidays? Giving gifts. But not just any gifts. Real gifts. Thoughtful gifts. Oh my God, how did you know gift? That's why I love gift shopping with The Real Real. The Real Real is the most trusted name in authenticated luxury resale. And it's a holiday shopping secret I'm going to let you in on. Whether it's a surprisingly affordable, pristine condition bag for your BFF, a vintage find that's cool enough for the Gen Zer in your life, or even something your impossible to shop for dad will love. Get used to saying I found it on The Real Real. Seriously, with over 10,000 new arrivals dropping every day from brands like Gucci, Fendi, Prada, Louis Vuitton, Tiffany & Co., and Cartier, there's guaranteed to be something for everyone on your list. Oh, and did I mention everything's up to 90% off retail? Get $25 off your first purchase at therealreal.com. That's therealreal.com to get your $25 off. Therealreal.com. Giving gifts, but not just any gifts, real gifts. Thoughtful
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show. A family tradition, the Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
If you're the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, you know having a trusted partner makes all the difference. That's why, hands down, you count on Grainger for auto reordering. With on-time restocks, your team will have the cut-resistant gloves they need at the start of their shift. And you can end your day knowing they've got safety well in hand. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light. The Bull Run
Hey
Festival of
everyone,
Lights
it's
is a
Kathy.
2.5-mile
And
drive
Paul
through
here with
sparkling
Adulting.
lights, an
We're here to
enchanting
help you
addition to
navigate
your
the
holiday
crazy world of adulting.
celebrations. Feel the glow of the
Let's
lights
be real,
outside and the
it's a
warmth of the
wild
season
ride.
inside. Save
We'll be
$10
dropping
by
tips,
booking
sharing
online,
stories,
and save an
and
additional
maybe even
$5
spilling
on
some
visits by
embarrassing
December
secrets along the
4th.
way.
Code Lights
So get
25.
comfortable,
Tickets
grab
at
your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting.
Purchasing manager at a
Don't forget
manufacturing
to like,
company,
follow,
you know
and
how
or
to trust
subscribe
your partner
and share this
makes all the
podcast.
difference.
Head over to
That's why, hands
adulting.com
down,
for
you
more
count on
information
Granger
and to
for
submit
auto
questions
reordering.
for us about
On-time
adulting.
restocks,
And maybe even
your
pick
team
up
will
some
have
of our
the
new
covers and
merchandise.
gloves they need
And if you know
to
any
start
fellow
their shift.
adults who
And you
need
can
some
end your
guidance,
day knowing
send them
they
our
got
way.
safety.
And feel free to share this
Call
podcast freely out there.
1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just
Welcome
stop
back.
by.
Today we have a
Granger,
very
for the
special,
ones who get
sensitive,
it done.
could be even a little heated topic to discuss. We've decided that we'll discuss it at the
Hey
request of
everyone,
one of
it's
our
Kathy.
loyal listeners. This is an episode that can definitely cause fights in relationships, marriages, and lots of stress. Strike, it's not an episode, it's a topic that can cause stress, fights, miscommunication, resentment.
But it doesn't have to. If you're clearly communicating with each other and you're in a relationship where you're budgeting and sharing funds, then having a budget can make things easier. It's not stressful or fighting.
Right. So drum roll. This is an
And maybe
episode
even pick up some
on
of our new merchandise.
the ever exciting
any
topic
fellow
of
adults
budgeting. You know,
guidance,
that activity where you find out you have much more month than you have money. In this episode, we're going to discuss what is budgeting and cover why it's important. Share some tips that are going to help. Warn of some pitfalls to avoid when it comes to budgeting. And tell you a couple stories about our lives with budgeting. We're certainly not perfect with it, and it has been a place where we've had a little bit of stress and some arguments over, but not too bad for us. We've always been open and communicated a lot.
What is budgeting? Budgeting is a vitally important habit for young adults to get. It is a part of a bigger financial picture that, if done correctly, can make adulting and life easier. But if done incorrectly or not at all, can lead to decades of stress.
It's basically about how you're using your money. And money, it's just a medium. We just trade it for products and services. We utilize it every day in our lives, yet many of us have little and no understanding of what makes it work for. In addition, we are taught to and absorb many myths about money that seep into our belief system and subconsciously hold us back.
So what's a budget? A budget is basically a plan for your money. It's like telling your money where to go instead of wondering where it went.
We do a lot of wondering where it went, to be truthful. So here's a breakdown of that definition and how to expand on it a little. We talked about a plan for your money. Does this mean we need to spend late nights every night planning for our money, doing laundry for our money?
No, you just have to know at the beginning of every month or not at what your plan is. It can lead to decades of stress.
It's a tool. It's a useful tool, this plan. It's not money. It's used to control. It's not meant to be a restriction. That's important. Specifically when you're starting. It's about making choices with your money and how to use your income.
It's about telling your money where to go. It highlights the proactive nature of budgeting. So it empowers you to direct your finances towards your goals.
Instead of wondering where it went, this addresses the common young adult experience, the feeling of money disappearing without an explanation. It's not just a young adult experience. So here's a break. It shows that a budget provides clarity and awareness.
To further explain this, it's about tracking your income, all of the money that's coming in, any money you're receiving, any paychecks you're earning, and your expenses, so all of your money that's going out.
You list all of your income sources, and that means your paycheck and all of your expenses to control. And other income could be things like if you're a very young adult or a very fortunate adult, maybe you still get an allowance at home for doing chores or for being pretty. I don't know, but if there's any other sources of income, list those in your income column. And your income column is the right side of your ledger. And you want to list all of your expenses. That's the left column. So, truth be told, we use Quicken. It's a software solution. They're not a sponsor or anything. We just came to them through trial and error. And we do list all of our income and all of our expenses. And if you're fortunate enough, income-wise, to have like streaming income, although anything that comes in goes in the income column, and anything that goes out goes in the
outgoing column.
Yeah. All of your income seems like there's a lot of outgoing, not so much incoming.
So you list all your income sources, like your paycheck and everything that's coming in, all your expenses that are going out, like rent, food, and fun stuff. So if your plan is that every Friday night you go out with your friends and you know you're going to spend $50, that's an expense that you can put in your budget and you know every Friday it's going to be going out. If you're in an apartment already, there's more things than just rent. There's electricity, car insurance,
Truth be told, we use
gasoline.
It's a software
There's
solution.
so many expenses that come with being an adult. You have to make sure you list them all.
We would advise that before you get into those adult situations, like running out and getting your first apartment, that you do a little research and find out exactly what those are, because they can be surprisingly expensive. Your rent will be the biggest number, but those other things do add up pretty quickly, and you have to factor that in. And we've also learned a ton with an adult we know very closely going through this about how much income you have to even qualify now to get rents in some of these apartments.
Then you make sure your income covers all of these expenses. So if you sit down and you're planning on getting your first apartment, you need to make sure that not only is your income going to cover your rent, but it's going to cover all these additional little expenses that tend to add up.
And make sure you set money for savings and goals in your budget. There's a rule. It's called pay yourself first. As a general rule, 10% of your income should be set aside into savings. That's just a broad category right now. I just want to get that on the table. That was a mistake that many adults, including myself, made. And I thought there's no way I could live on 90% of my income, but the truth is you figure it out. So make sure that you set aside money for savings. Try to aim for 10%. Get rents.
And an emergency plan. These can be both. You can put away money for savings, and when you've reached your emergency fund limit, then you can start putting it into savings. But always have an emergency fund. But if you're an adult and you need to get to work every day and your car breaks down and you've saved zero money, there's no way to fix the car, which means there's no way to get to work, which means your income is canceled. A budget helps you pay your bills on time, save for things you want, avoid overspending, meaning just going out and willy-nilly buying this, buying that, going here and going there and eating out. If you have a budget, you know how much money you have to do those things, so you can't overspend. And it reduces your stress about money. If you know where it's coming from and where it's going, a lot less stress.
Remember, it's not about never having fun, although this topic sometimes can feel like that.
And an emergency.
It's about making sure you can afford the fun.
You can put
A
away
quick side
money
story.
for savings.
After I retired, I was living the life for,
limit.
I don't know,
Then you can
like
start
3
putting it
days.
into savings.
And then
But
we
always
realized
have an
this is
emergency
expensive. I
fund.
got to get
If
back to
you're
it. So
an
you
adult
got to
and
make sure you
need
have
to
a
get to work
plan and
every
you're
day
paying
and your car
attention
breaks
to it.
down and
But
you
don't
save
rule
zero
out the
money,
fun.
there's
Just
no
make
way
sure
to
you
fix the car,
budget it
which
accordingly.
means there's no way. And you can use apps, which means spreadsheets. You can even use a notebook to create your budget. Helps you whatever works for you.
So, to review, a budget is a tool just to give you financial awareness and control. It's about making informed choices and working towards financial goals.
Now, what do you think you need to be successful when making a basic budget?
Some things you need internally and you need to develop in yourself are self-control. And that's important because we're probably going to say, instead of 10 Starbucks a week, maybe you could do it 5. It'll help your budget. Self-discipline, and that's important because I'm going to say in the beginning, you need to track every cent you spend. When we started this, when we really started this, and I'm good again at making lists, We would carry little pads in our car. Every penny we were spending, and some of these habits started for us before there were things like, I don't know, Mac machines. So we go in the Wayback Machine. We carried these green papers called cash. So we would write down everything we spent to get an idea of where everything was going, and that took some self-discipline.
And it's truly a pain in the ass, but it really did work.
It's important to remain consistent with these habits, because doing it for a couple days and then slacking off, guarantee you in the slacking off period is where that you're going to wonder where the money went.
Plus, if you do it for a few months, some unexpected expenses will come up that you weren't aware of, or a bill that maybe doesn't get paid every single month. It'll help you keep track of that too.
A simple tracking system is very important. Like I said, in the beginning, we just used a pad. Then it grew for us. We used just a simple Excel sheet, and then we've grown from them. But we're more complex. We're a family. We own a home. We have some investments. But in the beginning, working between that little notebook and that Excel spreadsheet really helped out.
And just remember, income and or savings, which means you make money, you should be saving some money. But
here are the most important tips of this episode. These are vitally important to be successful. Pay yourself first. I stress that with my own children. I stress that with a young adult. From your first career, your first job, take a percentage of that money and save it. Times have changed. Pensions are different. Retirement plans are different. It's a different world out there. Get that money put aside. You're not going to be able to rely on a pension or a 401
or Social Security.
And track every dollar. That's the most important thing.
And I know it seems like we're talking about, pension, Social Security, all those things that happen when you're really old, but it really gets here quicker than you think.
And now we're moving on. Some of the more fun things we got to talk about is budgeting.
You make money,
the pitfall.
You should be
Where can your budget go wrong? Here are the most important tips of this episode. That gets them all. It's got me. Loans can be a problem. Don't get yourself into a car loan before you can afford to have a car loan. I stress that.
And remember, if you get a newer car, you're going to have higher insurance.
Lack of a plan can be a problem. I retired a little bit. When I say retired, by the way, guys, I don't mean I retired like when it's like gone. I finished my career at the firehouse. Get that money put aside. Quote unquote retired. I worked full time at another job. Still will. And after that one, it seems like I work every dollar. That's the most important. Another.
And I know
it's Groundhog Day. But my plan wasn't rock solid, and I didn't look at the budget well enough. And not that I have to work. I just enjoy eating, so make sure you have a plan.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show. A family tradition, the Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
Lack of work or work ethic.
That one's not my problem. I got that.
But a lot of kids don't. They work 10 hours a week and they're like, oh my God, I work so much. I don't never have any money. You don't have money because you're not working enough hours. So if you're going to school full time, 10 hours is probably a good amount to work every week. If you're, in high school where you're at school every day, 6 to 8 hours a day. But if you're sitting home all summer and you're working 1-2 days a week, that's your problem. You are not receiving income, which makes your budget
addition to your holiday celebration.
There's a little bit to be said. I want to address two things.
Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th.
School,
Code
the topic of school. If you're
Tickets
an
at
adult in school, whether it be high school, college, grad school, you have to consider that part of your job. In fact, that needs to be considered your primary job when it comes to priorities and taking care of business, because that's what's going to increase your value in future. It's going to increase your marketability and ultimately your salary. Consider school a job. There was a formula I figured out pretty early into working, because it's pretty simple. And back when I was working, minimum wage was $3.95. I don't even know if it was that high when we first started. But by the same token, bread was a nickel, and we walked uphill both ways to school in the snow.
Dude, you're old as dirt. I was making $6 an hour.
So I figured out pretty quickly that if I wanted to get more things and I could trade my time for money, that the formula is pretty simple. I had to work more. And I just worked more. And that floated me for a lot of years. And because it's time for money, which is not the most effective way to build your life. But if you want more things, it's important that you recognize when you're in that situation of trading time for money, you need to work more time. Limiting beliefs can be a huge ultimately and we're going to go down a list of those in a minute. We could do a whole episode on it, because that's a mindset shift. Things like, and I'll just give you one, for example. Money is the root of all evil.
No, it's not. It's the root of getting the things, material things that you want.
Right. Money can't buy you happiness. Oh yeah, try paying in TikToks, which you have to get money to get anyway. So we'll talk about those. I figured out how about remaining ignorant? If you guys aren't going to find out how your money works and how the monetary system works and how interest works, because interest can work for you or against you, then you've got yourself loaded me for a lot of pitfall there for sure. And because it's
lack of follow through,
which is not
meaning
the most effective way.
If you start a budget, keep budgeting. Do it for a long time so that you know truly where you stand. If you get a job, keep going to work. You'll keep getting a paycheck. Follow through.
Assuming, and we're going to go down an ass of you and me. Don't assume things are going to happen. Don't assume your boss is going to do something. Don't assume your money will automatically go into savings. All evil.
Lack of self-control, meaning you get money, you get a paycheck, you go to the bank, you cash your check, you're like, woohoo, I have money, and go out and go bowling or go dancing or go to a bar or go buy that thing you were, saving money for. That's a little more than you save. Self-control. You need to have it. You need to use it. You need to know, oh, that paycheck's got to last until the next one, and it has to pay all of these bills.
And this one is huge. An abundance of instant gratification can be one of your biggest budget tips. What does that mean? Sounds like big words. Well, what it means is that you don't wait. You want something, you react to that urge, and immediately you get it. I have this talent myself. I can know I'm getting a paycheck, and magically I can spend that paycheck 3 or 4 times even before I get that paycheck, because I want it. So, little tip for that: put it off at the pay.
And go out.
Any big purchase, make yourself and enforce this a pause.
Or go buy that
and
thing
if you still want it 72 hours later, then maybe it's something you make a plan to fit into your budget, but don't just go out and buy it because it's cool.
You need to know. Now, there are some ways to improve your savings. So if you're putting a little money aside every single month, and you're building your emergency fund, and you're building your savings, and all of a sudden you have a nice little chunk of change, whether it be $500 or $50,000, whatever it is. A savings account is a good way to keep it separate so that you're not spending it. But these days, savings accounts are making minimal. When I say minimal, probably making you 5 cents a month or a year, if that. There are other options. So if your savings account is money that you're keeping for a long-term goal, you can go to your bank and buy a certificate of deposit, which is known as a CD. Introductory rates on those are usually much higher than savings accounts. You just have to remember to go in and roll it over and keep up on it. It's your money. You should be tracking it. You can put your money into a money market instead of a savings. They usually earn higher interest than savings accounts. And if you're really paying attention and you're starting to learn about finances, there are investment accounts that you can put some of your money in that will also earn you more interest. The best way to improve your savings is to have your money making you money.
That's excellent advice. Now, we talked about an emergency, and I want to tie a few concepts together. The first thing we said during the show that's important to do when you're starting out budgeting is to track all your money. Remember, we said that. We also said pay yourself first. That's the 10% that you're going to put into savings. So you've got 10%. We're going to say that you get paid $100, so you have $10. When you're starting out, you've got zero. You take that $10 that you're going to put in a savings account. You can even put it in an envelope. I love you, Dave.
Put your money into a
and
money market.
the first thing you're going to do with that 10% is save yourself that emergency fund. We talked about the emergency fund too. So to review, you're going to track all of your money, income and out. You're going to pay yourself first that 10%. And the first thing you do is you're going to save an emergency fund. Then, once you have your emergency fund, you're going to start funneling some money into various savings things. Now, when you get more money, you can do things like invest in mutual funds, which is even more advanced, and you shouldn't do that without advice from a professional. But there are online places to do that too. From the perspective of a very basic investor, I would, as a young adult, advise you against buying individual stock.
Now listen, I do not want you guys thinking you're not good with money. It's your money. Get good with it. It's a self-defeating belief that you aren't good with money. It creates a feeling of helplessness and discourages learning about personal finances. So if you feel you're not good with money, get good with money. Learn about it, read about it, research it, ask questions. You don't want it to prevent you from taking control of your personal finances.
And we're switching gears a little into those limiting beliefs. Now, when you get this more money, somewhere in all of us, like these are the mutual funds. A lot of people have them, and if you can root them out, you should get them out. Because what they'll do is unconsciously sabotage you. Another one would be rich people are greedy, and from the perspective of a very basic investor, rich people are some of the most charitable people on the planet, to the tune of billions and billions of dollars each year they give away.
And they're financially smart. They learned what to do and how to use their money.
Another one is it takes money to make money. While there is a hint of truth in it, capital, meaning I have a pile of money, is helpful to start. It overlooks the resourcefulness of people and the power of creativity, innovation, and hard equity, also known as sweat equity.
I'll never be able to afford it. This belief limits your aspirations and prevents you from setting financial goals. It's not a you won't be able to afford it. It just might be when will I be able to afford it.
All it takes is one invention, one business, one great idea, one huge addition of value, and suddenly you can. So don't fall charitable people on the
Financial success is just luck. That's so untrue. Financial success is about planning, hard work, learning about money. Thinking that it's just luck prevents you from taking responsibility for your own money.
Now, if you take the definition of luck and change that to luck equals when hard work meets opportunity, I would agree with that. I'm too old or too young to start learning about money. I don't think you're too old or too young to ever learn about anything. I'm a lifelong learner, a passionate lifelong learner. I listen to an audiobook a week, I read a book a month. I should have learned more about money because I would have owned much more Krispy Kreme if I knew back then that I could just, go on an app and in 3 clicks, be an owner. I need to spend money to impress others. It leads to overspending and financial instability. When you're trying to keep up with the flashy people next door, maybe they have a higher credit card limit than you and can keep up forever. I'm not smart enough to understand finances. That's simply not true. They do get pretty complex, but if you break it down, you are able to understand finances. The definition of luck, money will solve all your problems.
While money can improve your quality of life, it doesn't solve all your problems. but it is going to do things like provide a roof over your head and food in your
I
stomach.
don't think you're too old. I don't have enough time to manage my finances. I'm a lifelong learner. That's malarkey. You can always make time. It takes seconds to write down what you spent that day, and it takes a little while to transcribe that into the bigger ledger, whatever system you're using. So don't fall for that nonsense.
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirits high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to adulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. Able to understand the definition of love.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
Give the gift that everyone wants, Omaha Steaks. Right now, save 50% site-wide, plus get an extra $35 off with code HOLIDAYGIFT at checkout. Save on USDA-certified tender bacon-wrapped filet mignons, perfectly aged ribeyes, gourmet sides, and decadent desserts, delivered right to their door. Skip the stress. Order now at omahasteaks.com. That's omahasteaks.com and use code HOLIDAYGIFT at checkout to get an extra $35 off. Hurry, these deals won't last. Minimum purchase may apply. See site for
Northern
details.
Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights.
Imagine this: your house burns down, or your partner passes away, and you call your insurance company, and the claim gets denied. No payout, no safety net, just loss. It sounds extreme, but it happens every day. Insurance policies are full of exclusions that leave people vulnerable. That's why My Policy Advocate exists. They review your coverage, uncover gaps, and explain everything in plain English. They don't sell insurance. They help you understand what you already have. Visit mypolicyadvocate.com and protect what matters most.
This December, upgrade your home with our biggest deals of the season. Buy 4 windows and get 1 free. Plus, as a holiday bonus, take an extra $500 off your entire project. Need more? All other products are 20% off, and you'll make no payments until 2027. Don't wait. These holiday savings end December 31st. Visit homefix.com or call today. Financing subject to credit approval. Restrictions apply. See representative for details.
Your partner passes away and you call your insurance company.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Because let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips, sharing stories,
and maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to adulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way. Welcome. Today we are going to be talking about common sense. The definition of common sense. In essence, common sense is a basic level of practical judgment and sound reasoning about everyday matters, generally accepted as true or obvious by most people within a shared social or cultural context.
So you may be asking yourself, how did we get here? Well, truth be told, we've had several young adults actually request that we do an episode on common sense.
Because they're starting to see the difference as they're getting older in the lack of common sense among their friends and peers, and it's starting to be a little frustrating. So they asked us to dive into common sense for you all.
Which we're going to do. I also want to take a second just to give a shout out. Some people I used to work with have found the podcast and are actively listening. So you guys be safe. Do what you got to do. So, common sense. It's so rare these days that it should be considered a superpower.
It's true that common sense isn't always common. It's often built on experience and observation. However, young adults can definitely take active steps to increase their common sense by focusing on developing practical skills and a thoughtful approach to situations.
And here's how. The biggest thing is to embrace a learning mindset. Okay? What that means is you can learn from absolutely everything. Be curious, approach new situations with a desire to learn. Ask why things are done in a certain way. That's important that you don't go into situations already thinking you know everything. As they say in the dojo, you can't keep filling a teacup that's already full.
Observe and pay attention. Actively watch how other people navigate their daily tasks and social interactions. Notice the consequences of their actions, both positive and negative.
Listen more than you talk. That's called active listening. Another way we used to hear it in a less kind and friendly, gentle way was, God gave you 2 ears and a mouth for a reason, so keep your mouth shut and listen. You can learn a lot by listening to the experiences and advice of others, especially those with more life experience. Learning minds.
Ask questions, even if they seem obvious. It's better to clarify something you don't understand than to make a mistake based on assumptions.
But please engage your brain before you ask the question. I'm often the dope in the office that asks a question I already knew the answer to if I had just slowed down my mouth for a minute.
A big part of common sense is developing practical life skills. Basic home maintenance is a common sense, practical life skill. Learn how to change a light bulb, unplug a drain, read basic instructions for household items.
Did you just say read instructions? They still have another way we use.
Read basic instructions for household items and perform simple repairs. There's no reason that you need to call someone in to change a light bulb. Unscrew it, get the same wattage, put in a new light bulb. It's not that hard. It just takes common sense.
Our legal Google just said I need to give a disclaimer. We are not home repair experts. And listen, when you're putting a nail in, please, the top of the nail is not where your thumb goes. Financial literacy. You want to understand budgeting, saving, basic banking, and the dangers of debt. Credit card debt, young adults, is not your friend. It's different than building credit, which is a planned using of it. Using it to go out to 7-Eleven, quick check, Wawa, get gas, go to the movies. At the end of the month, during it, you're like, oh, it's only $2, it's only $3. And then you get that bill for $100 at the end of the month, and you only have 80, and you pay the minimum payment, and they got you. You're stuck for like 30 years. So make sure that you know the dangers of debt. Learn how to pay your bills on time. If you have rent due, even if it's to your parents, rent should be paid on time. If it wasn't your parents, you would end up having yourself evicted. So you should pay your bills on time.
Cooking basics. Be able to prepare simple, nutritious meals. It's essential for independence and saves you money. If you learn how to make spaghetti and meatballs with sauce, there's a meal for you that you're not paying $15 out at a diner or a restaurant. Probably cost you a couple bucks. It's common sense when you're trying to, stay on budget.
The younger version of myself thought you could substitute those frozen meatballs for tuna for $100. That younger version with less common sense found out that was not so good.
That younger version found out that makes you throw up.
It wasn't a good scene, guys. You know the dangers. Time management and organization. Here comes the lecture. If you learn to use calendars, to-do lists, and other tools to stay organized and manage your time efficiently. This doesn't have to be an over-the-top thing, guys. I am admittedly over-the-top with my lists. Sometimes I make lists of lists. You don't have to be like that, but you do need to be organized. And using calendars helps you not forget things. I have a particular skill in life that I just developed over the years. I have a hard time forgetting things, but if you're one of those people that needs to write it down, write it down right away and get it on your list. And we use in our house, we use Google Calendars, and it works out just fine.
Stay on budget. Think ahead. I know that you guys are living your life. You're living your best life, I hope. But think ahead. Common sense means knowing what the next day, the next week, the next month is going to bring. Think ahead. If you're responsible for your car, you will need a job so you can pay your insurance. These are things that don't just magically appear. You need to be prepared. You need to apply for jobs. It takes a while to get one. You need to save money. You need an emergency fund. There are so many things in your life that you need to think ahead. If you need clothes for the next day, did you do your laundry? Just think ahead. That's a common sense and adult move.
When it comes to navigation and direction, practice using maps. Dare I say, both physical and digital. I mentioned it in a recent episode. We literally had people calling when we had a cell phone outage saying that they couldn't get to work because their GPS wasn't working. So know how to use maps, know where the important things are in your life. Another tip I will give that's not really related to this, write down the important phone numbers of your parents, of your emergency contacts, of work, and keep a card in your wallet so that if you drop your cell phone, say in a porta-john, you can borrow somebody else's and you'll know how to dial those digits if you don't have them memorized.
No basic first aid. Now I understand not everybody can handle blood or gore or grossness, but things like a cut that needs a Band-Aid, a bee sting, anything that's just basic, consider taking maybe a first aid course just on basic first aid. Know how to handle minor injuries, apply pressure, put a Band-Aid on it. This is common sense. Not everyone needs to go to the hospital for scratch.
Use good communication skills. Practice clear and respectful communication, both verbal and written. It's important because a text message, it's okay to be talking to your friends and all those cool LOLs and ROFLs and BRBs. But true story, if it slips through in your email to your boss, so that if you look dope. So know what the mode is of written communication. A memo is different than a novel, is different than a text message. So learn how to express your needs and listen effectively.
Cultivate critical thinking and problem solving. So think before you act. Take a moment to consider the potential consequences of your actions before you do them. And if you have a problem, before running and yelling and saying, I don't know how to do this, I don't understand it, take a breath, think about it, come up with a solution, use your common sense.
The holidays are here, filled with gatherings, toasts, and plenty of cheer. Make every moment shine with Total Wine & More, where you'll find it all at the lowest prices. Raise the spirits of the season with rich whiskeys, smooth tequilas, and festive liqueurs, perfect for sipping or gifting. And for wine lovers, explore everything from velvety Pinots to elegant champagnes, ready to pour or share. You'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
How to express your needs. Weigh the pros and cons. When you're faced with a decision and it's not an emergency, has to be done right now decision, mentally or physically make a list of potential benefits and the drawbacks of each option. I use a method, a two-column method, where I list the pros and cons, and I don't make a decision immediately unless it's an operational or an emergency decision in a rush period of time. I will walk away from a situation and let myself digest and develop those pros and cons before I do it. Because if you're thinking in the moment, you're not giving yourself the time to think, okay, what does that look like a week from now, a month from now, a year from now? You have the opportunity, walk away, think about the decision, and list those pros and cons.
And remember, if it's something simple like, I'm going to be 5 minutes late for work, I could get there if I did 80 miles an hour. Think about the long term. Think about what happens if you decide that. So you're late for work. Probably not the best look for you, and you probably have to apologize or call and say you're going to be late. But it's probably better than a $150 speeding ticket and points on your license.
There's another way around it. You could adopt the rule that if you're not early, you're late. Like my family knows, my entire life has been about if you're not early, you're late. Make sure you've left that extra time and you've already planned on arriving early, and if you're really over the top like I am, assume that there'll be 1 or 2 incidents along the way. A 15-minute trip to our local market, I plan about 45 minutes in just to get there. I'm trying. She has not yet said you're an idiot.
And remember, consider different perspectives. Try to see situations from other people's point of view. This can help you make more considerate and well-rounded decisions. Meaning that if you're doing something that's going to affect other people, take a second to step back and realize how it's going to affect each of those people before you make that choice.
Another way that that can be done is if you're about to take an action, you can envision that action being above the fold on the front page of the paper. Today's world, that has a different meaning, I guess. But the newspaper in olden days is how we got the news. And if it was on the front page above the fold, that was the first thing everyone saw. So if your action was put on the front page of the paper that everyone is going to see, including your parents, your friends, your grandparents, your priest, would you still do it that way?
Right. It's called the front page news. And if you live your life on the basis of everything you do is going to be on the front page, just make sure you're okay with the decisions you're making. If you're doing something,
learn from your mistakes. One of the things I think that I'd like to give as a skill today is the ability to look at the mistakes I've made and learn from them. The key is to look at your mistakes, recognize them, understand, like break it down. What happened? What did I do wrong? And what can I do better in the future?
Use logic and reasoning. Base your decisions on facts and logical reasoning rather than impulsive emotions. So if you think about, I have $50 in my bank account and I know I need to put gas in my car to get back and forth to work next week, but your friends are all saying, hey, let's go to some place, get some fast food or go get drinks. Use your logical reasoning, meaning I really can't do that tonight. Thank you for the offer, but I have to decline because you know your paycheck's not coming till the end of next week and you need that money for gas. Just make sure you're
in developing common sense, it's important to increase self-awareness and social intelligence. I know that sounds really huge, right? Basically, what it means is know yourself and be able to read a room. The key is to reflect on your mistakes after an interaction or event. Take a moment to think about how things went and what you could have done differently. Sometimes, and I try to reflect on each day, every day. It's one of my rituals in the evening. Sometimes I role play that in my head, how it could go differently or better, or what I should do next time.
Pay attention to social cues. Observe body language, tone of voice, and other nonverbal signals to understand how others are feeling and reacting. So like Paul said, read the room, meaning don't walk into a funeral and start cracking jokes. Your paycheck's probably not the best room reading ability.
Unless it's mine. If it's mine, please do. It's going to be a bum over day for me, so we could lighten the room for sure.
Practice empathy. Try to understand and share the feelings of others. This helps you navigate social situations more effectively. Now remember, we said empathy, not sympathy. You don't need to feel what other people are feeling, but you need to understand what they are feeling.
Learn basic manners and etiquette, and knowing how to behave appropriately in different social settings shows respect and consideration. It also will help you fit in better to where you are. If you happen to find yourself transported to a country club black tie dinner, don't drink the finger bowl. Act appropriately for where you are.
And if you're not sure, just watch everyone else follow their cues. They'll let you know how you're supposed to be behaving.
And at some of those dinners, I never had any clue which fork was which. I always had to ask my wife.
Seek experiences and learn from others, which means step outside your comfort zone. Trying new things and encountering different situations can build your understanding of the world and how things work. It can help you enhance your common sense. You don't need to
talk to people of different ages and backgrounds. That's very important. Everyone's experience offers a different perspective. So 4 or 5 different people can see the same event, but based on their own backgrounds, they have their own perception of that. And being able to freely and respectfully communicate that and talk about it is eye-opening when you talk to people and you find out, oh, that's what you saw. Or, oh, this is how you heard that. It's because their life experience has brought them a different experience right in front of them. And at some of those dinners, I never had
read
anything
articles,
which fork
even online forums can expose you to different perspectives and practical knowledge. Meaning, if you're not understanding something, you can pretty much anywhere in the world right now find information on it to make it make sense for you, which then becomes part of your experience, your knowledge.
And travel, even locally. You don't have to be a world traveler to be a well-traveled person. Experience new environments helps you broaden your understanding, to know how things are done differently between here and north. And to give you guys an idea, because I know we have people listening from all over the world, it's about 45 miles. There's probably 20 or 25 museums and theaters and things of interest to see in different cultures, all of which you can go engage and learn about, and that helps broaden your experience and broaden your perspective on things.
So, in essence, increasing common sense about actively engaging with the world, being observant, thinking critically, and learning from both your own experiences and the experiences of others. It's a continuous process of learning and adapting. So, as you get older, you will actually get more common sense, but the more you participate and the more actively you seek it, the quicker you'll gain it.
The important thing here is growth. Get out of your comfort zone. Push your limits within reason. And if something makes you a little anxious, and we're not talking about suddenly we're going to go skydiving, but if something makes you a little anxious because it's uncomfortable, going to talk to that person, or going to that place, those are things you should push yourself into doing. It's going to help increase your experience. You're going to have more to draw from in the Rolodex of life that helps you make these decisions. And it's going to increase your common sense. Hopefully, this episode has met the needs of the people that were asking for it, because it was a listener requested topic. And of course, you guys can reach out at adulting.com with anything you'd like us to talk about. And we'll see what we can do for you.
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirits high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to adulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. But if something going to talk to that person.
The holidays are about giving something truly special. I'm Martha Stewart, and I believe the best gifts aren't just beautiful, they're useful every single day. Lennox has brought timeless beauty and lasting quality to our tables for generations, and their Lennox Spice Village is the perfect holiday gift for someone you love or for yourself. It's more than a spice rack. It's a charming collection of hand-painted houses that turn ordinary spices into extraordinary experiences. Imagine cinnamon from a tiny Victorian cottage, or oregano from a pastel townhouse. Suddenly, a simple meal becomes a moment to savor, because spices can be more than ingredients. They can inspire memories, warmth, and joy all year long. Give a gift that lasts beyond the holidays. Discover the collection at lennox.com. The holidays are about giving something.
From mobile clinics in Jordan to water wells in Ghana, Islamic Relief USA is transforming lives through powerful development programs, education, medical aid, food, clean water, and women's empowerment. These efforts are helping millions thrive across East Africa, Asia, and even here in the U.S. Be part of the change. Visit irusa.org to support global development. That's irusa.org to make your donation today. irusa.org.
Imagine cinnamon from a tiny Victorian cottage, or oregano.
This holiday season, the DC College Savings Plan makes the perfect gift for the little ones in your life. Unlike clothes or toys, they cannot outgrow their education savings account. Plus, earnings and qualified withdrawals are tax-free, so every dollar you invest can potentially go further than in a traditional savings account. Make holiday gifting more meaningful this year with the DC College Savings Plan. Open an account online for just $25. Go to dccollegesavings.com to learn more. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please read plan disclosure carefully before investing.
Lost jobs, rising prices, reduced SNAP benefits. Across the DMV, more families are struggling to put food on the table. Right now, 1 in 3 of our neighbors is facing hunger, but you can help. When you donate to the Capital Area Food Bank, every single dollar provides 2 nutritious meals for someone in need. So this holiday season and beyond, please make sure our community has the food it needs. Give today at capitalareafoodbank.org. Once again, that's capitalareafoodbank.org.
Perfect gift for the little ones in your life. Unlike outgrow their
Hey
education
everyone,
savings
it's
account.
Kathy.
Plus,
And
earnings
Paul here with
qualified
Adulting.
withdrawals are tax-free.
We're here to help you
So
navigate
every
the
dollar
crazy
you
world
invest
of
can
adulthood.
potentially go further than
Because
in your
let's be
traditional
real,
savings account.
it's a
Make sure
wild
you're gifting
ride.
more meaningful
We'll be
back.
dropping
With the
tips,
DC
sharing
College Savings
stories.
Plan.
And
Open an
maybe
account
even
online
spilling
for just
some embarrassing
$25.
secrets
Go to
along the way.
dccollegesavings.com
So get
to
comfortable,
learn more.
grab your
Subject to
favorite drink,
eligibility
get
requirements.
ready
Fees
to
and
laugh,
disclosure
learn,
discount
and
before
level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to adulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
And feel free to share this podcast freely out there. We'd like to get our numbers up.
Welcome, Adulting Friends. Today's episode is going to be about making friends as adults. In this episode, we're going to discuss why it's harder to make friends as adults, and we're going to give you some tips to navigate the art of friend making.
Why is making friends harder and different as an adult than when you were a kid? It's a great question. We actually did some research into it. And it turns out there's several reasons why making friends as an adult, especially between 18 and 25, which bridges right across the adulthood range, can feel harder and different compared to your childhood.
There are fewer built-in social environments. What we mean is when you're a kid, you go to school, you're provided with an environment that's constant of peers, people that are the same age, oftentimes you're sharing the same activities. So yeah, it's easy. You do the same things, you like the same things, you're the same age, you make friends, and you're forced together pretty much every day.
Contrasted by adulthood, you have to actively seek out environments to meet new people. Workplaces can be one, but not everyone clicks. And those relationships are often tied to the job, and you want to be more careful when you're making friends in your job. Sometimes that's a boundary that's comfortable to cross.
Plus, when you're an adult, you have less free time and, unfortunately, more responsibilities.
Right. In childhood, think about it. You got playtime. It's unstructured. You're allowed for spontaneous interaction and development with other people. You can go just use your imagination and play, and there were less restraints.
But as an adult, you have things like work, continuing education, you have other responsibilities like finances, someday a family. They take up a lot of your time, leaving a lot less room for casual socialization that can, typically lead to friendships.
As we get older, we have increased selectivity and awareness. Think about it. As children, friendships were found. We found our friends easier. Workplaces found out who was around and who liked and those we were playing with, and we just did it. We tended to be less guarded and less judgy. We just played.
Right, and as an adult, you become more aware of your values, your interests, what you look for in a friend. You might be more cautious about who you let into your life due to past experiences, and also you're looking for deeper connections rather than just someone to play with that day.
And there's fear of rejection. That totally changes. As a child, it stings a little bit, but you're not really afraid of it. You're not afraid of anything. You're still invincible. Remember jumping off the couch, the chair, the swing set. You didn't have those fears in you. And as they start to grow in, it makes you more hesitant to initiate new friendships, and there's more self-consciousness involved.
Plus, there's typically logistical challenges. When you're a child, it's easier to see your friends because the kids you are friends with go to school with you, which means they all live nearby. When you're an adult, people move for work, they move for family, they move for a different financial situation. Makes it really hard to maintain friendships when there's long distance involved. We as a society are just not really that good at long distance relationships.
To summarize, yeah, It's easier to make friends as children. It's less on purpose, more spontaneous, more playful, more fun. As adults,
it's work.
it's work, yeah. And all relationships are work in some manner. In Jennifer Cohen's work, she describes the transition from school age and college age into the adulting world as the great scattering, which is the big dynamic behind this. That's that loss of that spontaneous friend-making space in life. And she elaborates on techniques on how to intentionally make friends. And we're not taught that. No one ever really discusses with you, oh, by the way, this is going to change. You're going to have to work on this now. Because frankly, if they did, I'd have no friends.
Making friends as an adult, especially between 18 and 25, can feel really different from when you were in grammar school, middle school, high school, and college. So we're going to give you some ideas on how to possibly build some new friendships.
First, look for shared activities and interests. Look around. If you're in a college environment or even in your local area, you'll be able to find some clubs or groups. You already have something in common, so that's going to draw like-minded people together, speaking to your selectivity. There's clubs out there for books, hiking, board games, photography, Dungeons and Dragons, sports, and more. Websites like Meetup can help you find local techniques.
Or you can take a class. If there's something you're interested in that you want to learn a little bit more about, take a class that's a couple weeks long. You'll get to meet people that have similar interests, cooking, pottery, a new language, maybe go to the gym, a fitness class, anything that puts you in regular contact with others that have similar interests, give you a chance to make new friends.
Volunteer. One of my favorites is volunteer. Give back to the community. It's a great way to meet like-minded people who care about the same cause as you do. And there's so many opportunities. You can just volunteer at the library. You can go to your local senior facility. You could always join your local first aid squad, fire department, even things like a CERT teams out there. That's directly involved in emergency management. So there's tons and tons. Food pantries, social services, plenty of volunteer opportunities. Church.
Or you could join a league. Like any type of pretty much recreational team sport. There are teams that will play recreational games in an adult league. You don't have to be, the superstar athlete, but you could go, get some exercise, meet some people that like playing that sport. It's a lot of fun.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
So there's tons and tons. And when you move a little bit further along the adulting path, when you're young parents, there's a whole other category of things. PTA, scouting, things that involve your children, but there's always a side where the parents are involved too. Just go out and ask, where can I help? Can I get involved? And you'll find like-minded parents that are volunteering to be coaches and leaders in those groups too.
You can also
experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations.
I mention them all the time, but I have friends all the way back from high school that we get together.
Save $10
I
by
wouldn't say
booking online and
regularly,
save an
but
additional
semi-regularly.
$5 on visits by December 4th with
pick
code
it up just like we left it off.
LIGHTS25. Tickets at
You could befriend some of your coworkers.
bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's
If you're in a job,
bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
especially an entry-level job, and you're all learning
little
and you're
bit
all
further along
figuring
the
things out,
adulting path, when you're
you
a
have
young
very
parent,
similar
there's a
experiences, and
whole other
you get
category
to spend a lot of time with them while you're at your job. So
scouting,
going out on a
things that
Friday night
involve
for
your
a drink
children,
or
but there's
for
always
a
a side where
pizza
parents
might be a way to to become, new friends with your coworkers.
Where can I help? And that, depending on your profession, like things like the firehouse and police department and public safety, your coworkers become friends. Everybody gets close, and everybody's got everybody's back. So it depends on that professional background how tight those groups get.
They become like your family.
They do. You can ask your friends to introduce you to their friends. That'll help you expand your social circle by meeting people that your current friends know regularly.
You can be proactive. Start saying yes more often. Be open to invitations, even if they're for things maybe you wouldn't normally do. Because you might meet somebody there who is also in that situation where it's something they wouldn't normally do, but they're being open and spontaneous.
Initiate conversation. Don't be afraid to start a chat with somebody you're just getting to know. You don't have to start with talking about the intimate affairs of your personal life. You can use an opener like how's the weather, or you believe that game last night. Just simple chats with near strangers is one way to do that.
Invite people to hang out. If you're in someone's company, suggest maybe grabbing a coffee or seeing a movie, doing something else together. So if you meet someone somewhere and you seem to hit it off, why not be the person to take the initiative and see if they want to hang out? Could be a brand new friendship.
And be yourself. Don't fake it. Authenticity helps you connect with people who genuinely appreciate you for who you are, and it saves you the energy from having to keep up an act when you see them again in the future.
Right, when someone's being sincere and genuine to you. People know it about you too.
Initiate online communities are another resource where you might be able to find some friends. Social media groups, and I know that's a changing landscape, so to speak, like Facebook. I know Facebook is so far gone, and now it's TikTok, Snapchat. They change all the time, and it seems to go with age groups. But that's definitely a place you can find like-minded people. And I know some young adults today that have friends that they've met physically through Discord servers playing video games.
Why not? There are other apps like Bumble BFF, things that are designed for making platonic connections. So if you look online, you will find a ton of things. You can actually search by groups that are interested in things you're interested in. See how local it is to you. Take a little drive, go somewhere, go do something, go for a hike, if that's what you like.
Obviously, make sure you're using online safety protocols or whatever it would be called today. Don't go out meeting strangers, please.
Well, you can go out and meet people that you talk to online. Just don't do it alone.
And make sure somebody else knows your plans too. Just be extra safe. Online forums like Reddit, I've mentioned Reddit before. It has good places you can search all the hobbies and interests, even lots of general information. It also has places to get advice. You could probably find on Reddit a thread about making friends.
So making friends takes time and effort. Don't be discouraged if it doesn't happen overnight. Keep putting yourself out there, and you'll eventually find people that you connect with.
So hopefully these tips help you out a little bit in finding friends, and at least give you an understanding about why maybe it feels different now. Why was this so much easier back in elementary school, and why does it feel so hard now? While we're talking about friends, I think we have a little story about someone who's making friends long after they thought they would.
Time for my crazy news feed. So I read an article by Prachi Malik on April 23rd. Blew my mind, and I love it. It said, a 14-year-old tossed a message in a bottle into the sea in 1976, and nearly 50 years later, he received the call. So a 14-year-old from Massachusetts went on an outing with his class from school. The whole class put together these message in a bottle with their name and their age and the school they went to. And nearly 50 years later, two brothers that were in the Bahamas found his message in a bottle floating up. So truly, he dropped it in 1976 in Massachusetts, and someone found it in 2025 in the Bahamas. Pretty cool.
That's actually a very, very fun story, and it really amazes me.
So I read an article without breaking. Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirit high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to idulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe.
I'm Martha Stewart, and I believe the best gifts are not only beautiful, but useful every single day. And Lennox has brought timeless beauty and lasting quality to our tables for generations. And their Lennox Spice Village is the perfect holiday gift for someone you love or for yourself. Spice Village transforms everyday spices into inspired memories filled with warmth and joy all year long. Give a gift that lasts beyond the holidays. Discover the collection at lennox.com/spicevillage.
Deadlines are looming, contracts need attention, and the right people still nowhere to be found. I've been there, and that's why I founded FM Talent. For over 20 years, we've helped businesses like yours find top-tier talent fast. From highly specialized skill sets to general staffing support, we're built for speed, precision, and results. No more last-minute scrambles or missed opportunities. Just the right support. Visit us at fmtalent.com because with FM Talent, the right people are always within reach.
Timeless beauty and lasting quality to our tables for generations.
This holiday season, the DC College Savings Plan makes the perfect gift for the little ones in your life. Unlike clothes or toys, they cannot outgrow their education savings account. Plus, earnings and qualified withdrawals are tax-free, so every dollar you invest can potentially go further than in a traditional savings account. Make holiday gifting more meaningful this year with the DC College Savings Plan. Open an account online for just $25. Go to dccollegesavings.com to learn more. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please read plan disclosure carefully before investing.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. You'll find exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 50% off. That's Lenovo.com.
This holiday season, the DC College Savings Plan makes the perfect gift for the little ones. Clothes or toys.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Idulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Every dollar you invest can
Let's be
potentially go
real,
further than
it's
in
a
traditional
wild
savings
ride.
account. Make
We'll be
holiday
dropping
gifting more
tips and
meaningful
sharing
this year
stories.
with the DC
And maybe
College
even
Savings
spilling
Plan.
some
Open an
embarrassing
account online
secrets
for just
along the way.
$25.
So
Go to
get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Idulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to idulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
And feel free to share this podcast freely out there if you'd like to get our numbers up. Hi, everybody. Welcome to today's episode. Today, we've got another special format show for you. Another show about travel.
And no, this is not going to be our new thing. We're not going to be talking about travel all the time. One, we're not Rockefellers. Two, we have jobs we have to get to. So we just happen to have some free time and some opportunities to go places. So we figured we'd tell you about them.
And show you that sometimes there is an interruption in the mundane adulting life. We recently went on a trip to a place called Shenandoah Crossing. It was in Gordonsville, Virginia. Very nice area, very pretty, really rural.
Very rural, but so peaceful. And if you know any fellow
like how many miles were we without the cell? Probably 30, 40. And feel free
yeah,
to
we
share
definitely
this podcast
didn't have great service, but still worth it.
The resort had good service. They obviously had some sort of cell phone booster on property, but the area between leaving the interstate and getting there, I was trying to be productive. Found out that the WebEx experience wasn't the best without cell service. It did end my meeting briefly, though.
So we went to a place called Shenandoah Crossing. So it's a resort. It's not all inclusive, but it's mostly all inclusive. You don't get like your meals included, but they have a restaurant on premise. It was actually beautiful and convenient.
And that is just where the part we say. They also have a snack bar, restaurant, general store. It's on a kind of working farm, like a horse farm there, a lake, so much to do.
Right. This property is on over 1,000 acres. There's definitely a lot of room and a lot of stuff to keep you busy.
Yeah, absolutely. And the children that did come with us, they obviously at the cost of upsetting the other child that didn't come with us, had a great time.
They did. They actually said it was one of the best vacations they've taken.
And they'd be interested in going back. And I'm interested in going back. We'll get into that later. It's a little bit more deep. In my meeting briefly. How did we end up finding Shenandoah Crossing?
Shenandoah Crossing. Blue Green Vacations.
She said it. Blue Green Vacations. We told you in our last episode we ended up being part of the Blue Green Vacation family. And we had to go for our welcome orientation. So we got down there. We stayed at what they call the lodge. Now, to put that in regular people terms, at the hotel.
Yeah, and it was beautiful. The lobby was beautiful. It was really clean, well maintained. If you were two people going to a hotel for the weekend, it would have been absolutely stunning. But it was a little tight for four of us to be crammed into that little room.
It was. Now, we did that kind of on purpose, not the crammed in. We kind of snuck those two in because this trip was on their dime. I'm interested in, and we didn't sneak them in. We knew they were going. Blue Green knew they were going. How did we end up finding Prince and Princess? Weren't real sure what to do with a hotel room.
Yeah, they kind of have been spoiled rotten as far as when we go places and do things. And for many years we camped. So they would sleep in the camper, but they had all of the campground to be outside. Being in a lodge in a hotel room was a little tight for them. Yeah, and it was
to give you contrast.
Beautiful.
In all fairness, we didn't really camp ever since we had a camper. In air quotes, our camper had 3 smart TVs, 2 bedrooms,
it would have been absolutely stunning. It's still camping. It's called camper.
Coming from a guy that used to sleep on the ground in a tent.
Okay, it's a camper with benefits.
Oh, I like it. A camper with benefits.
Camping with benefits because it made me happy because I wasn't sleeping on the ground, and it made you happy because we went to a campground.
And I've got a new hashtag. Hashtag camper with benefits.
Right, maybe not camper with benefits, maybe camping with benefits. I don't know. Either way, that's all.
It sounds good to me, though. It doesn't sound bad.
When we go places.
So yeah, the room was a little bit small. It was absolutely stunning as far as a relaxing place.
Sleep in the
just
camper,
feel the relaxing spirit.
To be outside,
kind of the resort.
Yeah, and it was very country, but like modern country decorated. It had some really cool artwork and had a beautiful stone fireplace in the lobby. And the room was really set up like a bed and breakfast. So it was very pretty.
And we truly did make it work. We really do need a video podcast. And I need to be mic'd up all the time. When I tell you the reaction when we got into that room, we'd get 1 million hits.
And it made you happy.
More about the resort. And there's 1,000+ acres. There's a lake. There's horses and kayaks. We talked a little bit about pools, hot tubs.
I don't know either way.
There's a splash park. Golf cart rental available. The cabins. So yeah, the room condo, RV sites with concrete pads, tent sites, and we already talked about the lodge. Now they actually have real life in person. I've seen it.
But like modern country, he's obsessed with going back there so we can stay in a yurt.
The yurt is a traditional tent that's used by nomads. It's an all-weather thing. But Shenandoah Crossing and Blue Green have brought the yurt to a new level.
It's pretty much like a condo with tent sides.
Yeah, all the time. And air conditioning, heat, and a fireplace.
Refrigeration, yeah, it's pretty much a condo with tent sides. It's strange, but really cool.
So let me ask you this. If our trailer was hashtag camper with benefits, what's a Shenandoah Crossing yurt?
Like a super yurt? I don't know. I don't know what an original yurt looked like.
I don't know either, but I'm going to find out because we're going back to stay at Shenandoah Crossing in those yurts.
Told you he's obsessed.
Now, so we go to our welcome orientation. Real life. And I just want to give a shout out to the process. When I get into something, I go head over heels into it. So I had already researched a ton of things, and I knew most of the answers to your questions and our particular plan and everything before I got there. And the purpose of a welcome orientation was supposed to be to bring us through the website and show us how to use it. So we go into a nicely decorated sales office. I mean, this thing was created for high pressure sales. Do you agree?
Definitely the car salesman situation where they come, they talk to you, they leave, they talk to someone else comes and talks to you, they leave, they come back. The whole let me ask my manager thing. Yeah.
So we're going through it. Our representative Felix was super friendly. Gave us a ton of information, things we didn't know about, like the finer details of our plan and how our plan is good, and brought us over to see my favorite structure, Shenandoah Crossing, the yurt. That's how I know what the inside looks like. And I have to say, the yurt and the cabin, because we saw those two, outstanding. I knew most of the outstanding. Then we go back and we learn a little bit more about the program of HGV Max, and we purchased so recently into Blue Green that that's just the program we had.
HGV Max is Hilton Grand Vacations. It just happens to be that they're merging. Well, I guess currently they're merging or in the process of merging. So we happened to step in it when we signed up, and now we belong to both.
Just so the Facebook people don't really beat us up, we understand we're not Hilton Grand Vacation owners. We get it. It's a crossover program.
It gives us access to some of the Hilton Grand Vacation locations.
Right. Now, that goes along with my Hilton, which is just like any other travel points, card, and program. And so we sign up for that. Again, over the top. And we're going to have these points that we can use towards properties and other things with it. We'll talk in a future episode more when we're doing travel tips, but we use the cards with points to get the points.
Right, we don't carry a balance, we charge it, we get the points, we pay the balance. Currently,
in the past, we have been in situations where we've carried credit card balance and it makes us both
signed up and uncomfortable.
So we work our butts off and pay them off. And then for a long time, we wouldn't use cards at all. And then I have to give credit to the all-knowing trashy. It's my father. He always has used credit cards for the cash back or points and pays it off every month. Now, where I took it to the next level, I figured out how to use the card, get the points, and set the auto payment. Turns out there's an option to pay the full balance every month. Again,
right, and we are not using it exorbitantly. We're not buying things we don't normally buy. We're just putting it on the card and paying it out of our checking instead of taking it right out of our checking.
And even better than that, I discovered for credit, actually an auto, the software I use for my budgeting hooks a credit card in just like it's my checking, so I can see every transaction and categorize them right into my budget. It's perfect. Knock on wood, assuming we keep this train on the track. The long and short is we're going to have a lot of Hilton honors.
We're going to have a lot of points so that when we want to travel to some other destinations that aren't drivable, we'll have some points to find.
And when we're driving those long trips, where are we staying? Absolutely. And when I get kicked out for telling her she's kind of a big deal, I'll have a place to stay.
Better save your points.
I'm going to need a lot of points.
This December, upgrade your home with our biggest deals of the season. Buy 4 windows and get 1 free. Plus, as a holiday bonus, take an extra $500 off your entire project. Need more? All other products are 20% off, and you'll make no payments until 2027. Don't wait. These holiday savings end December 31st. Visit homefix.com or call today. Financing subject to credit approval. Restrictions apply. See representative for details.
The long and short, while we were there, we had to, this was a short trip. This was a 3-night stay, and a good portion of one of the days, we were busy with the welcome orientation. You're only committed for an hour. Like, you can go in and leave, but that's not how Kathy and I roll. We're having a nice conversation. We were there, what, 2.5 hours or so?
Yeah, we were learning some things, and asking a lot of questions.
And they did not, just to be clear, they did not force us to be there or stay
This
there.
December,
We were
upgrade your
staying
home
having
with
a
our
conversation.
biggest deals of the
And
season.
yes, there
Buy
was an
4
upside.
windows and get one
yes,
free.
we
Plus,
said
as
no.
a holiday
And you know what they
bonus,
said?
take an extra
Okay, fine here.
$500 off
While
your
we
entire
were there,
project.
while
Need
we were
more?
in
All other
Shenandoah,
products are
we
20%
did a
off,
lot.
and you'll
We
make no
actually
payments
got a
until
lot crammed
2027.
into those
Don't
couple
wait
of
these
days.
holiday savings
The
end
kids did
December
multiple
31st.
crafts.
Visit
Yes, they went
homefix.com or
and
call
designed
today.
canvas
Financing
shoulder
subject
bags.
to credit
Then they've
approval.
got to
Restrictions
create their
apply.
own
See
candles
representative
with
for
their own color and
details.
their own scent, which came out amazing, by the way.
While they were making candles, this old guy found a massage chair, and not just like the one at the mall. No, this is like a big deal. You're only committed for grand vacation. Massage chair. It did my forearms, my calf, my back, and there was no line. And I couldn't even put a credit card in the arm of it like I have to do at the mall.
Did not. Just
I was one happy old guy.
Not force us
We
to be
took
there or
kids
stay
swimming.
there.
They went to a pool that was by the lodge, but there were also two other pools, right? Two other pools or one other pool? Two other pools that were up on the campground section that we went to swim at. We sat in the hot tub there. We went kayaking, which I have never done before, and we liked it so much we came home and got kayaks. So now we can do it whenever we want.
And we've since been kayaking. Now, I knew I liked kayaking. My older children were more involved in scouting, and we used to do it, so I knew that I liked kayaking. So I had already been looking, possibly getting kayaks, but didn't want to make the commitment until I knew. We went kayaking for the very expensive price of
$10 an hour.
and had a good time. Didn't drown. Didn't even drop a phone in the water.
We went horseback riding. We went on a guided trail ride. It was about an hour. It's fantastic. The horses were stunning, beautiful. The girls that worked at the barn were amazing, helpful, friendly. The kids had a good time.
Met some other people.
We did. We met a woman who was 77 years old on the trail ride. She was 37 years old. We were amazed.
Low key set my goals. That evening, Kathy and I were talking, sitting out front at the lodge, or it might have been in the lobby, talking about that type of lifestyle. She's 77, and God bless her. Not only did she ride a horse, she was telling us about her summer travel itinerary. It was outstanding. She was all over the place in Europe and all over the country. Definitely some goals being set as far as lifestyle.
We did rent a golf cart, and our children had a blast driving it. And I say children, but they are absolutely adults. They were actually, I think, the only problem with the golf cart was them fighting over who got driven. Were amazing,
especially
helpful,
who drove
friendly. There was a beautiful outdoor campfire set up, and we went down, started a fire. The kids made s'mores. She was right along the lake. It was stunning.
And it ended with a pretty spectacular thunderstorm we got to watch from the lodge deck.
I'm a storm chaser by heart. My past life, I must have been a storm chaser because I just love watching them come in.
So the next time we go back and stay in Europe, we're going to use that campfire ring, even though there's ones over by the yurt, because we got to network with other owners. On my way out, walking out to the campfire ring, here I come through a beautiful hotel lobby, shoulder full of firewood.
But everybody there is an owner, is involved with this resort. So it's really like having a, I don't know, a guest house that has 500 rooms that everybody where everybody, is happy to be there and is friendly and social, and it was great.
We also used their fitness center, which I don't typically do in a hotel. This was larger than a regular fitness center, plenty of room, plenty of equipment, and we got to watch and met some people in there. It was just all around a friendly place. Their game room had ping pong, which may have let us down into the pickleball route. I'm not sure. Not very good at either one of those.
I really enjoy pickleball.
I enjoy it. If we ever do get that video podcast up and running, we'll have to film that too.
So we do plan on going back to Shenandoah Valley. Of course, next time we're going to. But
stay in a yurt.
Stay in a yurt.
We're going to go horseback riding again next time. Although the horseback riding at Shenandoah Crossing was fantastic, my children have asked if we can find a trail ride place where there's a little bit more galloping.
And I'm sure we will kayak again because for $10 an hour, why wouldn't we?
Next time we might fish. I brought poles, but we didn't fish this time. Believe it or not, and this was less than 72 hours we were there. We ran out of tiny rooms. We also need to check out some of the historic sites in the area. It was just
and some of the local shops. We did go out to dinner once or twice, but we really didn't get far from the resort. We were probably within 15 minutes of it.
We did go to that the Mexican place the second night.
Oh, that was
That was really good food. I should have wrote down the name of the restaurant.
So
part of what we want to do is give you some takeaways
to Shenandoah Valley.
Each episode,
of course,
now and in the future. We want to make sure there's some actionable things or some tip things, just kind of point them out. So you guys get some value added, and it's not just us talking. Some tips that we either improved on or picked up on more this one, where a little pre-planning goes a long way. Looking where the food store was, we knew before we got there that the local place was a Food Lion and how to get there.
We also knew that we were in a hotel room, so there wasn't a whole kitchen, but we went to the store, we bought snacks and some ice cream for the little mini freezer and drinks for the kids because one, they don't always get hungry when restaurants are open, and two, it didn't cost us a kidney to have them constantly going to the store to buy.
We also figured out it's more efficient for us as coffee drinkers to bring our own K-Cup maker, toaster, now and in the NutriBullet blender. That's for my protein. And the K-Cup maker, it just even if there's one there for the size of our little travel K-Cup maker, it's good knowing that we can make a cup of coffee
whenever we want, and we're not $3 and $4 ourselves to death.
And if you go to southern states and you're from a northern state, you take half and half in your coffee.
Bring it with you.
Or get it at the grocery store. They don't even have it at convenience stores, but we knew that already. In this case, pre-planning or checking out the resort before you get there, I knew that they had both horseback riding and golf carts. I also was aware that I needed to book both of those before we went so that they didn't get sold out on us. Checking where you're going, what's going on at that resort, seeing if there's any things that need to be signed up for before you go as coffee drinkers.
And unpacking our suitcases. I just think that when you get to a hotel, if you live out of your suitcase, you never truly relax. You just feel like you're living out of a suitcase, which is not a calm and enjoyable state to be in.
Now, I've been traveling for a little while. 35 years probably doing hotel trips, and before that doing camping and everything else. I've always lived out of my bag. I can honestly say that. Prided myself on the small footprint I had. I unpacked my suitcase for the first time in this case, pretty much ever. And I can tell you, it did make a difference. I knew.
So I think because we have recently lost some weight, that we've lost some of the cushion in our tush. And I realize now that when we're in the car for a really long time, my butt hurts. So my sweet husband went on Amazon and ordered me a butt cushion. I just think that after the trip to Virginia, he came home and ordered himself one. And remember to talk to locals, people that work there, people that are in the area, people at local restaurants and local stores. They live there. They know the good places to go. They know the good restaurants to eat at. They know the places to get a good deal or the exciting things to see. Make sure you reach out to local people so that, one, you're helping their economy because you should always support local. And two, so you can get the inside scoop. So
also use the concierge desk and check in with them. I never did that before our last trip. This time I did because I'm learning more about traveling. And we actually got a sheet full of local restaurants where the food store was and discounts. Who gave what discount for people that stayed at Shenandoah Crossing.
And use the open shared spaces. Even at a hotel, there's a lobby. Use those spaces. It was nice to walk into the lobby and see people talking and chatting and playing checkers and just enjoying themselves. It just changes the environment.
It changed it drastically. And talking to other people, the networking, we didn't go down there and make BFFs forever or anything. But we went down there and talked to enough people from all different areas. It was really a good trip. And that was a lot of lobby or front porch or back deck interaction. Traveler courtesy tip. You go on vacation with them. Often, I never did that before. As a former, I guess you're not ever former. As an Eagle Scout, I can't walk past litter, so I end up picking it up. If you're traveling somewhere that's anywhere, don't drop your trash. Just take the time at the pool or wherever else to push your chair in or your garbage.
We live in a beautiful country with beautiful places to visit, and it's really disheartening when you see a family of 5 setting up camp on the side of a public pool or at a lake or on the side of a waterfall or wherever they are, having a beautiful picnic, and then they grab their personal belongings and they walk away and leave pretty much most of their picnic on the ground behind to wreck the view for everyone else.
TLDR, and that was courteous when you travel, pick up your stuff. Shenandoah Crossing, 2, because I only have 2, thumbs up.
And if you guys ever get the chance to go to Shenandoah Valley, you'll love it. It was stunning. It was a great place to visit.
Staff was fantastic, and it doesn't hurt that they have your. Thanks for listening.
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirits high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to idulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe.
I'm Martha Stewart, and I believe the best gifts are not only beautiful, but useful every single day. And Lennox has brought timeless beauty and lasting quality to our tables for generations. And their Lennox Spice Village is the perfect holiday gift for someone you love or for yourself. Spice Village transforms everyday spices into inspired memories filled with warmth and joy all year long. Give a gift that lasts beyond the holidays. Discover the collection at lennox.com/Spice Village.
Lost jobs, rising prices, reduced SNAP benefits. Across the DMV, more families are struggling to put food on the table. Right now, 1 in 3 of our neighbors is facing hunger, but you can help. When you donate to the Capital Area Food Bank, every single dollar provides 2 nutritious meals for someone in need. So this holiday season and beyond, please make sure our community has the food it needs. Give today at capitalareafoodbank.org. Once again, that's capitalareafoodbank.org.
Quality to our tables for generations. And their Lennox Spice Village is the perfect holiday gift.
Be enchanted this holiday season at Meadowlark's Winter Walk of Lights. Enjoy a leisurely half-mile walk along an elegant garden trail while sipping on a warm beverage with or without spirits. Be sure to capture memories along the way amidst a variety of sparkling holiday themes. Perfect for a date with your special someone, a night out with friends, or holiday fun with a family. Don't wait any longer. Capacity is limited and tickets will sell out. Reserve tickets for your preferred date today at winterwalkoflights.com. That's winterwalkoflights.com.
Many people think they're covered until they find out that they're not. Every year, millions of insurance claims are denied, not because people did anything wrong, but because policies are confusing and full of hidden gaps. That's why they built My Policy Advocate. Their platform reviews your current insurance, highlights risks, and explains everything in plain English. No selling, no pressure, just education and transparency. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit mypolicyadvocate.com and take control today.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Because let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips and sharing stories.
And maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink,
Get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to adulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
Hello, everyone. On today's episode, we're going to talk about my newest obsession, leveling up your life on every level. It's been something I've been contemplating for quite a while. Been fooling around in the old brain box. I just started finally looking into it and taking some action.
We're hoping that this episode helps to level you guys up, give you a better end result. It helps you build a strong foundation, not just I need a fast car or expensive jewelry, actually leveling up your lives.
In some circles, they refer to it differently, like stealth wealth. The book The Millionaire Next Door is another good example of where you can find things like this. It's a particular level, and this is my description of it, of how someone presents themselves, acts, what their interests are. It gives off an finished, polished aura, so to speak.
Right, we want you guys to start shifting your focus from instant gratification to long-term growth, where you want to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now.
We're hoping each and every one of you out there, and all our future listeners, because we're growing at a good rate at this point, are able to have successful and amazing life. These steps and what we're going to discuss might be part of that, and we're not talking about the traditional play the scratch off, be a bazillionaire. We're talking about things that some can and should be done, kind of on the cheap. Is that an okay way to say it?
Yeah, just ways for you to get to where you want to be in life, for your lifestyle to be improved.
So the first one that needs to be addressed, how someone presents themselves, is master your financial independence. It gives which sounds like a whopping huge amount of work's got to get done, but it's baby steps.
You guys can't expect someone to look at you as a successful adult if you're still living in your parents' basement and they're paying for your fast food.
Every one of you out there. Right, and there's steps to that. We've already talked about growing in previous episodes much of this. We're just going to go over it real fast. The first step to financial independence and literacy is to create a budget. And we're not talking about it's the most crucial step. You have to track where your money's going, because if you don't, you don't even know. All you know is you have more week than you do paycheck. Okay way to say it.
Make sure your budget is realistic. Leave room for your bills, the things that have to get paid. Leave room for the wants, and leave room for the savings.
We've witnessed in our very own house and our very own lives budgets being made that you look at and go, gotta get done. That's unlivable. Baby step. Honestly, I was guilty of making budgets that way myself. I actually had to have a WTF category of my budget because that was the one that wasn't accounted for anywhere. It was a pretty big category. It covered all things like, food.
That's a want.
Yeah, it's not an it's a want. Budgeting is important. A system that works for you with that budgeting is important. I will probably more than once, crucial step, bring up the need to start saving early, and that goes with budgeting. Make sure the first item on your budget, you pay yourself first. That's saving.
Make sure your
you need to
budget
start
is realistic.
savings early.
Even if it's a small amount. If you think about it this way, if you save $100 a year and you earn 2% in savings, now you have $102. The next year, you save another $100 and you have 2% interest. Now that's 2% on top of the 100 from that year and the 102 from the year before. It's called compounding interest. It means let your money make money.
Real life example of me doing it wrong. We had a product back at the firehouse that would be additional savings to our pension.
I was fairly good. I started with it inside the first 5 years. But when I say started, I was only putting a minimal amount of bets. I never maximized the benefit of it. And at the end of my career, I had a decent amount in that account. But one night, now that I'm retired and looking back on it, I did a little paper towel math and realized had I started early and maximized it, that I'd be living a whole different life right now. We carried that message forward, and our oldest has kind of taken heed to it. I don't know her numbers, but I do know that she's maxing the benefit programs at her current job and has been for the last few jobs. So she's going to have a different retirement picture than we do. And that was all because she started saving early.
Understand and manage credit. I know we have said that your credit score is kind of like a grade, but it's not actually a grade. It affects you because it's a tool. It helps you as an adult get better rates, interest rates on loans and credit cards, and applying for loans, they're easier when you have a better credit score. So make sure you guys go out there and research and learn about credit.
Another important part that goes with starting your savings early, make sure you have an emergency fund. We just had a real life example of it that cost one of our children almost $1,000. If you're out there listening, what do you do if suddenly you have to spend $1,000? Do you have it? Are you going to put on your credit card and then pay for it for 30 years?
No, so when we say put your savings away, I always tell my kids, build your emergency fund first, so that it's there. It's your fallback. If you're working every week, getting a paycheck, and don't have any money put aside for the what ifs, the what if my car breaks down, the what if somebody needs money for something, the what ifs. Interest rates.
It's not a matter of if you're going to need an emergency fund, it's a matter of when you're going to need it. And it does definitely decrease anxiety knowing that you have it. That was the first important point, was master your financial independence, literacy. Now let's talk about the second big point here, which is more investment. We just had a real life example. It's investing in yourself. Become lifelong listening. First and foremost, doesn't matter where you are, what you're doing, who you're interacting with. Always be kind, nice, and practice proper etiquette. That's saying please, thank you, excuse me, holding the door, getting to know people's names. Affluent people, successful people, these polished, finished people, when they meet people, no matter what level they are, they treat them more like collaborators than people that work for them or are doing something for them. It's a matter of when that team mentality does when they're practicing their etiquette and starting to build their network goes a very long way.
Put some effort into your dress. Take the time to press your clothes, to show effort with your appearance. Spend a little bit of money, maybe a little more than you're comfortable with, on a few really good pieces. Something that'll look good and last a really long time. Quality clothing does last longer. So buy yourself a good pair of shoes, or a nice overcoat, a nice watch, or a pair of earrings you can wear every day. Something that will finish your look.
It doesn't have to be a super expensive watch or earring. It just has to be nice and tasteful. That gives you that polished finish look. Don't wear none of the things we're talking about. Are we saying go out and put out money you don't have for them? I can tell you that upping that effort a little bit in your appearance has measurable results. From a personal experience, I've become aware in this little quest of mine, this mini quest I'm on, that I can see people walking and just literally the way they're dressed without even knowing the person, get an entirely different vibe off someone who has a polished, finished, well put together, classic styling.
Right, and we're not saying spend a tremendous amount of money, but if you plan on buying, I don't know, a few pairs of shoes this year, maybe buy one, make it stretch and wear every day. Save the money so that you can buy another really good pair of shoes that you're proud to wear and that you can go to work in, and people get the distinct feeling that you're putting in an effort.
And don't feel like you have to go to the top shelf. There's other places.
Oh, there are some great places. You can find some beautiful clothing from very well-to-do manufacturers and designers at thrift stores and stores that are discount stores of a bigger version of that store.
And it's literally fractions on the dollar, dimes on the dollar at those places. So don't feel like you're stuck when you're doing it. Next would be do the finished, polished hygiene.
Right, and we're not saying
clean your
nails,
nails,
amount of money.
complete
But
your
if
makeup
you
and style your
plan on
hair.
buying,
This
I don't
doesn't
know,
mean you have
a
to
few
put
pairs of shoes
together
this year.
yourself like
Maybe
you're going
buy
out
one,
to
maybe
some big
extract
fancy
your
event
money,
every day.
save the money
But
so
you
that you can
should
buy another
put yourself
really good
together
pair
every
of
day.
shoes
I just
that you're proud to
actually,
wear.
and I'm a
You
little
can
embarrassed to
go
know
to
this.
work in, and
Guys, I'm
people get the
54.
distinct feeling
I had
that
to
you're
use
putting in
YouTube
effort.
to find out don't feel like nail hygiene like the right way.
Right, but not nail hygiene. It's not like your hands were dirty. You wanted to know what somebody who worked in an office would do as far as manicure or nail make designers.
Right, like how to get that finished look. And YouTube did have plenty of good videos on it.
Now, you guys are going to want to prioritize skills over stuff. I know stuff is fun and it's exciting and it gives you that instant quick, oh yeah, I got this and it's great. But you should really spend your money on learning new skills rather than material possessions. Whether it's a coding class or a public speaking course or a certificate in your field, these investments, they have a high rate of return. They will help you for a very long time in your life.
Right, because you can never have the knowledge you gain in those classes and certifications. I had to use, no matter where you go in your next job, your next endeavor, your next venture, what you learned in that last one goes with you. It's important to read more. We all spend time in today's world scrolling, streaming service, binge watching. I'm not saying that's not going to happen. I'm not saying you don't ever do it. What I am saying is maybe we should take a couple minutes, carve it out of that, and actually read some more. Read books on personal finance, biographies of successful people, and books in their professional field are all a great place to start. No matter what you read when you're talking about a nonfiction arena, you're going to start picking up things about people's lives, and they may have gems and little tricks that help you avoid the traps of life. Right. So reading more is highly knowledge gain in those
and network strategically. You should start viewing networking not as a transaction, but as an opportunity. It's going to help you build genuine relationships with people who can offer advice, mentorship, and new perspectives. If you imagine if you idolize someone and had the opportunity to meet them and network with them, they in turn remembered you because you had something great from a book that you read to talk about.
Laugh together, carpool together. Everything's better when you share the ride together. Even if you're commuting just a few days a week, Commuter Connections can match you into carpools with others who live and work near you. It's a free service for commuters. Save time and money when you share the ride. Get your carpool together. Register today for free at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. That's commuterconnections.org.
You should start
absolutely. For example, when Joe Rogan guests on our show, that's going to be a big moment, and our networking is going to have reached a whole new level.
With people
so you want to do some culture things. What that means is some deeper thinking things, live things that help your conversations be deeper, more meaningful. Go to a show. Visit a museum. Go to a historic site. Grab a book off the bestseller.
Together, carpool together.
What you want is those things to make conversations easier and more interesting when you're around the people in this new network you're building, so that you can make connections
who live and work near you. It's a free service for commuters.
Something interesting to say in a conversation.
When you share the ride. Get your carpool together.
The third major
Register today for free at commuterconnections.org.
is we all need to prioritize
800-745-RIDE. That's commuterconnections.org.
Wealthy people. This is a very high priority. For example, when Joe Rogan gets on our show, maybe they have a little more free or a little more resources to have the fancy you want to do some culture sport membership or something. But health and taking care of yourself doesn't have to cost a lot, and there's some pretty easy steps. Prioritize your sleep. Go to a show. I say that all the time. Visit a museum. 7 to 9 hours of sleep opportunity per day day needs to be safe.
Together, carpool
It's so
together.
important that
Everything's
you
better
start
when
building your
conversations
schedule
together.
easier and
Even
based
if you're
around
commuting
that.
just a few
What'll
days
happen
a
is
week,
once you
commuter
get that
connections can
built
match you
in,
into
you'll start
carpools with
having
others who
better
live,
focus,
work,
better
commute.
mood,
It's a free
and better
service for
overall health.
commuters.
Something
It is
Save
one
time
of the
and
true
money
pillars
when you
of
share
health.
the rides.
Prioritize
Get
your
your
sleep.
carpool
The
together.
Fuel
third
your
major
bodies.
Register today
Learn
for free
basic
at
cooking skills. Cooking
commuterconnections.org.
is not
We all need to
only
prioritize
cheaper,
our health.
but it's also a
That's
cornerstone for a healthy lifestyle.
commuterconnections.org.
When you're making the food, you know what you're putting in it.
Could that be a networking opportunity also? Learning those basic cooking skills? Wouldn't it be possible to go to a class at, say, a community college and meet other people interested in learning the same stuff? Next point, make fitness a habit. This takes a little while. Took me roughly 35 years to get back into. I suggest finding a form of exercise that you enjoy. It's hiking, dancing, lifting weights, pickleball. We're almost nearly semi-pro.
No, we're not. It's terrible, but we really enjoy it.
We're kind of a big deal. The next point is to cultivate a strong mindset.
Practice self-leadership. Become the CEO of your own life. This means taking ownership of your decisions, your time, and your actions. Mistakes are normal. Just own them.
Embrace discomfort.
You know what you're putting
Growth happens outside of your networking opportunity. You got to go outside the comfort zone to take on new challenges, learn from your mistakes, and embrace setbacks as learning other people. Another way to say this, way that you might understand more, is embrace the suck. As soon as you can start finding being in the middle of that suck enjoyable, your comfort zone has grown exponentially. And then you know what you do? You find more suck.
And just because things don't go your way or you have a few mistakes or missteps here and there, it's not a failure if you're learning from it. It's an opportunity to improve yourself.
I firmly believe the only way it's a failure is if you quit.
Become the CEO.
Focus on gratitude. Personally, I do that first thing every morning, even before I'm out of bed. I think of 5 things every morning, and I try to make them different things so it's not embrace discomfort. If you practice it daily, growth happens. You can write down 3 things, you can think 5 things. It's a simple habit that's going to help you appreciate what you have. And by doing it first thing in the morning, I find that it helps me change my outlook on life because I'm going to be honest here. Sometimes adulting, it just doesn't feel so good. But gratitude makes it a little less so.
Right, and if you're grateful for the good things in your life, you know, a roof over your head, food in your stomach, a bed to sleep on, if you truly appreciate those things and you focus on the good, there's no way to not start your day off good.
It works, guys. Just give it a try. Say for 90 days. Every morning, either write down or think of 5 things or 3 things that you're grateful for and focus on it. You'll also find that changes the way you look at things. In other talks, I might say that enables the law of attraction. It's confirmation bias. You know how when you're looking at a car, you want a blue Toyota and suddenly you see all sorts of blue Toyotas? That's what happens when you start looking at the good look on life. Develop an internal locus of control. Become unshakable. I'm going to quote my neighbor here. We were discussing something that he might get in trouble for. And when I said you might get in trouble for that, he said, for that to happen, I would have to care. It was actually a beautiful summation of an internal locus of control. So what that is you believe in yourself and your effort, and you're kind of immune to the rest of the world and what they're thinking. So the haters are going to hate. Just keep doing your thing. But what it does is it helps you with changes the way you decisions and abilities. And they become your primary drivers of what happens in your life. You see yourself as the main actor or agent of change in your own story. You're your own hero. People with internal locus of control very rarely are blaming somebody else for something. What they're doing is understanding many situations they can't change, but they can absolutely control how they respond.
Now, the 5th main point is to build a community. Choose your friends wisely. Surround yourself with people who inspire you and uplift you. Remember that your social circle has a huge impact on your mindset and on your success. Meaning, if you surround yourself with people that are breaking the law, going to jail, always drunk or high, that's who you'll become associated with, and that's the level your life will stay at. I'm hoping that all of you don't want to be that person.
There's a saying that comes to mind that I see occasionally in my socials. I'd rather be the oldest guy in the gym than the youngest guy in the nursing home. And that's what I think of when I'm thinking about friends. I want the friends that are going to lift me up and inspire me. So giving back and service to others is huge in leveling up your life. How they respond. You want to volunteer for a cause you care about. It's both a networking opportunity, it's an opportunity to serve other people, it helps other people, but it can provide a sense of purpose and fulfillment to you.
Remember that your social circle
kind of dark world right now. There's a lot going on, and it's hard to take the hits every day, watching the news, listening to the news, seeing the events, and giving back. It's kind of like a ray of hope in somebody's life that you're helping provide.
Associated with maintain family connections. I know not everyone has a great family dynamic, but just remember, strong family connections, they can be a source of support and a source of advice and guidance. And if you need something, family's usually there to give it to you.
So this one's a fun one, given to us directly from Grant Cardone. To others. It's make extroverting an action word. We're going to make it a friend-finding game for the purposes of podcast, networking opportunity. So, what can you do to do this? First, let me define what that is, in case you don't know. Extroverting is someone who is an introvert, inherently an introvert, and what that means is you kind of want to stay to yourself. I don't want to say loner, because that used to have a bad connotation, but you want to kind of be left alone to yourself. You're perfectly happy being alone. An extrovert is someone who goes out and interacts with people. And those two personality types are
opposites. Everyone has
sort of, but they're complementary. So when we say make extroverting a friend-finding game, what we're aiming at is anyone to do these things to increase their ability to communicate with other people. And some examples would be the compliment giver. Compliment a stranger on their shoes, their outfit, their car, their conduct. You'd be surprised. So, one, if you're truly an introvert, it's a little bit difficult to do what that is. And two, you might be a good thing for that person on that day. They could be having a bad day and suddenly you brightened it for them.
A conversationalist. So ask a stranger for a recommendation. I know it's hard to walk up to a stranger and start talking, but if you just ask them, what's the best coffee around here? Or if you're in a store and you say, did you see any deals? Anything that can start a conversation that's not personal.
Now, that conversationalist can be carried to a different level. If you happen to be an adult and you have a pre-adult, in social setting, you can play what's called the questioning game with them. You would tell your son or daughter at a party or something like that, to go ask somebody else at the party that they don't know 3 questions would be another way to do it. One, by doing it at that young age, they're extroverting at an early age, so it becomes more comfortable when they start hitting the adult, the teenage and adult years. The networker is our next challenge. Get a social media handle or phone number from new connections.
Or you can do these in a stranger, and if you're that uncomfortable, there are some challenges that you can do in pairs or groups. Or if you're in a store and you say,
the wingman, and that would help another solo person that's doing this do one of those other things.
Or you could be the social butterfly. Get a group of 3 or more people from 3 different social circles and get them all to hang out together.
The event plan. Organize a group activity and invite at least one new person to it. Come on, who didn't like planning parties when they were younger?
You could be the barista's bestie. Be recognized by name by a barista or a bartender. That means you'd have to talk to the person that's getting you your coffee and interact, give them your name, get their name, so that the next time you're in there, you can say hello and they remember you and say hello to you by name.
There used to be a show on TV in the Wayback Machine. It wasn't a barista, it was a bartender, but it was a place where everyone knew your name. Right. Reach out at adulting.com, send me a message and tell me what show you think that one was. You can be a local expert, give directions to a tourist, or even someone that's from the area but doesn't know where something is. It's all about getting out and talking. The event
Leveling up is a journey, not a destination. It's a continuous process of growth, learning, and self-improvement.
So TLDR, if you want to level up your game, your life on every level, you want to master your financial independence and literacy, invest in yourself, prioritize your health, cultivate a strong mindset, and build a community around you.
You can say hello.
Thank you so much for listening. We'll talk to you in the next episode.
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirits high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to adulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. About getting out and talking.
With more than 80 years of experience, no one knows Fed life like WAPA. WAPA has covered Feds and their families since 1943 with exclusive group term life insurance protection. Current and former civilian federal employees can apply for up to $1.5 million in fully portable coverage that follows you wherever Fed life takes you, even if you change jobs or leave federal service. Explore coverage options now at waepa.org. WAPA. For Feds, by Feds.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show. A family tradition, the Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
Like WAPA. WAPA has covered Feds and their families since 1943 with exclusive group term life insurance protection.
Be enchanted this holiday season at Meadowlark's Winter Walk of Lights.
$1.5 million in fully portable coverage that follows you wherever.
Enjoy a leisurely half-mile walk along an elegant garden trail while sipping on a warm beverage with or without spirits. Be sure to capture memories along the way amidst a variety of sparkling holiday themes. Perfect for a date with your special someone, a night out with friends, or holiday fun with a family. Don't wait any longer. Capacity is limited and tickets will sell out. Reserve tickets for your preferred date today at winterwalkoflights.com. That's winterwalkoflights.com. Feel the glow of the lights. Experience the magic of the holidays with ice skating at Ice and Lights, the Winter Village at Cameron Run, just minutes from Old Town Alexandria. Enjoy this fun outdoor family experience for a limited time. At night, explore whimsical light displays, snap selfies, and take a spin on the outdoor ice rink. The Winter Village and evening ice skating are open through December 30th. Through February, enjoy daytime outdoor ice skating, warm hot chocolate, and s'mores. Calendars fill fast, so make plans today. See the schedule and purchase tickets at CameronIceandLights.com. Leisurely half-mile walk along an elegant beverage.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Perfect for a date
Because
with your
let's be
special
real,
someone.
it's
A
a
night out with
wild
friends,
ride.
holiday fun
We'll
with
be
a
dropping
family.
tips,
Don't wait
sharing
any
stories,
longer.
And maybe
Capacity is
even
limited
spilling
and
some
tickets will
embarrassing
sell out.
secrets along
Reserve
the way.
tickets for your preferred
So
date
get
today
comfortable,
at
grab your favorite drink,
winterwalkoflights.com.
get ready
That's
to laugh, learn, and
winterwalkoflights.com.
level up your adulting game.
Experience
This
the magic of the
is
holidays with
Adulting.
ice skating at Ice and
Don't
Lights,
forget to
the
like,
Winter Village
follow,
at Cameron
and or
Run,
subscribe,
just
and
minutes
share
from
this
Old Town
podcast.
Alexandria.
Head over to
Enjoy this fun outdoor
adulting.com for
family
more
experience
information
for a
and
limited
submit
time.
questions
At night,
for us
explore
about
whimsical light
adulting.
displays,
And maybe
snap
even pick up
selfies,
some
and
of our
take a
new
spin on the
merchandise.
outdoor ice rink.
And if you
The
know
Winter
any
Village
fellow
and evening
adults
ice skating
who
are open
need
through
some
December
guidance,
30th.
send them our
Through
way.
February, enjoy daytime
Welcome
outdoor
to
ice
episode too. I'm Paul.
And
I'm Kathy.
Calendars
Today
fill
we're
fast,
going
so
to
make
talk
plans
about
today. See the
jobs.
schedule and
Job,
purchase
as in
tickets at
a way to earn a little money, a way
KarenIsolites.com.
to get a little freedom, and a rite of passage as you're going along on your adulting journey.
First jobs can be a great learning experience. And here are some of the most common lessons people used to waste.
The first is the value of hard work. First jobs often involve a lot of grunt and repetitive tasks. This can teach the importance of perseverance and a strong work ethic.
First jobs teach responsibility. In your first job, you're responsible for showing up on time, completing your tasks, and following instructions. This helps you develop a huge sense of accountability.
It does. And first jobs also, you learn a lot about time management. The balancing of work with your other commitments like school, social life, teaches you how to manage your time effectively.
First jobs teach communication skills. You're likely to interact with coworkers, supervisors, bosses, customers, which can help you improve communication and interpersonal skills. There's nothing that improves your ability to talk to other people like talking to other people.
So true. Actually, I've heard it said that if you think you're an introvert, one of the activities you should do is go out and extrovert on purpose just to get used to doing it. Teamwork is another important learning skill that you're going to get from your first job. Many first jobs require that you work as part of a team, teaching you the importance of collaboration and cooperation. Teamwork gets the dream work.
First jobs teach problem solving. You'll inevitably encounter challenges in your first job, giving you the opportunity to develop your problem solving skills. As they say, think outside the box, figure a way to get it done.
And problem solving is definitely plays into critical thinking skills, a lifelong skill that'll help you in all areas of your life. Professionalism is learned at first job. They often expose you to workplace etiquette, dress codes, and a professional behavior, helping you to develop a sense of professionalism.
First jobs teach you financial literacy. Earning your own money can teach you the basics of budgeting, saving, managing your finances, and the actual feeling of knowing that you earned it, you can spend it, you can save it. It's your time that's being paid for.
First jobs teach about self-discovery. Your first job can help you discover interest and strengths that you didn't even know you had, and find weaknesses that you're able to improve on, that you can practice and get better at, which can be valuable in shaping your entire career path.
First jobs also teach you the appreciation for other jobs. Experiencing different types of work can give you a better appreciation for the effort and skills required in different jobs.
That's so true. Every aspect of every job, and most importantly, probably your first job, is learning about working, learning about the other careers that are out there, learning about what other parts of your career you could contribute to, that you can learn about and become an expert in.
Learning about what you like and don't like about a job. The only way to experience what you think you're going to be good at is to get out there and try it.
Absolutely, I agree 10,000% with this. One of the reasons we came to this topic for our second episode is there's so many different things that we want to discuss, and first jobs and jobs in general play such a formative part of the role of an adult. So if you're adulting and you're having a hard time, I don't like my job, I want to find another job, I'm not sure where I'd like to go, we felt it important enough that we should talk about jobs early, because it's important that you get out, you start contributing, you start learning about the bigger world, and overall, first jobs can be a valuable stepping stone in your personal and professional development. They're gonna provide you essential life skills and prepare you for future opportunities and open your eyes to a world that's out there, both personally and professionally. You may learn in your first job that you don't want to do anymore and you don't want to explore.
Also remember, when applying for a job, any job, it seems to be a really long process these days. When I was young, you went into a local business, you filled out an application, and within a few days you knew if you got the job or not. Now with everything being owned in corporate, not a lot of mom and pop shops left, these processes can take weeks,
So don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't apply for one job when you're looking for a job. Apply for a few. And if you're okay working for any of them, pick the first one that comes along.
That's great advice. Also, make sure you check with your high school and how it's working for working papers today. It was a difficult task, and it actually changed as our poor children grew older. It went from just a simple get a signature on a piece of paper to now I believe it's a digital process that needs to be looked into. And it adds time to your application process.
Also remember, and if you're over 18, don't worry about working papers.
If we get in the Wayback Machine, way back when, in
When I was young,
90s,
went
I
into a
know that's
local business,
really far back. We were able to go out and
application,
go into a
within
place and
few
say,
days,
hey,
you
you
knew if you
hiring?
got a job or not.
And
Now,
often
with
be
everything
working
being
there that
corporate,
same
not
day
a lot of
without
mom and pop
all of
shops
these
left.
hurdles to jump.
These
So it's a
processes
whole
take
nother
weeks.
level
Don't
of
put all your
bureaucracy
eggs
that
in
you
one
got to
basket.
navigate
Don't
through.
apply for one job
And
when you're looking
it
for a
also
job.
helps with
Apply
future
for a
jobs.
few.
We haven't
If you're
talked
okay
about it yet,
working
but we're
for
going
any
to
of
talk
them,
about
pick
something
the
called
first
a
one that comes
resume.
along.
That's great. A resume is important when you go for a career level job where you're trying to start going up the career ladder. You're building that more into these first jobs now by having to apply online and have digital records. So it is a good experience. Get a signature.
So, excelling at your first job can set a strong foundation. Here are some tips that will help you set that base, set the foundation for where you want to go in life and how other employees are going to see you in the future.
And it's important to have your other employees see you well. You want to put your best foot forward, especially at work. It's not just the customers looking at you and forming an opinion. It's your employers looking at you and your coworkers. So you want to be punctual and reliable. So what is that? Why am I saying punctual and reliable? I can hear my own children going, Dad, I know if we're not early, we're late. You've been telling us this all our lives. And that's actually true because I worked in shift work. So if I was late for work in most of my career, somebody just got the short end of the stick and did not get to go home. It is a good experience. So I am much more sensitive to the time when it comes to getting to work and being there early. Our actual saying in this house is if you're not early, you're late. Being punctual and reliable, what that means is arrive on time every time. And it's not anyone else's problem that there's a little snow on the road or that there was traffic. You need to take responsibility and plan for those things when you're going to commute and be reliable and punctual. And it demonstrates respect to your employer and colleague. And you want to plan your commute and build in buffer time for unexpected delays. An example out of my own life is my shift used to start at 8 a.m. at the firehouse. I would be there every day, sometime in between 7 and 7:30. So without late for
also be reliable and dependable. Follow through on your commitments and complete the tasks that they give you. If you encounter some roadblock or some reason that you can't get something done, make sure you communicate it and explain why you can't get it done or ask for help. If you are new, they're going to expect you not to know everything.
And no, attendance matters. We witness this all the time in new employees. They end up using sick time as just a way to get off, and that reflects extremely poorly on you, especially very early in your career when you're typically in a probationary period. So attendance matters. Minimize absences and inform your supervisor well in advance of any needed time off. And I know conflicts happen in this area. You feel like you have to be off or whatever, somebody's party, some barbecue, and your boss doesn't give you off. Well, my advice to you would be to communicate with the people about the barbecue or the party, unless it's a real critical thing that you have to work and go to work. We understand as humans that work happens. For years in our house, we moved actual holidays because that was a day that one of us had to work.
Make sure when you go to your job, whether it be a first job or a new job or your 10th job, that you embrace a positive attitude and have a good work ethic. You should be enthusiastic and eager to learn. A positive attitude is contagious. It makes you somebody that someone else wants to work. It shows that you have a genuine interest in your job and in the company you're working for. That may not always be true, but fake it till you make it. Essentially, you want to show the people you work for that you want to be there. That makes them want you to be.
Take initiative. Don't wait to be told what to do. Oftentimes, just looking around your workplace, you'll find things that need to get done. You know they need to be done. Yet the lazy person in all of us says, not my job. Well, the fact is, while you're at work or where you're anywhere, it could be your job. So just take care of those things, and it will be noticed. Take my word for it. Look for opportunities to contribute and go the extra mile whenever you can. It definitely gets noticed, and if it's not noticed right away, or they're not saying good job today with the extra mile, don't think they're not noticing. They definitely notice. Sometimes it takes a little longer than others.
And sometimes they don't tell you that they notice, but they also don't turn around and complain about you because they know you're a good employee. And definitely try and be a team player. If you're working in a job with any other person, you need to be a team player. You need to offer help. You need to collaborate. You need to have a supportive team environment. It benefits everyone, including you. So if you need help, people that you have helped are more willing to step up and give you a hand.
I'll also add to that, if you need help in an environment, a work environment, a school environment, don't be afraid to ask. It's hard for people to know what's going through your head unless you verbalize it with them. They don't have some special ESP. So if you need help, make sure you ask.
My phone just buzzed. Another data breach alert. It was a reminder that VPNs and encrypted apps can't fix what's broken at the network level. That's where CAPE comes in. CAPE is a secure mobile carrier built with privacy as its foundation. It doesn't collect names, addresses, or personal data, so it can't sell what it never stores. Use the code CAPE33OFF to get the first month of premium nationwide service for just $30 and 33% off the first 6 months. Go to cape.co. Privacy starts at the source.
Also, be patient and persistent. It takes time to learn these new skills, especially if it's your first job or your first job in this field. Need help in an environment. It takes time to learn them. Don't get discouraged by initial challenges. None of us are good at what we do the first time we ever do it. Keep asking questions and seeking feedback. Make sure that you're doing things the right way, the easiest way, by the steps.
Another data breach alert. It was a reminder that
Don't be
VPNs and
afraid to
encrypted
ask.
apps
You're not
can't fix
expected
what's
to know
broken
that
at the
walking through
network
the door in
level.
the
That's
first few
where
days.
CAPE comes in.
And don't
CAPE
be
is a
afraid
secure
to
mobile carrier
clarify
built
your
with
questions.
privacy as its
It's better
foundation.
to
It
ask
doesn't collect
than to make
names,
mistakes due to
addresses, or personal
misunderstanding.
data, so it
And
can't
it's
sell what
okay
it
that
never
you
stores.
don't
Use
understand
the
how
code
someone is explaining it to you.
CAPE33OFF to get the
Just
first
need to
month
ask
of
the question
premium
again, or
nationwide
you need to
service
say,
for just
I don't quite
$30 and
understand.
33% off
Can you
the
explain
first
it
6
again, or
months.
can
Go
you
to
show me how to do it?
cape.co.
Most
Privacy starts
employers
at the
may be
source.
a little frustrated at that, depending on how many times you ask, but they'll still do it and they'll still help.
And that brings us to focus on learning and growth. So that tip is important both at work and in your life. As an avid lifelong learner, I listen to a lot of books, I go to a lot of seminars. I think it's very important. It's a vital life skill to always be a student. A thing that's often said is you cannot fill a cup that's already full. You have to empty yourself to learn new things. Many people come to workplaces today and they think they're experts at fields, and it becomes very difficult to work with them because they think they know more than the people that have been there a long time. That attitude breeds resentment, and it's often untrue, but the person with the full cup is too full of themselves to notice it. So focus on learning and growth by asking questions. Seek feedback. Regularly ask your supervisor for feedback on your performance. Use this feedback to identify areas for improvement. And I'm going to add learning personally. So if there is feedback about substandard actions at this point, you're new, you're learning. So you just want to go with what those improvement actions are, and they're not at you as a person, they're at your task.
And if your boss says you're not so good at something, just take it as an opportunity to get better at that.
Right. That doesn't mean anyone's had to work that you're not, and they think saying you're not good at a skill. And a lot of times that's difficult for new employees because they
be open to learning new skills. Embrace opportunities to expand your skill set and take on new challenges. It demonstrates your willingness to grow. When you start your first job or a new job or a job in a career that wasn't where you were beforehand, you're going to learn things, and you should be excited. It should be great to say, now I know how to do this, now I know how to do that. It just makes you a more well-rounded person, and it gives you the ability to broaden your horizons later on in life.
And don't be afraid to take notes. I know you're looking at whatever mode you're watching or listening to this through, saying, "Are you kidding me? Take notes." Oh, what am I, 80? Okay, boomer. But the reality is, if you're taking notes, you run out to your car or you keep a journal, you're touching on what can be a keystone habit in your life that's going to help you forever. I have very good friends that took notes every shift at the firehouse, and by the end of their career, they had pretty much written a screenplay for, I don't know what kind of comedy it would be, but I can't wait to see it come out. So take notes, you jot down the important information, instructions, and feedback. It shows that you're attentive, and it helps you remember things. Currently, I work in an IT role. It's vital that we take those notes because we could come back to a system that we don't touch all that often 6 months from now, and all of us in the office are going, I don't remember where that setting was. If we took good notes, we don't have to remember. We have.
One of my first jobs was answering phones for a company that had an extremely long name and a long greeting. I had to write it down. Then I had to go home and I had to practice it because I would have never remembered it if I didn't.
Communication is key. Communicate clearly and professionally, whether it's written, verbal. Ensure your communication is clear, concise, and respect career. Also be mindful of who you're talking to and what version of the language they speak. Sometimes a word to Generation Xer is a different word or a different abbreviation to a millennial, and vice versa. So keep in mind who you're talking to and make sure that you always keep your communication respectful, clear, and concise.
Listen actively. Pay attention when others are speaking to you and ask clarifying questions to ensure understanding, which means someone is talking to them, to you, it's very respectful to look at them while they're talking to you and to not be distracted by things like your cell phone or something outside the window. It's just a little rude when someone is trying to have a conversation with you to not truly give them your 100% of your focus.
And keep your supervisor informed. Provide regular updates on your progress and any challenges you're facing. Do the same for your coworkers. If you're having a challenge, they have tips and tricks to help you get through it, and make sure they know what you're up to. Makes you look like a team player, makes you more integrated in the workplace culture. It's an important thing to do to keep your supervisor involved.
Don't be afraid to speak up when it's appropriate. If you have a valid concern or valid idea, express it respectfully and professionally.
On that, I'd like to add also, for your first couple weeks at work, you may want to try to temper how much you speak up unless it's a safety or a danger thing. That's your danger zone of you come in and you look like the know-it-all kid, and that gets you a bad rap.
And whenever possible, if it's something that's really important, some important information or an important question, try to send it to your boss in an email. That way you always have a written, printed record of that communication, so they can't come back later on and say, I never knew that, you never told me that. That's something just for you as an employee to make sure that, you keep track of what you're doing.
Those emails have saved my butt more than once in my career. I definitely say that. So professionalism matters a lot at work. Obviously, because we're at work, we're trying to be professional. So we need to talk about dressing appropriately. Also, what is the company dress code? And you need to follow it at all times. And when in doubt, err on the side of being more formal. That doesn't mean put a suit on. It means if you're not sure between a t-shirt and a polo, wear the polo because it's more formal. You can always ask your coworkers, but the most important thing of dressing appropriately is to make sure you're meeting the company's uniform policy or dress code policy, and that you look neat and presentable. The company doesn't exist so you can go be creative in your clothing and your jewelry and things like that. You want to fit into the company image and present yourself as an ambassador of that company as best you can.
When you're applying for jobs, don't show up in sweatpants and a dirty t-shirt. Show up in the clothes you would hopefully go to church in, go to a party in, something that shows that you care and that you want the job, because your employees are going to notice that.
For sure. They definitely notice it. Maintain a professional demeanor. Be respectful to colleagues, supervisors, and clients. Avoid gossip and negativity, even if that's part of the culture at the water cooler to talk about everybody else. You don't want to be a part of it. It just adds to the problem. So always speak nicely and highly of your colleagues. If you have nothing good to say, don't say anything at all.
And please be mindful of your online presence. Your social media activity can reflect on your professionalism. Be cautious about what you post. People don't seem to think that when you post it, everybody can see it, anyone can see it. It's true. Everyone can see it, and anyone can see it. The last thing you need is to lose your first job or to be reprimanded at your job over a silly TikTok or Instagram post, a snap, anything. You think things get, you snap somebody and then it's gone, unless the other person takes a screenshot. Just remember that you don't want your social media, which is supposed to be fun, to interfere with your professional.
And it definitely can, depending on what jobs you're going for. I know there's jobs out there that have been involved in some that actually search for social media posts and search for internet presence, and those things have come back to haunt people that are trying to get onto jobs at certain places. So just be very mindful of it. For me, I use social media more to keep up with friends and family and see what's going on in the workplace in a social way. I try not to ever get negatively commenting or politics or any of those things involved in it. But be mindful of what you're posting there and that it is in fact public and permanent. So we've spoken a lot about jobs today, haven't we?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of information. We hope we haven't overwhelmed you.
It's important to know that jobs are important, but we're going to break at this point, we think.
You don't want your social
Certainly overwhelming ourselves. We must really be driving you guys nuts.
But there is a lot more to come, so we will continue this episode in a part 2 next week.
Until then,
just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirits high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to idulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. Or any of those things involved in it.
Deadlines are looming, contracts need attention, and the right people still nowhere to be found. I've been there, and that's why I founded FM Talent. For over 20 years, we've helped businesses like yours find top-tier talent fast. From highly specialized skill sets to general staffing support, we're built for speed, precision, and results. No more last-minute scrambles or missed opportunities, just the right support. Visit us at fmtalent.com, because with FM Talent, the right people are always within reach.
Love animals? Then you'll love Robin's Nest, the podcast where passion meets purpose for the creatures we share our planet with. Hosted by Dr. Robin Ganzert, President and CEO of American Humane Society, each episode brings you inspiring stories of conservation breakthroughs, behind-the-scenes looks at animal rescue, and lively conversations with heroes from Hollywood to the heartland. Robin's Nest is your front row seat to the future of animal welfare. Find Robin's Nest on iHeart or your favorite podcast app, where protecting animals comes to life.
And the right people still nowhere to be found. I've been there, and that's why I founded FM Talent. For over 20
The holidays are here, filled with gatherings, toasts, and plenty of cheer. Make every moment shine with Total Wine and More, where you'll find it all at the lowest prices. Raise the spirits of the season with rich whiskeys, smooth tequilas, and festive liqueurs, perfect for sipping or gifting. And for wine lovers, explore everything from velvety Pinots to elegant champagnes, ready to pour or share. You'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
Engines rev. Are you listening? It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days, where you can drive in a Honda wonderland of your own with a great offer on a fun-to-drive new Accord, Civic, CR-V, or Atrium. Hurry into your local Honda dealer and experience the wonder of Happy Honda Days with a great deal on your favorite Honda today.
Driving in a Honda wonderland.
Contact your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips, sharing stories,
And maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting.
Happy
Don't forget to like,
you can
follow,
drive in a
and
Honda Wonderland of your
and
own
share this
with a
podcast.
great offer.
Head over to
Fun to drive
adulting.com for
Civic,
more information
CRV,
and
or
submit
e-tron.
questions for
Hurry into
us
your local
about
Honda dealer
adulting.
and
And
experience
maybe
the
even
wonder
pick
of
up some
Happy
of our
Honda
new
deals with
merchandise.
a great deal
And
on
if you
your
know
favorite
any
Honda
fellow
today.
adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
Contact your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today.
See dealer for financing details.
Welcome back, everybody. Good to know you're here and listening. Our numbers are still growing. Don't forget, you can get a hold of us at adulting.com or through our socials. We look forward to interacting.
Today we are going to talk about Halloween, and we're going to give you some safety tips and maybe some recommendations for giving out your candy
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink,
a
get
great
ready
Halloween.
to laugh, absolutely. Halloween's a big deal in this house. This is Adulting.
Very much. Our oldest
Don't
is
forget to like,
pretty much
follow,
obsessed with it.
and there's something else that occurs during October. Comic-Con, costumes and candy galore.
And maybe
So
even pick
we
up
want
some
to talk
of our
about
new
general
merchandise.
safety,
And if you know
but a little
any
bit of
fellow
a different
adults
angle
who need some
because you guys are
send them our
young
way.
adults. We're not talking about just going out doing your normal grade school trick-or-treating here. We want to give some safety tips that are more universal. Halloween safety, don't forget, young adults, focuses on responsible behavior at parties, awareness of surroundings, visibility, respectful costumes, because times they've changed, and we understand trick-or-treating, or trunk-or-treating as it is today, decreases with age.
The risks decrease with age.
Right, it's not as scary. Stranger danger is not as big a deal for young adults, but you could still fall for it. I saw a documentary about these two girls that went to Europe on a trip. Dad had to go rescue them. He had a set of skills.
He did have skills. He used his finances to learn skills.
So trick-or-treating isn't as risky as you get a little bit older, but some other hazards do come on the rise, unfortunately, for young adults. Not so much life experience in some of these areas. Things like binge drinking, impaired driving, pedestrian accidents increase. Let's talk about some of those.
We're going to first go over some general safety, and then we'll get a little bit more detail. First things first, always trust your instinct. If a party or situation feels wrong, it's better to leave than to stay and risk your safety.
Celebrate with friends. Stick with groups and people you trust. Agree on arrival and departure plans, and keep tabs on one another throughout the night.
Watch your drinks. Do not leave your drinks unattended. Avoid drinking from communal containers like a punch bowl. Only accept drinks from a trusted source. If you have any doubts, pour it out.
If you're going to partake in alcohol, make sure you're monitoring your alcohol intake, particularly if they're fruity drinks or something. You can go from I feel okay to really embarrassingly drunk pretty quickly, and Halloween is often associated with heavy drinking on college campuses. Set a limit for yourself and pace your drink. Make sure you're adding and alternating with water to stay hydrated.
And if you're hosting a party, be responsible. Provide plenty of non-alcoholic drink options and ensure no minors are served alcohol. Do not allow guests who are visibly intoxicated to drive away from your home.
Now, when you're out and about, it's a whole different ball game when it comes to street and pedestrian safety on Halloween. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I get the feeling that I'm driving through a scene from The Purge on Halloween.
Kids are everywhere.
Right, they're everywhere, they're in costumes, mostly not as creepy as The Purge, but there's just weird stuff everywhere. If you're operating a vehicle, make sure you're being extra cautious. Make sure you never drink and drive. Impaired driving is a major cause of accidents on Halloween. I am also going to add, because I just read this, up to 40% of fatal accidents are being found to have THC.
Marijuana.
Yeah, marijuana. This is for the whole world. You got to get your heads out of your butts and start operating 6,000 or 5,000 pound machines with some responsibility.
Right, we're not the weed police. If that's your thing, do your thing. Just don't do it behind the wheel of a car.
Now, if you plan to imbibe marijuana or you plan to drink, arrange a designated driver or use a rideshare service. It's 2025. There is zero reason to be driving impaired under any.
Now, if you guys are going to be out walking around, stick to well-lit areas, sidewalks, and crosswalks. Put your phones away. Try to avoid all distractions. Look both ways before you cross the street, even at intersections.
Increase your visibility 40%. If you're out trick-or-treating, we're going to say, or you're out doing a scavenger hunt, or some other responsible social activity, you want to make sure that you increase your visibility if you're going to be walking on or near dark roads. So you do that by using reflective tape on your costume, carry a flashlight, wear some glow-in-the-dark accessories, not just on Halloween. Just last weekend, we passed several people on the cusp of dark. It was right there, out jogging in dark stuff. I thought we were passing the Ninja Crew.
It was a lot of people out at truly the hour where it's just light enough to still see, but kind of dark, and they were jogging or walking on a road without a sidewalk. It was difficult to see them, and they were just a few people. Imagine if it was a crowd of people and one ran out in the middle of the road. We never would have seen them.
Right. Now, costume safety and awareness. The first one's going to seem a little bit funny and a little bit harder work. You want to opt for makeup over masks. And the reason for this, masks can obstruct your vision and limit your peripheral vision, which increases your risk of tripping or not seeing that car coming. Given the option, makeup is much safer.
Wear flame-resistant costumes. Stay safe around candles and other decorations by choosing costumes made from flame-resistant materials. At least try and get costumes that are made of cotton and not polyester. Polyester, when it burns, it melts and it sticks to you.
Avoid realistic-looking weapons. If your costume has a weapon, again, it's 2025. Things get confused a lot differently than they did when we were little. It's just not worth the realisticness of the costume to have a real-looking weapon. So make sure you avoid the mistake with police or anyone else. And the reason, don't carry a fake weapon that can be confused with a real firearm or knife.
And gentlemen and ladies, costumes do not imply consent. Remember that a costume is not an invitation for unwanted attention or sexual misconduct. A person's choice of attire, no matter how provocative, never justifies harassment.
In that area, we have seen a trend over, what would you say, 20 years? We've been Halloweening. I mean, we did it as adults before kids, but it's gotten pretty bad now with some of these costumes.
I've actually started to see it start swaying back the other way. There's a little bit of brains going on in these costumes now. They're making them more wearable, not so short and provocative, and more comfortable.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Social media safety. We're definitely not experts in this area. We'll call ourselves novice users of Facebook and Instagram. Like, we're on it. We're certainly not Insta models or something like that. And we are getting to see a bunch of those as we're out. I'm going to throw a shameless plug here. Miss Kathy and I are helping out a friend at his pickle stand, and we're actually getting to see at a fall festival people coming dressed certain ways just for social media pictures. We've been Halloween.
People are walking around with selfie sticks, recording everything they do. Yeah, it's a little crazy.
At the gym, I get to see the selfie sticks and the Insta workout people. I kind of get what they're doing, but I think everyone's crazy.
Anyway, be mindful of what you know. Sharing your Halloween festivities on social media can be fun, but avoid posting things like your location, especially in real time. Wait until after you've left the location to post and review your privacy settings before going out.
That location thing is also a good tip pretty much for anyone. If you're on vacation, it can be the coolest vacation in the world, but all it takes is a criminal to be perusing social media to go, oh, look, the Joneses are in Hawaii. And next thing you know, your 75-inch TV.
I'm Martha Stewart, and I believe the best gifts are not only beautiful, but useful every single day. And Lennox has brought timeless beauty and lasting quality to our tables for generations. And their Lennox Spice Village is the perfect holiday gift for someone you love or for yourself. Spice Village transforms everyday spices into inspired memories filled with warmth and joy all year long. Give a gift that lasts beyond the holidays. Discover the collection at lennox.com/spicevillage.
TV is missing.
We're going to also talk about some injuries that happen on Halloween. For young adults, common Halloween injuries often shift from childhood concerns like trick-or-treating mishaps to risks associated with parties, nightlife, and alcohol consumption. The most frequent injury includes falls, alcohol poisoning.
I'm Martha Stewart, and I believe the best gifts are not only beautiful,
why is this
but
happening
useful
as you
every
get older?
single day.
Well,
and
poorly
Lennox has
fitting
brought
or
timeless
restrictive
beauty
costume,
and lasting
obscured
quality
vision,
to our
high
tables
heels,
for generations.
they can all lead to trips
And their
and
Lennox
sprains.
Spice Village is the
Now
perfect
add a
holiday
little bit
gift
of adult
for someone
fun.
you love
That's how
or
that
for
happens.
yourself.
And these are
Spice
stats
Village
that we pulled
transforms
off the
everyday
internet.
spices
I'm
into
assuming
inspired
that
memories
the
filled
internet,
with warmth
it's all
and
true.
joy
I'm a
all
French
year
model,
long.
but
Give
these
a
are
gift that
injuries
lasts
that
beyond the
increase
holidays.
during Halloween.
Discover the
So how do we
collection
prevent
at
them or prevent falls? Well, we
lennox.com/spice
choose makeup over
village.
face paint. We make sure our costumes and shoes are comfortable and allow for free movement and allow us to do what we need. And make sure you're seen, carry a flashlight, and if you're hosting the party, clear pathways and ensure outdoor steps and walkways are well lit.
And another common injury is alcohol poisoning. Alcohol poisoning is a serious risk for young adults, particularly at college parties where binge drinking may occur. Don't consume large quantities of alcohol in a short amount of time. I know it seems like this might be fun, but it's not a good idea. Try eating a meal before and during the party to slow down the absorption rate of the alcohol. Taste your drinks and alternate them with non-alcoholic beverages. Don't leave your drinks unattended, and know the signs of alcohol poisoning and be prepared to call someone for help.
Next one that increases, motor vehicle allow us to do what we need. It's because of things like increased alcohol consumption, increased pedestrian traffic. Like I said, driving through a scene from the perk. So, what do we want to do? We want to never drink and drive. You already hit that. Be extra cautious around residential areas, especially at night when they're out trick-or-treating. Kids are going to run out of the driveway to go across the street to the other house. Be aware, anticipate it. If you're a pedestrian, follow traffic laws. Use crosswalks if you can. Look both ways, particularly if you're wearing a mask. Make sure you turn your head. Don't assume that you saw it. Your peripheral vision may be blocked. Now, we're not going to get into any graphic details. This is a family podcast, but sexual assaults do go up during the Halloween festivity period. It's because of parties that involve alcohol, things because of suggestive costumes. It's because people are animals. Really, it's something that can be prevented by knowing the meaning of consent and communicating clearly with your partner. Consent must be enthusiastic and ongoing. This one's important. Have a buddy system at that party. Make sure your ride or die is looking out for you and you're looking out for him or her. And trust your instincts. If someone feels like a creeper, they probably are. So just stay away from it.
And like we said before, burns, open flames from candles or pyrotechnic displays pose a significant burn risk, especially when combined with costumes. How do we prevent it? Use battery-operated LED lights in pumpkins and as decorations instead of candles. Choose costumes made from flame-resistant materials. And if you encounter open flames, be aware of your surroundings and the flammability of your costume.
I just want to add, if your costume includes a wig, there's darn near 100% chance that wig will go up like gasoline on your head, so be real careful around candy. Eye injuries is another common injury pattern during Halloween festivities. And why? Because we're dopes. We play with things like swords and we're wearing masks. And we have, some people even go far enough to put those they are cool looking contacts in, but they can cause eye damage. We want to make sure that any props go with our costumes are soft and flexible and we're not jousting at the party. And never wear decorative contact lenses without a proper fitting and prescription from an eye care professional. I know the people that are wearing some of these, like I've been around the block, and they're not going to do that. Just make sure you're getting it from a reputable place that's sealed and it's not just made in somebody's garage. I just want to add,
we're going to finish this episode with some treat guidelines from one of our not quite adults that listens to our podcast. So here's the kids' view. Based on what other kids have said, treats that are big, fun, and easy to eat while you're walking are the best to get during Halloween. A mix of sweet, sour, and chocolate candies is a great strategy that will appeal to everyone. For kids with allergies or those who simply enjoy non-candy items, toys and novelties are also a huge hit.
Now, if we're going to be honest here, I think the kid approved list kicks butt.
We just want to thank Crystal Pie, who we hope is listening, for helping us put this list together. Now, what's on the list?
Full-size candy bars. They kick butt no matter what day it is. Halloween's even better. I would keep going around the block. Go back, guys.
Also, things like Sour Patch Kids. They're a popular favorite among kids who love gummies, and they love the sour candy.
And who doesn't like king-sized everything? Why would you buy 2 Reese's when you could get a king-size?
Also, variety packs are important. Offering a mix of different candies lets kids pick their favorites, which makes their choices feel special to them.
Chocolates and gummies. I love it. Candies like Twix, Snickers, M&M's, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, they're consistently popular. Fruity gummies are also a big one. To be honest.
Now, for some non-candy treats that kids love, these are for kids maybe who have allergies or just don't want too much sugar, or they don't like chocolate.
Or maybe even adults that are just on a, I won't give kids all the sugar. It's just some ideas for you what you could give it.
So some things are glue sticks or bracelets. They're a hit because kids can wear them to stand out in the dark while trick-or-treating. Plus, what kid doesn't love a glow stick?
Bubbles? Lots of fun to blow bubbles.
Play-Doh. Individual small containers of Play-Doh are always a popular choice.
You could get some stickers or temporary tattoos.
Yeah, kids love sticking those things all over themselves.
They do, and places they're not even supposed to be. So if you have a child that gets those, keep an eye on where the stickers end up. Where have we had stickers?
Not stickers, tattoos. They've tattooed their foreheads, their cheeks, everything.
Yep.
Thank God they're washable. Now, for some
bouncy balls or spider rings, another popular non-candy treat.
And mini boxes of crayons and coloring books. It's a great gift for kids when they get up the next day and Halloween's done and they have a bag full of candy, but they're exhausted. It's a great creative option for them.
Just playing devil's advocate here, we need to shift gears. This is for the people purchasing the treats. The next list. These are things that you should totally avoid. I'm saying this for the sake of the children, for heaven's sake.
Please, this is what the kids are asking us to ask you. Try not to give out things like granola bars, those things all over themselves, low-sugar fruit snacks. Might seem like a good idea, but the kids generally don't get very excited about them.
For heaven's sake, it's Halloween. Who wants to get a crunchy granola bar? Small and boring candy. Some kids complain about getting Smarties, Dots, and other small candies because they don't enjoy them that much.
and mini box and the unwritten rule: anything unwrapped, no matter how good it looks, anything that isn't in a factory sealed wrapper is a no-go for most kids and all adults.
Just right, the traditional apple. We need to ship. That's gone. That's Halloween's past. The next
You got an
these
apple
are
for Halloween?
things that you should totally
We
avoid.
did, but we did have a man that around the corner that gave out 5 pennies.
Another tip on candy. We're old now. This is again for adults. If it's a candy, you're like, yeah, that was the best in the 80s. Chances are pretty good that kids today are like, never heard of that before. Thanks for listening. Be safe out there this Halloween and have lots of fun. Talk to you next time. Kids complain about
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirit high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to adulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe.
We did have a man that around
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show. A family tradition, the Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
Keep your head up.
When you're in love, everything feels electric. Every glance, every laugh, every promise of tomorrow. And when it's time to ask the most important question of your life, you need a ring that tells your story perfectly.
That's where Takori engagement rings come in. Handcrafted in California, every Takori is made with passion and artistry.
Blending modern sophistication with the iconic crescent silhouette. Each ring is built not just to shine, but to symbolize love that lasts forever.
And forever starts here.
At Mervis Diamond Importers, we're DC's premier source for Takori and the world's most brilliant natural diamonds. Couples have trusted us for generations because we offer more than rings. We offer guidance, expertise, and a deeply personal experience.
Imagine the moment you open the box and the Takori diamond engagement ring sparkles. And the answer is yes. It's the beginning of forever.
And it starts with Takori, only at Mervis.
Mervis Diamond Importers, the premier destination for Takori and fine quality diamonds in DC. Make an appointment at mervisdiamonds.com or call 800-HER-LOVE.
Every laugh, every promise of tomorrow. And when it's time to ask the most important question of your life, you need a ring that tells your story.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show. A family tradition, the Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
With fall in full swing, more moments call for more comfort. Mack Weldon's got you covered with comfortable, easy-to-layer clothes designed for cooler days and timeless style. Their new Ace line, inspired by their best-selling sweatpants, combines everyday comfort with long-lasting, confident looks you can count on. For over a decade, Mack Weldon has designed timeless, innovative menswear to help you move through the day with confidence. With the new Ace line, looking effortlessly sophisticated this fall is easy and comfortable. Stock up on crazy cozy sweatpants, shorts, and sweatshirts that elevate your style. They even have blazers, if you're lucky enough to grab one while they're in stock. Mack Weldon balances classic pieces with updated details to keep you looking sharp, not flashy. Just classic, always in style, and made from the world's most comfortable performance materials. Fall into comfort with Mack Weldon's Ace collection. Go to MackWeldon.com and get 20% off your first order of $125 or more with promo code MAC25. That's MackWeldon.com, promo code MAC25. Mack Weldon's got you covered. clothes designed
Hey
for
everyone,
cooler days
it's
and timeless
Kathy.
style.
And
Their
Paul
new
here with
Ace line,
Adulting.
inspired by
We're
their
here to help
best-selling
you navigate
sweatpants,
the crazy
combines
world of
everyday
adulting.
comfort with long-lasting,
Let's be
confident
real,
looks you can
it's
count
a
on.
wild
For over a
ride.
decade,
We'll
Mack
be
Weldon
dropping
has
tips,
designed
sharing
timeless,
stories,
innovative
and
menswear
maybe
to
even
help you
spilling
move through the
some
day with
embarrassing
confidence.
secrets along
With
the
the
way.
new Ace
So
line,
get
looking
comfortable,
effortlessly
grab your favorite drink,
sophisticated this fall
get ready
is
to
easy
laugh,
and comfortable.
learn, and
Stock
level
up on
up your
crazy cozy
adulting game.
sweatpants,
This
shorts,
is
and sweatshirts
Adulting.
that elevate your style.
Don't forget
They
to
even
like,
have
follow,
blazers
and or
if you're
subscribe,
lucky enough
and
to
share
grab
this
them while they're in
podcast.
stock.
Head over to
Mack Weldon balances
adulting.com
classic
for
pieces
more
with
information
updated
and some
details to keep you
questions
looking
for
sharp,
us about
not
adulting.
flashy.
And maybe
Just
even
classic,
pick up some of
always
our
in
new
style,
merchandise.
and made from the world's
And if
most
you know any
comfortable
fellow
performance materials.
adults who
Fall
need
into
some
comfort
guidance,
with Mack
send them
Weldon's
our way.
Ace Collection. Go to
Welcome back to
MackWeldon.com
part
and
two
get
of
20%
Drop.
off your
We
first
will
order of
continue where we left off.
$125 or
Enjoy.
more with promo code
Another
MAC25.
big key
That's
for first jobs
MackWeldon.com,
and
promo code
newer
MAC25.
jobs are time management and organization. You want to prioritize your time. Learn to prioritize your work based on the importance and the deadlines. Not everything is due at the end of the day. Some things can wait until tomorrow. So just make sure that you're getting done the things that you're scheduled to finish that day, each and every day.
And that those things are the critical things. There's a difference between urgent, emergent, and important, and you'll have to learn more about that depending on the workplace you're working in. For example, if you're in an environment where you get email, just because you got an email doesn't mean it all has to be handled right away or that it's even important. So make sure that you're working on the tasks that are most critical for your task at work. You want to manage your time effectively. Use tools and techniques to stay organized and meet deadlines. Those tools could be simply writing down a couple notes to know what you're supposed to do during your shift at your first job. Or it could be as advanced as using project management software. It's all going to depend on what the job place is and what kind of job it is, but make sure you're managing your time effectively.
And I know sometimes this is hard, but try to keep organized. Keep your workspace tidy, your files organized. This helps you be more efficient. Essentially, if you have to spend half your time looking for something because you have a pile of junk on your desk or your workspace is messy or you put things down wherever you're standing, it's going to take so much time away from you being productive at your job.
No matter what workplace you go to, it's important to build relationships. It's also important to build them at school and in your social circles. What you want to do is you want to network with colleagues, get to know your coworkers, and build positive relationships. One of the biggest reasons you want to do it is it makes work easier. But under that, you never know where people are going to end up in life, and you knowing them and being able to get to them and speak to them and them think fondly of you can be a big asset.
Sometimes this is hard. On multiple occasions, our kids have come home and said they met someone at work, they see someone at work, they have a regular customer at work who has then offered them another job doing something for a little bit more money or something they'd enjoy more. So always talk to people in your job, always get to know people, and always put your best foot forward.
For me, an example of that is we are in a group, a Facebook group from all the people that have worked at a certain place I work over 30 years now. We have people all over the country we can reach out to and talk to, and we regularly do. So if you're traveling and you need anything, you know where they are. And even if you're looking to relocate and look for jobs, those contacts are there. It's really important to keep that network. Another tip I would offer you is seek mentorship. Find someone who's doing your job or the boss's job at the next level up, and if possible, have them mentor you to give you guidance and support to better learn your job and to start learning more about the industry or whatever it is that you're in so that you become better and more valuable. You want to add value at every point as far as you can.
Always talk. Also be adaptable and flexible. And always the workplace is constantly changing and evolving. Be adaptable and willing to adjust to new situations. Some days you may go to work and 3 people are out with the flu. Now you have to be able to do their jobs, maybe not as well as they do, but enough to get through the day and the next day or however long that takes. You can't go to work with the mindset of, that's not my job, I can't help you, I already am busy enough. Your bosses will realize and appreciate how adaptable you are and how willing you are to help out when it comes that they're shorthanded.
As a basic rule, try to learn one level up and remember 2 levels down. It helps the organization get by. It makes it so you have a very in-depth knowledge of your job and your role in the organization. But you want to make sure that you stay flexible and be prepared for that change. So let's talk about setting goals and tracking progress. In a job, obviously you have something to do, which makes that something that's measurable. So you want to set realistic goals. Define what you want to achieve in your first job and create a plan to get there. What's it look like? But that could be so simple. It could be I want to get a job and I want to have a paycheck, which is exactly a goal.
It may be I want to get a job and I want to get promoted, or I want to have a boss's job, but I need some extra hours. So set the goals and figure out how you're going to get there by taking some of the steps that we mentioned.
Rule. And while we're talking about the steps of those goals, let's talk about tracking and why that's important. Organization, you can break every goal down into steps. We say we want to get our first job, we want to get a paycheck. Well, that can be broken down into steps. I need to find a job, and then I need to apply for that job. Let's talk about setting goals. To go for an interview possibly for that job. I need to make sure I have whatever clothing I need for that job if I do get that job. I need to go to that job, learn that job, and successfully work it long enough to actually get a paycheck. Then you have to get your paycheck, and that's simple. All of those are steps that could be tracked, so you can know your progress. You're able to monitor your performance and celebrate your accomplishments. When you get that first paycheck, it's going to feel great. You're going to have a little bit of money in your pocket, and you should celebrate it.
And remember, bosses don't always show that they appreciate you or see your accomplishments, but that's not true. They really do. And this is one way for you to keep celebrating your accomplishments and celebrating you and seeing how well you're doing and how you're progressing.
Be patient. Enjoy your journey. It's very important to enjoy what you're doing. In fact, it's one of the keys of life. If you can enjoy living your life and not be so worried about tomorrow or concerned about yesterday, and enjoy the right now and find something in every right now to enjoy, you're going to enjoy life a lot more. And you got to remember, everyone starts somewhere. Don't compare yourself to others. Focus on your own growth and development. And like I said, enjoy the journey.
Right. Enjoy your first job. Enjoy your new job. Enjoy your promotion. Enjoy anything that you can about your job. Embrace the challenges, celebrate the successes, meet new people, even make some new friends.
Okay, so workplace culture. What is it? Why is it important to talk about, know about? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's the personality of your company. If you work for a company that's, providing clowns for kids, you want to look like a clown and act like a clown and be happy like a clown. If you're working for a company that's serious and quiet and you don't want to go in and be the guy that's yelling and screaming, you want to go in and be a part of the culture that your company is trying to produce.
And you got to remember, don't be a clown if you work as a librarian.
I mean, I guess you can be silly, but you also need to be professional and you need to help and find books and do all the things that librarians do.
So to define it, it's a shared set of values, beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors that make a company unique. Everyone would agree that McDonald's is a different place to work than say fire. It's how things are done. It's how people interact. It's the overall vibe of the workplace. And it's really important, I think, so that you find a workplace culture you fit in with, or one that you can easily mold yourself to fit in. Think of it in this way. Values. What's important to the company? What are they trying to sell? Who are they trying to influence? What are they trying to do?
What's their point about customer service? How are customers treated? How are employees treated? The values are the core of what's going to make that company run smooth.
Behaviors are how people act. Is it a silly place? Is it a serious place? Do they work collaboratively, competitive in teams? Are how formal? Is it a very casual workplace?
Right, and it's how do people act at work and how do good employees act at work. You don't want to be the employee that everybody's whispering about at the water cooler or when they go outside or after work. And you want to be the employee that everybody's trying. You don't want to be
The environment's also important. What's this workplace like? Is it an open office?
Outside or
Quiet,
after
focused?
work.
Are there
You want to be the
social
employee
events?
that is it fast paced? Are they expecting you to move? Is it more focused on details? All of that's going to play a role in how you perform your job. Is it fast paced?
That's definitely important. And an insider tip.
Is it
Fast food places are not known for their slow food. So
role
why
in
is it
how
so
you
important to
perform your
fit
job.
in
Is it
at work?
fast-paced? When you align your goals with the culture or the goals of your company, you're more likely to feel comfortable, accepted, and happy at work. So if you're doing what they're asking, they're happy with it, they're showing you that they appreciate you, you'll be more at work. It's just a good way to get through your day. It's a good way to get through a job that maybe isn't your favorite or maybe isn't a job that you want to do the rest of your life.
Insider tip from me, job satisfaction was always very important to me, and it still is to this day. For me, I have identified that I need to feel like I'm making other people's lives better. This is one of the ways that job satisfaction works for me. And to feel successful, I need to understand the culture where I'm working. How does it help me navigate the workplace, build relationships, and get things done effectively? What do you think about success in the workplace?
I think you'll be successful if you do the things that are asked of you, if you don't complain about it, if you do the things we've already mentioned, like show up on time, stay a few minutes late, help your coworkers get their jobs done if you're finished, ask for help, ask questions. I think all of that is going to make you successful in your job.
I agree. And it's important to fit into the workplace culture because it makes you feel like you belong more. Feeling like you belong fosters a sense of community, connection with your colleagues, and that was vitally important in many workplaces I worked in. Often our jobs took on more of a family characteristic than a workplace, and everybody was very concerned with everybody else. We didn't always get along, but we were always coworkers and always kind of jobs took on more.
Well, and I think if you feel like you belong and you're part of a team, then it just makes your work more enjoyable for you.
And a good culture in a workplace is going to foster your growth. It's going to give you opportunities for learning, development, and advancement in that culture.
And every job you have, you want to get something out of it that helps you grow so that you can move up in your job or get another job, better paying job, something you enjoy more. Take advantage of the growth. Making an effort to fit in doesn't mean changing who you are. It's about understanding the expectations of your workplace and adapting your behavior in a way that shows respect to your employer.
So let's give you some tips to fit into that culture. You want to mold yourself. You want to be able to fit into that culture at work seamlessly as best you can. So you're going to do that by observing. Pay attention to how the other workers interact, what they talk about, what's considered appropriate behavior seamlessly.
And like we said before, listen actively, pay attention, make eye contact, avoid distraction.
Especially early in your career or in your new job. Remember, you have 2 ears and one mouth, so you should at least listen double the amount of time that you speak. And ask questions when you're past and you don't understand, or when, even if you think you do understand it, clarify to make sure that you are doing the right thing. And ask about the culture, because sometimes there's unwritten rules that are very difficult for a new person to figure out or even see.
Be open-minded. Be willing to adapt and learn new ways of doing things. You may have done it one way at your old job, and someone's going to give you a new way to do it this time. Their way may be better, but you can also communicate respectfully and professionally and maybe offer a different way of doing it. You may have done it one way.
Don't forget to be yourself. It's important to fit in at work, but don't lose sight of your own values, your own personality, and who you are. You want to mold it to fit into their dress code, into their workplace culture, the expectations, but you don't want to lose yourself in it. It's not about becoming a drone for some other employer. It's about molding your individuality to fit within that culture.
Because you have something special to offer, which is why they hired you. So don't ever lose that part.
By understanding and adapting to the workplace culture, you can create a more positive and successful experience for yourself and your colleagues. It definitely works out if you're able to observe what's going on, fit in where you can, mold yourself, change with the company. It's a symbiotic relationship where you plus the company equals more than was possible before.
Now we're going to talk a little bit about beyond the basics. I know that was a lot of information, but they are truly the basics. Just remember that this job is a stepping stone. It's not a life sentence. The first job isn't necessarily your forever job. It may not even be part of your long-term career. It's a chance to explore, to learn, to grow. Just remember, even if you don't love your job, you're gaining valuable skills and life lessons that are going to build on themselves to improve part of your career for the rest of your life.
And remember to build your network, not only at work, at school, everywhere you go. You never know. You could be standing in a Wawa parking lot, talk to the person next to you who's getting there, and they may be somebody that can offer you something or you can offer them help. So talk to your colleagues, learn about their roles, ask about their career paths, especially for you younger adults. You guys are still learning what's even available in the world, and I promise you the world is full of opportunities. So talk to your colleagues. You never know where these connections might lead. LinkedIn, if you haven't heard about it, that's a professional social media format, background, and it can be a useful tool for maintaining those connections. We also use Facebook for things like that. A lot of people and a lot of our vendors will get together and see each other on Facebook. We often use things like Teams, WebEx for maintaining, talk to our networking colleagues.
And remember to document your accomplishments. Keep a running list of your achievements, big and small. This will be invaluable when it's time to update your resume, discuss your performance with your supervisor, so that there may be things that your job doesn't list that keep a running list that you do that you've now learned and do well that you can add to your resume. It makes it look better for the next job you're headed for.
And don't be afraid to make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, especially when you're new at a job or when you're in your first job. It's important to learn from them, own up to them, be honest. If you've made a mistake, don't try to cover it up. Believe me, employers understand that mistakes happen. A mistake covered by a lie, that leads to much more discipline and often fire. And move forward. How do you handle mistakes is often more important than the mistake itself. And from my own life experience, I'm telling you, the answer whenever a mistake is made leads to much honest and own it.
And remember to try and find a mentor, someone formal, informal, someone that has done your job, someone that does your job, somebody that, you met that said, oh, I used to do that job. And remember, just get someone who's experienced in what you're doing, who can give you some sort of guidance and support, someone that's friendly and that wants to see you improve in your job. It's always better to get all the input you can and then sort it out for the best situation. Give you some sort of
on the same mentor topic, don't be afraid to mentor new people when they come through the door. And you may feel like, I don't have anything to offer. I've only been here 2 weeks or so. You have 2 weeks more experience than they do. And they're brand new and they don't know what's going on and they may need that helping hand. So don't be afraid to turn around and offer a little bit of mentoring.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show. A family tradition, the Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. That's BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. That's BullRunFestivalOfLights.com.
Add value to the people it's interacting with. You're going to do much better. Knowing what the company stands for
can help you understand how your work contributes to the bigger picture, how to make you feel more connected to your role.
Learn the unwritten rules of your workplace. Every workplace has unspoken expectations. Pay attention to how people interact, what's considered appropriate behavior, adapt accordingly. So if your boss is watching you and you're watching your boss and you're doing something or you're gossiping or giggling and you get an eye roll, obviously it's really not an appropriate behavior. So just pick up on those little interpersonal cues that are given out and you'll fit in much better.
Make sure you're balancing your work and home life. Especially young adults who also have to balance school and work and sport. It's important that you don't let your first job consume all of your free time. You want to set a goal for how much you're going to be able to work, how much money you're going to make, and do that. And it's okay to help out at work when they need a little extra help because they're shorthanded or something. But make sure you're making time for hobbies, friends, and family. Burnout is a real thing, especially when you're starting out because you're starting from a pretty high stress, kind of overwhelmed level, and you want to make sure you're balancing and offsetting the effects of those things.
And when you're trying to pay your bills, pay your car insurance, pay your rent, and you feel like you have to keep working and working and working, all of a sudden things get out of balance where you're at work all the time. The other extreme is when you're supposed to be at work and you really want to go to John Doe's party. You need to be responsible and still go to work, but there is a way to balance it. It just takes a little getting used to.
And be patient in your job. Building skills and confidence takes time. Don't get discouraged if you feel like you're not an expert right away. Focus on continuous improvement. That's a tenet that you can take into your life and focus on that continuous improvement in all areas all the time. The only person you have to be is a person better than you were yesterday.
And don't forget to advocate for yourself. Do it respectfully. Don't be afraid to ask for what you need, whether it's more training, clarification on a question or a task, feedbacks on what your job performance has been so far. Just be professional and respectful, and you'll pretty much get the answers you're looking for.
Start saving early. What that means is you're going to get your first paycheck. We've had many discussions about this. You're going to be very excited. You're going to want to spend it all. There's something to be said for that, but there's also the power in being able to save and have an emergency fund and get your start that habit of saving early. So if you want to start saving, even with a small amount regularly, say you set aside 5 or 10% of your paycheck, and then it's going to grow from there. You're not going to have the opportunity you have now as a young adult to be able to save as much as you want. As you get older and things get more complex, bills add up and things become more expensive, you're not more difficult to save. So start saving early. It's a great opportunity to start building good financial habits.
I agree but disagree. I truly believe that your very first paycheck on your very first job, you should absolutely go out and buy something that you've been saving for or you've wanted that you now have the money to do so. And then you should start saving every paycheck after that. But that first one should be a celebration. Absolutely.
Good point. Take time to celebrate. Also, take time to reflect on your experience. It's important to digest what you're learning at work, reflect on it, and realize that the skills you're learning are actually assets. Good point. What do you enjoy about work? What you don't enjoy about work? This will help you make informed decisions about your future career.
And remember your worth. Know your value and don't undervalue yourself. You start working, the starting salaries are probably lower, you don't have as much experience, but be aware of what the industry standards are. And don't be afraid to negotiate when the time is right. So if you've been at your job for 6 months and haven't seen any type of increase in pay, it's okay if you're doing your best and you're fitting in and you're doing your job well and you're showing up on time and you're not calling out to say to your boss, I'd like to talk about a raise. It may only be a few cents, but it's your few cents.
And have fun. While work is important, it's also important to enjoy the experience and build positive relationships with your colleagues. I never worked a day in my life when I was on the fire.
Well, because you loved your job so much.
and I had fun at work. So that would be one of my biggest tips: is enjoy your job. Find something in that job that you can enjoy. I'm not saying all jobs are supposed to be fun. What I'm saying is find something within the job that you're doing to make ends meet that makes it fun, or that you can perceive as fun.
Right, because the worst thing is going to work because you have bills to pay and hating your job. So find something in it that you enjoy. Find the reason that you abide. Find something you're benefiting from. Find something you're getting out of it to make it enjoyable and
If you do all of those things,
so
and there won't be a quiz. I'm sure you're not going to get it all right. We certainly don't get it all right. You'll be able to know a little bit more about your early job experiences and your early adulting work experiences. And definitely feel free to head over to our website, adulting.com, email us, and add your comments to it.
or ask us any questions.
Now, in the research for this episode, one of the things I did was I Googled what some myths are that young people believe about work, and I'd like to take some time to discuss some of them. Now, actually, it's very appropriate, I believe. The first one was my employer is like family. Now, yes, some employers try to pretend like they're family, and some of them it feels like family and often functions like family. However, a more appropriate reality of that would be my employer is like a team. And the important distinction there, let's think about it. Whatever your favorite sport is. I happen to know at this table that we should talk about the Yankees. So we're gonna. My employer is like a team, and how is it more like a team than a family? Well, if the Yankees have somebody that isn't performing, I'll just put it out there, time after time after time after time, and they're being coached and they're being counseled and they're not improving. What do you think the Yankees will do with that team?
They're going to trade him, and they're not going to trade him because they don't like him. They're not going to trade him because he doesn't get along with the other employees, the other teammates. They're going to trade him because they're doing what's best for their business, which is what every company does. They may love you, they may hate to see you go, but if you're not helping them move their business forward, they're not keeping.
So that's why a workplace is more like a team than a family. In your family, you can't get voted off the island. But the reality is family is family.
Another myth is that your employer will always look out for your best interests.
Now, that is an important one for you guys to understand listening to this. Your employer's job is to make decisions about what's best for the company, not for you. Not saying that they don't care about you. Not saying that they wouldn't do something for you. What I'm saying is when the choice comes down to the company's best interest or yours, the company wins every time.
And that matters because you guys need to be proactive in managing your careers, seeking opportunities for growth, moving on if that should be the case, and advocating for your own needs. You need to look at the industry standards for your salaries. You need to know what you're expected to do at work and do the best you can. But your employers are always looking out for the best interest of the company.
The third myth that was on that list was hard work is always recognized and rewarded. While often it is recognized and rewarded, the reality is it's valuable, but it doesn't guarantee that your boss sees it or that you're going to get advancement. Factors like company performance, budget constraints, and office politics can influence these decisions. So it's very important that you understand you're going to work hard. It's the right thing to do at work. It doesn't mean it's always going to be recognized and rewarded.
The next one is that your employer will provide all the training you need. Although in an ideal world that would be true, employers usually offer some training, but it's often left to you to learn from who you're working with, your coworkers, and just pick it up. They expect you to know how to do stuff because it's been a long time since they were the new employee.
So what you do with that is you identify any skill gaps you have. Meaning, if you identify your coworkers are all better at a skill that you don't really have much experience with, You may have to go out, use YouTube, use Google, use various methods to increase your skill level in those areas that aren't being trained in. Pursue relevant training, certifications, and educational opportunities. Oftentimes, employers like employees to have certifications, but they don't provide them in those areas. So it's incumbent on the employee to go find one. The next one is my employer will be loyal to me if I'm loyal to them. Now, the reality with this is companies may undergo restructuring, downsizing, or changes in strategic direction, which can impact employees regardless of their loyalty. That pace seems to be picking up and going faster and faster as time goes by.
Why does that matter? It matters because you should be working on building transferable skills, strong professional networks, remaining adaptable in your job market, which means that you have to be responsible for you. Your company doesn't always have the final say on what happens. Your boss doesn't always have the final say. Sometimes companies decide this is the rule. We need to get rid of 25% of our workforce. If you've learned new things and you've gotten good at your job and you've met new people, you'll have a better chance at finding a job somewhere else should you be let go.
Another myth that a lot of new employees have, young employees have, is my employer cares about my work-life balance. This flies in the face of what employers are. The reality is, while many employers promote a work-life balance, the actual implementation, it's a little messy. Some workplaces have a demanding culture that makes it difficult to disconnect. And I'll give you an example. If you have a work cell phone or work email, you'll find yourself getting called all sorts of off hours. You'll find yourself checking those emails when the reality is that you're not really needed for some of those things. But the culture itself is just such that you'll be checking those things, and that really makes work-life balance difficult.
Right, and if you're in the middle of a family picnic or a wedding or a concert, a lot of times your boss is going to expect you to answer those emails and answer those phone calls. They're not really caring what you're doing outside of work. They're the boss. It's your job. That's what's the most important to them.
So why does that matter? What you need to do is set your boundaries and communicate with your boss or even your just immediate supervisor. It all depends on your work scenario.
It's your job.
Just if you're at something like a wedding or something like that, make sure they know that you can't answer and you've set boundaries around it. You want to prioritize your well-being and communicate whatever needs you have with your supervisor.
The next is my employer will always be fair. Workplace dynamics can be complex, and instances of bias, favoritism, or unfair treatment can occur more often than not. You will find just like you have friends who you get along with and you click with, your boss will have employees that they bond with and click with. You'll start to feel, maybe you're the benefit of that, and you'll feel like you're getting everything you want. You may be on the other end saying, why is the other person getting everything they want? Why are they getting, a pat on the back when I'm not? Why does it matter? It matters because young adults should be aware of the rights, guidance from HR or mentors, advocate for fairness and equality in your workplace. Let your boss know in a professional way that you're feeling a little slighted, and maybe their behavior will change, and maybe it won't. But just remember, workplaces are not always fair.
For certain, they're not always fair. Work is a full contact sport. You got to be involved. The final one on the list, it was just a search, is my employer knows everything. The reality is, employers are made up of individuals. All individuals have varying levels of knowledge, experience, and perspective. Mistakes happen, and sometimes employees may have valuable insight to offer. It's all in how you offer that insight and how you massage the situation. Why does that matter to me? Young adults should feel empowered to share their ideas directly and tactfully, ask questions, and contribute to problem solving, even if they're kind of new to the workforce. Just make sure you're not being that bratty young know-it-all.
Just remember, understanding these common myths and knowing that they're actually myths can help you approach your first job or your promotion with realistic expectations. Take ownership of your career, navigate your workplace more effectively, knowing that they're actually myths.
This was a lot of information
first job
in in a format that we're still working on. We're still learning about the technology needed to make podcasts. We're still working on getting music together for the intro and the closing. It's actually kind of wonderful to be learning all these things and sharing this experience with my wife. Still learning about you guys for listening.
And I'm hoping that some of this information really does help you, and you can approach your next job or your first job with a little bit more grace. I just want to say that there's so much information out there in the world, and there's so many tools available to everyone that if you go to an AI app and you put in questions for a particular job, questions on how to be a fast food worker, questions on how to be an accountant, questions on how to be whatever it is that your job is, they will ask you interview questions and prep you for kind of what's in store for you. But I wouldn't just focus on the AI part of it. The questions are great and you can probably print them out. I would do it one-on-one with another human being, because put in the situation, you're going to be speaking to another person when you interview, and it's just great.
And when you get out there and you go into those first interviews, remember, we talked about it already, but show up looking sharp, show up great hygiene, hair done, looking like $1,000,000. Keep in mind your hygiene as far as how you smell, your appearance walking in. Some jobs will even go as far as to check your vehicle when you're in the interview. Somebody's looking at your vehicle, whether it be on camera or in person. All of this says a lot about you. Some employers are looking for the right fit, and they want to make sure you fit into that. We're probably going to revisit, I would think, jobs again in the future, and there's so much to learn about it, and we want to help so many people out there, not only when it comes to jobs, but when it comes to school, when it comes to life. We want to be your go-to source of good information. Our intentions are pure here. See you on the next episode.
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirits high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to adulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. And or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show. A family tradition, the Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. That's BullRunFestivalOfLights.com.
This podcast is supported by The Real Real. You know what I love most about the holidays? Giving gifts. But not just any gifts. Real gifts. Thoughtful gifts. Oh my God, how did you know gifts? That's why I love gift shopping with The Real Real. The Real Real is the most trusted name in authenticated luxury resale. And it's a holiday shopping secret I'm going to let you in on. Whether it's a surprisingly affordable, pristine condition bag for your BFF, a vintage find that's cool enough for the Gen Zer in your life, or even something you're impossible to shop for dad will love, get used to saying I found it on The Real Real. Seriously, with over 10,000 new arrivals dropping every day from brands like Gucci, Fendi, Prada, Louis Vuitton, Tiffany & Co., and Cartier, there's guaranteed to be something for everyone on your list. Oh, and did I mention everything's up to 90% off retail?
Get $25 off your first purchase at TheRealReal.com. That's TheRealReal.com to get your $25 off. TheRealReal.com.
Oh, and did I mention everything's up to 90% off retail?
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show. A family tradition, the Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's bullrunfestivaloflights.com.
You got the VPN, the encrypted messenger, the private browser, but if your mobile carrier is selling your data, those apps are just window dressing. Meet Cape, the mobile carrier that never collects your name, address, or data. Because what they don't store, they can't sell. Premium service, nationwide coverage. Cape is just $99 a month. Your first month is just $30. And with code CAPE33OFF, you'll save 33% on your first 6 months. Go to cape.co. Lock down your network, not just your apps. Just $99 a month.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips, sharing stories,
And maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to adulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's episode. Before we start, I just want to give a little update. We would like more interaction with adults. So if you guys could go to our website or check us out on our social media, that would be wonderful. Feel free to send us messages. And if there's any topics you want us to go deeper into, or you would like just to discuss with us, send us a message. We'll reach out on our social media. Today, we're going to discuss some pretty important messages. And if the format may be a little different than our normal format, we may be a little looser with it, but we want to discuss two vitally important things. First, some pillowcasing the right way, and unbelievably, body modification. Because no joke, we just discovered vital things about both of these in our house in rapid succession. By the end of this crazy, seemingly unrelated topic, you'll have taken a journey through different perspectives on topics and understand why presentations matter.
And you'll get a glimpse into how crazy our house is on a daily basis.
No joke. To give you the background, Kathy and I were putting back together our bed after freshly washing the sheets. I put it on a pillowcase over a pillow,
on a daily basis.
but I had the label facing out. To give you the background, can you say laces in, Dan?
Poor form. That's all I got.
Miss Kathy immediately grabbed it and reversed it so that the tag was in, and respectfully educated me on proper pillowcasing. Now,
that's all I got.
I'm not an easy person to convince, so to back it up, she asked our personal digital assistant that lives in the home, hey, so-and-so, how do you put a pillow in a pillowcase? And darned if the immediate answer wasn't to put the tag in first. Dope. Personal digital. Now I know. Tag goes in first. Hey,
I don't know where or when I was taught that. I don't know if I learned it as an adult or if like my mother taught me or my grandmother taught me. But it kind of is the same thing with how you hang your paper towels and toilet paper. There's just a way that it's supposed to be done. And or if when you make your bed, if your pillows and everything are all nice and straightened and you look at it and there's tags hanging out the end, it just looks unfinished. Just the way that it's supposed to be done.
I actually believe that, and now I know. I didn't know. And to give you a little more background on me, I'm that lunatic that can actually make a bed that you can bounce a quarter off of. So we do make our bed. We make our bed every day, and now I know, through pillows and all. And to give you a little more background, there's disturbance in the frou-frou floor, and we have to deal with that.
And now you can add one more thing to your resume about wanting to be polished and finished and things all put together.
Absolutely. I also would be remiss if I didn't add a public service announcement here.
And now you can
It's brought to you by your internet searching host tonight. Ultimately, a weekly wash is a gold standard for maintaining clean and healthy sleep environments. It helps remove dead skin, body oil, sweat, dust mites that have accumulated on the fabric, which can contribute to skin irritation, acne, and allergies. Having multiple sheets can make this easier to stay on a regular schedule.
Now, just remember, that's the gold standard. I'm thinking every 2 weeks is still acceptable.
I'm thinking I was a bad parent.
You never did any laundry, so what do you even, how does that go into your radar of bad parenting?
Because it was never on my radar, not weekly, not bi-weekly, not monthly. I thought about it when something was dirty.
How does that go into your radar? Because someone else was doing the laundry.
Yeah, could you doing that, please? Because I'm not good at these civilization things. Monthly?
Placing a pillow in a pillowcase can seem like a simple task, but doing it correctly can save you frustration and ensure a better fit. The most common and efficient method is often referred to as the inside-out or burrito method. Not the way I do it. I just shake and shake and shake till it's in there.
Me too. I'm a shaker. So the proper way, this again comes from the internet, to put a pillow on a pillowcase is to turn the pillowcase inside out. Seems like a lot of work to me, but this is what the internet said. I'm a shaker. Then you slide your arm through the pillowcase and grab the end of the pillow on the tag end. So we've turned our pillowcase inside out. My arm is through it. I grab the pillow. Then you pull the pillowcase over the pillowcase and then adjust and smooth. Easy peasy. On the tag end. Turns out wrestling it in and just shaking it around until whichever end was in first and tags were hanging out. Uncouth, unpolished, and unfinished.
It still got the job done.
I've been doing it wrong for 54 years.
Now, I was always putting the tags in, but I still did the push it in and shake it.
But we don't remove the tags because they're specific that you could go to jail.
Honey, that's only for people that don't purchase it. Once you own it, you can remove whatever tag you like.
Then why are we having this discussion? Why don't we have tagless pillows?
Because sometimes when you remove the tag, it tears the seam.
Are you guys learning?
And then you have a crappy ripped pillow.
So, doing it that way prevents you from having to awkwardly stuff and shove and shake and wrestle. Or you can do what you guys learn, closed end with the tag inside, shake it like crazy until it's completely on. So,
now we're going to just give you a few points as to why it's important to do it correctly. I know it seems trivial, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but the primary function of a pillowcase is to protect your pillow from sweat, oils from your hair, dead skin cells, and allergens like dust mites. So if we put it on the right way, you prevent a lot of that stuff from happening.
Now, on the frou-frou front, you got to do it for aesthetics.
Dead skin cells.
We failed to mention that. But doing it the correct way, even though I was doing it wrong, I didn't know any better. Doing it the correct way is aesthetically looks better. It's finished. It's polished. We failed to mention that.
It also helps your pillow retain a pillow shape.
Even though I was doing it wrong,
even though pillows do get flat, pillowcases
Engines rev, are you listening? It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days, where you can drive in a Honda wonderland of your own with a great offer on a fun-to-drive new Accord, Civic, CR-V, or HR-V. Hurry into your local Honda dealer and experience the wonder of Happy Honda Days with a great deal on your favorite Honda today. With a great offer on a fun-to-drive.
Contact your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today.
See dealer for financing vehicles exclude Civic Si and Type R.
With a great deal on your favorite Honda today. We'll be right back. So,
contact your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today.
I got a full-on PhD on pillow etiquette. So on the heels of my graduation from PhD Pillow School, we actually had a discussion in our house because one of our people decided it was a good idea to get a second piercing. Needless to say, I was not informed of said decision before, but it happened.
And he's making it sound horrible. It wasn't some horrible piercing. It's in his ear.
So, literally from pillow, I was not informed of said piercing. And it's a spot. It happened. To be fair, the second
he's making it sound horrible. It wasn't some horrible piercing.
I'm old school. I don't think
boys literally from any piercing, really? Not, and I don't dislike them. It's just not a thing. So we had that discussion, and we had to get into old school why we shouldn't be or should be doing piercing. Really? Anyway, it was a normal. I don't dislike them. It's just conversation.
And not because he got a piercing, but because he chose to do it without having a discussion with us about it first.
That's where we ran into a little bit. Anyway, it was a normal. Kathy and I share a common opinion about body modification.
And not
we're
because
kind of neutral to them, but understand that they can have. Not only can they do have real life consequences, whether they're legal, ethical, or it's not for us to decide. Neutral to them.
Body piercings and tattoos are increasingly common forms of self-expression, but they come with potential consequences, both in terms of health and social and professional life. It's important to be aware of these before making any decisions to get any type of body modification. But they come with
quickly go over some of the health and medical risks, which you guys already kind of know. I'm pretty sure you haven't lived in a cave or anything. But things like an infection, anytime you pierce anything on your body or get a tattoo, there's the chance of an infection, which it's the biggest concern. And it's because whatever process you have, whether it's a tattoo or a piercing, it breaks the skin barrier and it allows bacteria and other stuff to get in. It's on top of it, you have to be very careful where you're getting tattoos or piercings, because if the artist's equipment is not properly sterilized, or if you don't do the aftercare instructions like they tell you, a skin infection can develop, and in more serious cases, it can lead to abscesses or even sepsis, which can be life-threatening conditions.
If needles and other equipment are contaminated with infected blood, there's a risk of contracting serious blood-borne viruses, including hepatitis B, hepatitis C, or even HIV. This is why it's crucial to go to a reputable, licensed shop that follows strict hygiene and sterilization protocols.
Allergic reactions can happen. Some people have allergic reactions to tattooing. Sometimes it's just to a particular color in it, or the metals of the piercing jewelry. It can cause a rash, itching, or swelling at the site. Allergic reactions can also develop years after the procedure. That part was new to me.
And you can also get scarring and keloids. The body's healing process can lead to scarring. In some individuals, this can result in the formation of a keloid. A keloid is a raised, fibrous scar. You'll see them sometimes if someone has a severe injury and their body reacts by over-producing scar tissue. It just kind of becomes like a growth.
Without sharing too much, years ago I knew someone who had that happen in an area that you wouldn't want a keloid to grow. Ended up that she got rid of that piercing before it was without sharing too much. It's still there. Years ago, I knew nerve damage can happen. Depending on where you're getting pierced, there's a risk of nerve damage. Anytime you stick something in, you could hit something. And nerve damage can lead to permanent numbness or loss of sensation. That's more around facial and tongue piercings, where you can really get it and get it anytime you impact speech or taste. There's location-specific risks. Certain piercings have unique risks. For example, a tongue piercing often can lead to chipped teeth. I've actually seen that impact damaged gums and swelling that could obstruct the airway. Nipple piercings can potentially interfere with the ability to breastfeed. And there are other piercings that we're not going to mention on the podcast that definitely can have swelling that could obstruct the airway.
There's also complications for MRIs. If you need to go to the hospital and you need an MRI, there are some metallic components in some tattoo inks that can cause burning or swelling during an MRI.
So we're going to switch gears out of medical. We've grossed you out enough. We're going to talk about the social and professional consequences. Tattoos and piercing, it has become much more acceptable recently than it was. But they can still carry social and professional consequences, especially if they're visible piercings on the neck, face, hands, anywhere you can see. Much more acceptable.
We actually know someone who recently had an interview and has nice, cute little piercings, but they're on their face. And that interviewer said they'd have to find out if that was acceptable to wear at their place of employment.
And what that comes back to is many of the employers you guys are talking to today, they're older. Their view of tattoos and piercings could be a little bit more conservative than what yours are. You need to understand that and be prepared for it, and if needed, be able to address it, whether it's you're going to remove it or it's okay, or just understand.
A recent study mentioned by Undercover Recruiter found that 88% of recruiters believe having a tattoo could limit a person's career progression, and 41% admitted to actively rejecting a suitable candidate because they had a visible tattoo.
And the same goes for piercings. That same study found that 26% of recruiters would feel uncomfortable hiring someone with visible piercing. We didn't read far enough in the study to know if we're talking about just a normal single ear piercing. What I would imagine that is talking about is multiple piercings or the gauges.
Or the chain going from your lip to your eyebrow.
And again, our opinion is you do you, boo-boo, but don't expect life to bend around your preferences.
Now, as far as social stigmas go, although less common than in the past, tattoos and piercings can still be associated with negative stereotypes, such as being rebellious or unprofessional. While many people see body art as a form of self-expression, others hold judgmental views, which can affect social interaction.
Now, there is some legality to this also. We're going to talk about discrimination here. In the United States, there's no federal law that specifically prohibits employment discrimination based on tattoos or piercing, which puts you in a gray area. What that means is that in most cases, an employer can legally choose not to hire or even terminate an employee because of their body art, as long as the policy is applied consistently and doesn't discriminate based on a protected characteristic like religion. That being said, if you're going for a job and you have outrageous piercings or tattoos and you're not getting the job, employers don't even tell you why today. And if they do, even if it is because of the tattoos or piercings, they may just list another reason like someone else was more qualified. So you need to keep that in mind when you're making the decision to have these tattoos and piercings done.
But things may be changing because there are some states and cities that have laws regarding discrimination based on personal appearance. If you happen to be lucky enough to live in that state and have it tattooed and pierced up because there are some states and you're one of the lucky ones that have laws regarding discrimination based on personal
decisions matter. Like it or not, appearance matters. A finished, polished look matters. Attention to detail wins almost every non-crisis decision you will ever make. Oh, and don't forget, the gold standard for appearance, sheet swapping, finished, polished look matters. Who knew? And tags in, Dan. Thank you very much for listening. Again, if you guys want to reach out, you can go to idulting.com and find us. We're on Facebook. We appreciate the growth. We appreciate you guys listening, and we look forward to interacting with you. Thank you very much for listening.
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirit high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
You guys and don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to idulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. Subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast.
Experience the magic of the holidays with ice skating at Ice and Lights, the Winter Village at Cameron Run, just minutes from Old Town Alexandria. Enjoy this fun outdoor family experience for a limited time. At night, explore whimsical light displays, snap selfies, and take a spin on the outdoor ice rink. The Winter Village and evening ice skating are open through December 30th. Through February, enjoy daytime outdoor ice skating, warm hot chocolate, and s'mores. Calendars fill fast, so make plans today. See the schedule and purchase tickets at CameronIceandLights.com.
Every love story is unique.
And when it's time to begin your forever, your engagement ring should be just as extraordinary.
That's why couples select Takori engagement rings, handcrafted in California with stunning design details and Takori's signature crescent silhouette.
These aren't just rings, they're wearable art, blending timeless craftsmanship with modern style.
At Nervous Diamond Importers, couples in DC have trusted us for generations as their premier source for Takori silhouette. world's most beautiful natural diamonds. We offer more than rings. We offer guidance.
They walked me through every step of the way.
Expertise.
From selecting your Tacori design to choosing the perfect diamond.
And a deeply personal experience.
Because when they open the box and they say yes,
it's a moment you'll remember forever.
Mervis Diamond Importers, the premier destination for Tacori and fine quality diamonds in DC. For more details, go to mervisdiamond.com or call 800-HER-LOVE. Again, that's mervisdiamond.com or 1-800-HER-LOVE. The premier destination for Tacori and fine quality diamonds in DC. For more details, go to mervisdiamond.com or call 800-HER-LOVE.
Ever find yourself in a time crunch? Maybe you forgot your favorite snacks for your movie night, or need a last-minute gift for a party. Don't worry, Prime Air has you covered. Prime Air is Amazon's ultra-fast drone delivery service, now available to eligible customers in the Detroit metro area. Tens of thousands of items are now eligible for ultra-fast drone delivery. Everyday essentials like batteries, headphones, over-the-counter medicines, last-minute travel needs, those tempting snacks you're craving, and so much more can be delivered ASAP. When shopping, add eligible items to your cart. At the checkout, select drone delivery. Prime Air will take care of the rest. No need to rush to the store. Prime Air brings convenience where you need it, when you need it. Visit Amazon.com/shop ultra-fast to place your first order and start enjoying the benefits of ultra-fast drone delivery. No need to rush to the store. Life's little moments don't wait. And now, neither do you. Prime Air gets you exactly what you want at ultra-fast speeds. Running low on batteries? Can't find your headphones right before a long flight? Or maybe you just want your stuff right now. Choose from tens of thousands of items delivered at lightning-fast speeds. It's simple. Visit Amazon.com/shop ultra-fast to find eligible items and select drone delivery at checkout. We'll get it there ASAP. Prime Air, because time is the luxury you deserve. It's simple. Visit Amazon.com to find eligible items.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Because let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips, sharing stories,
Hey everyone, and maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to adulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
So this is a special bonus episode. We promised that we would share stories, some embarrassing, maybe some serious.
And this is definitely us learning to adult at our age.
This is a tale of woe and challenge. This is like level 10 Dungeon Master stuff here. It's the tale of the square peg and the round hole.
This is
a tale of woe and challenge. Recently, we had to replace our bathroom vent fan, the tale of the square peg, old like us, only unlike us, it doesn't work anymore. So we had to get a new one. It stopped working.
Well, and because I typically pass, I don't know, every Home Depot in our state, I was like, no worries, I got this. I measured the circle, went down, found a vent fan that big circle, and bought it, brought it home.
Well, on the way home, I found out that the missus was on her way home, and I thought I'd get ahead of this. So, like any other red-blooded American guy, I demoed the ceiling. On the way home, the vent fan took it out. The missus was on her way home.
No, he took it out and broke it and threw it out.
It's gone. And I was very proud of myself. I was looking at this beautiful circular hole right through up in our attic. And I managed to not break anything that I wasn't trying to break. I thought I did very good. And I was
right. When I came in with our brand new fan, opened it up, and we both stood there looking at each other because we had this perfect circle in our ceiling. We got a brand new circle light, but unfortunately, ours was so old they don't make the shape motor anymore. because we have this square.
Thus enter square peg, round hole. That was day one.
Yeah, this vent fan that should have taken us, I don't know, an hour at best, became a 3-day project.
Thus enter. But we're more familiar with the inventory at Home Depot and Lowe's. Day one.
And Amazon. This vent
And
fan
Amazon.
So we wound up having to go return the one I bought, buy another one, open it at the store, make sure it would fit, and then it wouldn't return that one. Actually, never even purchased that one, and start from square one. Return the one I bought.
Then we had to hit the interwebs. Now, we returned the one to Home Depot. We went to Lowe's to discover that it's eerily similar to what items are in stock at Home Depot and Lowe's, and that most ceiling fans today are square pegs.
Correct. They don't make, at least not that we saw, not that we found when we were looking, round motors anymore. They're all in a square box.
All square peg to go in my round hole.
Right, and from the Wayback Machine, when you used to put in a ceiling fan, you would put a hole in your ceiling, fit the fan through it, attach it to the studs above it. Not how it works anymore.
Right. They sit just on the top of the sheetrock or whatever ceiling material you have, and the fan itself secures itself to the square peg so that it squeezes whatever ceiling material you have in between.
Right, but when you have a square box or circle, you don't have those straight edges to attach to your sheetrock, which is where we found ourselves.
And another pro tip: when they put round ceiling fans in the 80s, back when hair was high and Camaros were cool, the hole is pretty big based on today's square peg. So when we had to actually order a bigger square peg than our round hole, hair was high.
And then we had to cut the round hole into a, I don't even know what to call it, quatrefoil.
I do believe the technical term is a fuck.
Mike and Mia had California Closets design their dream media room. What was a bare wall is now floor-to-ceiling functionality. Backlit shelves display Mia's books. Illuminated cabinets show off Mike's pickleball trophies. And though they have surround sound, a turntable, and game console, there's not a wire in sight. California Closets makes space for what belongs. We did it for Mike and Mia, and we can do it for you. Schedule your free design consultation now at 800-CAL-CLOSETS or CaliforniaClosets.com. There's not a wire in sight.
Then we had to go online because we needed brackets to hold it to studs.
Schedule your free design consultation now at 800-CAL-CLOSETS or CaliforniaClosets.com.
Waiting for the right brackets to come. We finally got the job done. It's up, it's working, it's quiet, it does what it's supposed to.
In the meantime, for those days, I was able to use a patio cushion and a pizza box to close the hole in our ceiling.
Yeah, it's cold.
It is cold this time of year in New Jersey where we are.
That's our round hole square peg story, just so you guys are aware that it's not easy for any of us to be adults.
Well, and a couple things also worth noting. I always, now, I'm not going to say I often tell our children that they should use the internet for productive things, such as looking up how to fix things or do things on the internet. YouTube is a great example of this. You can find, and by the way, if you do that, look at more than one video just to make sure you're finding the right resources, such as looking out of frustration. And there were no curse things. I don't use YouTube. No curse words involved at all. I finally went to YouTube and I started doing a little bit of research. And lo and behold, the first video comes up, and it's a handyman. And he's explaining how if you have one of the round ceiling mahakuses, that you can simply replace the motor.
So we could have gently taken down the old one and replaced the motor and put the whole thing back up and been done within an hour and several $100s less money. By the way, that's when he's fibbing. That's when the swear words came out.
True. I put soap in my own mouth.
You're tongue-tied now.
Yeah.
Stop thinking about it.
It was a stressful, adulting moment, for sure.
So we're sharing this ridiculous square peg round circle to let you know that it never ends. Adulting is hard. It's work, but at least it was some funny stories.
And replace the motor tip work because I did it in our other bathroom. $24. It could have been done for $24. Yet several $100s, and days later, I got a square peg in the round hole.
Hope you enjoyed our bonus episode. Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirits high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to idulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe, and don't forget to like, and or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to idulting.com.
Want to make a difference in your community, but not sure how? Go to GoFundMe.com right now and start a GoFundMe. Seriously, your next fundraiser doesn't have to start in a school parking lot or a church basement. You can start a GoFundMe today in just minutes. Fundraise for yourself, a friend, a family member, or an organization. All that matters is that you care about it. GoFundMe is the trusted place to fundraise for what you care about. With no pressure to hit your fundraising goal, but tons of tools to help you reach it, you can confidently start fundraising right now. Whether it's creative, local, or critical, your cause matters. And there's a reason why GoFundMe is backed by millions and chosen by fundraisers everywhere. It works, and it matters. GoFundMe helps you make a real difference. Start your GoFundMe today at GoFundMe.com. That's GoFundMe.com. GoFundMe.com. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe. Helps you make a real difference.
If you're a maintenance supervisor for a commercial property, you've had to deal with everything from leaky faucets to flickering light bulbs. But nothing's worse than that ancient boiler that's lived in the building since the day it was built, 50 years ago. It's enough to make anyone lose their cool. That's where Grainger comes in. With industrial-grade products and dependable fast delivery, Grainger can help with any challenge, from worn-out components to everyday necessities. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Industrial-grade products and dependable fast delivery, Grainger can help with any challenge, from worn-out components.
This December, upgrade your home with our biggest deals of the season. Buy 4 windows and get 1 free. Plus, as a holiday bonus, take an extra $500 off your entire project. Need more? All other products are 20% off, and you'll make no payments until 2027. Don't wait. These holiday savings end December 31st. Visit homefix.com or call today. Financing is subject to credit approval. Restrictions apply. See representative for details. Don't wait. These holidays.
Make your reservations, pack your bags, and break out your crown. It's the Party Like a Royal New Year's Eve celebration, only at Atlantis Paradise Island. With DJ producer duo Two Friends, a surprise musical guest, and Ariana Maddox of Love Island USA hosting, it's a party fit for royalty. Plus, epic fireworks at midnight and a late-night set from DJ Webstar. Tickets start at $399.99. Save 15% when paired with a resort stay. Visit AtlantisBahamas.com to book now.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips, sharing stories,
and maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to idulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
Head over to idulting.com for more information. Hi everyone. Thanks for tuning in.
Welcome back to Idulting. We have done a few episodes on a few places we've traveled to, which led us down the road to maybe giving you guys some travel tips that'll help you with your travel needs.
We're not travel experts yet, but we're working on it. And what we figured out is navigating the complexities of travel requires some savvy skills, from packing effectively, to playing Tetris in the back of the car, to managing your mental state on the road. And what we figured out, here's how to become a more confident and effective traveler. Some savvy skills.
Now, when planning a trip, you have to think about a few core things. things that can help you choose the right destination, regardless of the trip's length or its purpose.
So first up on our agenda is the purpose of the trip. Our trips have become trips so we can make podcast episodes.
No, they've become trips because we have the time and the availability to travel some, and we want to create some memories for our kids before they're adults making their own memories without us.
That's true. And we'd like to be part of their memories when they start making them. And so the purpose of the trip, first you want to think about your primary goal of the trip. Are you just looking to relax and unwind? Or are you seeking adventure and excitement? And the purpose will guide almost every other decision. First, you want to think about kind of like your primary goal, starting with the end in mind. Are you just looking to relax?
So, if your plan is to take a trip for relaxation purposes, you can go to places like a beach resort, a quiet cabin in the woods, or even a spa.
Starting with the adventure, you might think hiking in the mountains, exploring a new city, or trying a new sport like surfing or rock climbing.
You could also travel because you want to expand your culture. You can visit historical sites, museums, art galleries, or you can explore a whole new city.
Suddenly I'm feeling very distinguished here. We've done all of it.
Just means you're becoming more well-traveled.
Oh yeah, I've been ridden hard and put away wet.
It's getting cut out.
So what's your budget for you? Suddenly I'm feeling very distinguished. This is something I'm learning about as we go because we never had a budget for vacations or anything. We just kind of did whatever came up and floated along. What's your budget for you?
No. We took the best trip we could on the most economical package we could get.
And it all comes out of your food budget anyway.
So your budget is a major factor that will determine where you go, what you can do. It's not just about flights and hotels, but also about your daily expenses. Things like food, transportation, and the activities is a major factor.
Right. Is it a trip of a lifetime? An example of that would be a family trip to Disney or something like that. That'll require long-term savings and more expensive destinations or experiences, such as maybe an African safari, an example of that cruise, like I mentioned, a Disney trip. We actually saved loose change for how many years for our Disney trip? Destinations or experiences.
We just kept saving our loose change until we had enough to take our family to Disney.
Like I mentioned, it was a lot of loose change. Just saying.
You could also plan a weekend getaway. It'll require a much smaller budget and a likely destination that's closer to home, so you can save on travel costs as well.
Could just be your mid-range, normal yearly vacation, where the balance is kind of between how much it costs and what kind of experiences you're going to have on. This trip could be one to a national park, or maybe even to a different country.
And the time of the year when you travel can affect the weather. So the cost of your trip and the crowds at your destination all come into play when it's talking about budgeting and planning your trip.
What season are you traveling? As we record this, we're entering into what they call leaf-peeping season for more astute travelers. Places like Vermont and New Hampshire are starting to be very busy right now because they are already at or past peak leaf season. As we record this, so traveling during the off-season can save you some money and help you avoid large crowds. However, it might mean some attractions are closed or the weather is not ideal.
Right, and traveling during the holidays always, well, I can't say always, but almost always costs you more money.
However, what are your preferences and interests? You need to think about this one. Or the weather is not ideal. What interest does everyone involve in this?
Right, you don't want to go on a ski vacation if half of your party hates skiing in cold weather.
You don't want to go on a ghost hunt if somebody has a ghost phobia.
Right, so when you're planning your trip, remember to try to get everyone's interests covered during your trip. Do they want to try new foods? Visit historical sites? Do they want to go shopping? Make sure that your destination can accommodate all of your interests.
New food. One of the tips I want to give you, it's something we found several trips ago. Try to find local restaurants for a more local flavor and a better experience. Going to all the chains, we could go to an Applebee's in South Carolina
line is easy. I go to an Applebee's in Rockville. Try to find pace. How fast paced do you want? More local flavor. This is where some friction comes along with some people. Do you want a fast paced trip, lots of activity, or a slow paced trip where you can relax and unwind a little bit?
And remember who you're traveling with. Are you going to travel alone, with a partner, with family, with friends? Make sure your destination is suitable for everyone in your group. You certainly don't want to climb Mount Everest with a couple. Travel alone,
but you might want to climb Mount Washington with Boo.
Make sure you're thinking about these key things will help you narrow down your options and choose a destination that's perfect for your next trip.
Packing, but you might want to. We definitely need to talk Washington with Boo. It's the art of less, but done correctly with some forethought, it actually turns into plenty. I'm learning a lot about this as our travel increases. I used to be the guy, and it came out of necessity, that packed so much stuff and so much extra stuff because, frankly, somebody else in the party or in the scout troop or something else would need some of the extra stuff I packed. So I'm learning on so much old habits here where everybody kind of has to somebody else in their own things. But what I'm finding is that I have plenty of stuff, even still to make it work with less. So I'm
Packing
learning
efficiently
so much
includes things like the capsule wardrobe. It means choose a limited color palette, neutrals like blacks, grays, and whites, beiges, and pack only a few interchangeable pieces. This allows you to create multiple outfits with fewer items. Limited color palette.
Another tip is roll, don't fold for in your suitcase. Rolling your clothes saves space and prevents wrinkles by way better than folding. Use packing cubes to compress items and keep them organized. I don't have any of those yet, but I have been researching them.
The rule of threes. Pack 3 tops for every 1 bottom. Bottoms can be worn multiple times, so you don't need as many. If you have a black pair of slacks, you can wear that more than one day with multiple different tops so that it looks like a new outfit each day, but you don't have to bring your entire wardrobe with you.
Wear your bulkiest item. This is particularly useful if you're flying. It saves you a lot of space in your luggage. Wear your bulkiest item, and then they've made it there without having to be checked luggage.
Don't overpack toiletries. Use solid toiletries like shampoo and conditioner bars and travel-size containers to avoid spills and save space.
I have to ask, what is it? Shampoo or conditioner bar?
So they make shampoo and conditioner that's like a bar soap, and it's easier to travel. You can just throw it baggy, and it doesn't spill because it's not liquid. And when you get it wet, you rub it on your head just like shampoo. Shampoo and conditioner.
Most of the time, if you're going to a mid-range or higher resort or hotel, you'll have some of those things in your hotel. I was just reading on a travel blog yesterday about actually how high quality some of these places, those products are.
And remember, if you're not going to the middle of nowhere in the rainforest, you most likely have a convenience store within a few minutes of your hotel that if you forgot something or didn't want to pack it, you can go and buy it.
Right. Traveling as family, earlier in our travel history, we basically could find a Wally World anywhere we went and replace or get whatever we didn't have. So
military families are the backbone of our nation's strength. At American Military University, we believe in supporting those who support our country. And that support isn't just for active duty service members. It's for entire military families. Whether you're a parent, spouse, legal partner, sibling, or dependent, you can access our preferred military rate of just $250 per credit hour for undergraduate and master's level tuition. American Military University. Education that honors service. Learn more at amu.apus.edu/military.
It's no big deal. Now, if you're flying, there's another key secret.
American Military University.
Personal item, and that's that bag that women are familiar with because they pretty much always have a purse. But I've noticed guys, some know, some don't know. You can pack a laptop bag or a backpack as long as it fits in the seat in front of you. You put your essential things like like a change of clothing, your essential electronics and travel documents in it, you can pack a laptop. It helps you a lot in case any check bags are delayed.
Now, finding cheap flights. A hunt for a deal. If you are trying to fly somewhere and you're trying to get the best rate, the best airline cost, it pays to be flexible. Now, so if your trip isn't booked in stone, isn't set in stone, and you can be flexible on your dates, it's a great asset. You can use tools like Google Flights. It pays. Explore features like sky scanners everywhere. Search to find the cheapest destination from your home airport. It's flying on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Saturday is often cheaper than flying on any other day.
In some cases, even resort prices, if you go kind of off days, you'll find similar discounts. You want to book in advance, but not too far. The sweet spot, our research says, is about 1 to 3 months in advance. For international travel, you want to book 2 to 8 months out.
Use a VPN. In some cases, airline pricing can vary by country. Using a VPN to browse from a different location, especially a country with a lower cost of living, may reveal cheaper airfare.
That's a crazy tip. We're so trying.
See, we weren't kidding when we say we learned something new. There are definitely some tips in here that I'm learning.
I've never done this one either. Set fare alerts. Use tools like Google Flights or Hopper to set an alert that notifies you when prices drop for your desired route.
That also works with Priceline. You can set your price that you want to pay, and if it comes up, it will let you know.
Another good tip, not just here, but clear your internet browser cache. Airlines can tell because of their tracking cookies how often you've been searching it, and oftentimes your prices are going to go up based on them seeing you frequently search just here. So if you clear your browser's cache, or use an incognito window, that can help.
Now we're going to talk about finding your calm, how to manage travel anxiety.
I'm supposed to read Don't Overplan.
This was written for you, I think.
This was a mean trick. So make sure you have a solid itinerary for your first day. That can help reduce anxiety, but leave room for spontaneity. Having a loose plan reduces the fear of unknown. So make sure you have a solid
That's
wonderful. Itinerary for your first day.
I like that idea. I'm so glad this is the one we're doing.
I just read a travel blog also that said if you were looking to do a mix of adventure, activity, and relaxation, to front load your vacation so that you get the activity in the busier days the first couple days, and then towards the end it gives you more time to relax.
So you don't get home feeling like you need a vacation from your vacation.
That is so true.
Now you can also pack an anxiety kit. This can include things like headphones, a good book, a journal, calming essential oils, or a favorite snack. These small comforts can make a big difference with travel anxiety.
Who knew? I pack my travel journal whenever we go anywhere now because I need notes for our travel correspondence group. Practice mindfulness. Use breathing exercises or a meditation app to stay grounded and in the moment. Particularly if you're hitting a turbulent flight or a crowded airport, this can help you check out of the chaos.
And arrive early. Rushing is a major source of stress. Arriving at the airport with plenty of time allows you to move at a slower, more deliberate pace.
Make sure you stay hydrated and rested. Dehydration or lack of sleep can make anxiety worse. Drink plenty of water and prioritize rest before and during your trip.
Now, on this vacation or trip that you're planning, go beyond the tourist trail, meaning learn a few key phrases, even simple phrases like hello, thank you, and I'm sorry in a local language if you happen to be traveling out of the U.S. It shows respect and it can lead to a more authentic interaction with locals.
Depending on safety, use public transportation if available. The best way to understand a city's rhythm is to use its public transportation system. It's also a great way to save money and see different neighborhoods while avoiding Uber murder transportation.
Right, and when we went to Washington, D.C., we took, what's it called?
Big bus tours.
No, not that.
Also a great way to save money.
Oh, the Metro. The Metro. So for a ton of our trips, it was really inexpensive and it was kind of fun.
Eat where locals eat. We've been trying to do this for the last 8, 10 trips now. Oh, the Metro. And I'm not going to lie, it's really paid off. We've met a lot of cool people. We've had some interesting food and had basically a more relaxing, set-back, laid-back time than we would have going to any of the chain restaurants. I'm not going to lie.
Now, if you're really truly on a budget, you can seek out activities that are free. You can walk through local parks, you can browse public markets, you can visit free museums, or simply sit on a bench and people watch. That's one of my favorite things to do.
We actually do that quite a bit now as we've become more accustomed to travel.
You can visit
Turns out lobbies and hotels are communal areas designed for that. So we've been doing that.
And remember that doing this offers you a true glimpse into the daily life of the local people where you're visiting.
This one, I hesitate to give you because I feel like it's our secret. Ask for recommendations. Engage with the staff that works at the hotel. Here's a secret, guys. They live local. This one, they know where all the good restaurants are. And if you're nice to them and have a rapport, they'll send you to the places the locals go, not just the tourists.
Now, finding a hotel that's both nice and economical can be a challenge, but with the right strategies, you can find great deals. It's all about knowing where and how to look.
Right, you want to be flexible with your dates and locations. Traveling during the off-season, hotels, flights, activities are significantly lower. Research when a city's peak tourist season is and plan your trip just before and after that period.
Look at alternative neighborhoods. Staying in the city center is almost always the most expensive. Look for hotels in a safe, well-connected neighborhood just outside of the main tourist hub. You'll save money and get more authentic local experiences. Staying in the city center is almost
check in on a weekday. I already mentioned it, but hotel rates are often higher on the weekends. If you can book your stay to start on a Sunday or a Monday, it is definitely cheaper than the weekend nightly rate.
Use the right tools and websites. Hotel aggregators, websites like Google Hotels, Kayak, and Skyscanner allow you to compare prices across many different booking sites all at once. Use their filter options to sort by price, user rating, and amenities.
Book directly with the hotel's website. Sometimes there's special deals or loyalty programs going on. For example, we're members of Hilton Honors now and Choice Premier or something like that. You do get lesser rates going through the website just from comparison of open website browsing versus using the app. For example,
and sometimes you can call the hotel directly. You feel more comfortable knowing you've booked with the hotel instead of a third-party site, and you can mention the rate, and a lot of times they'll match it.
Don't be afraid to ask for discounts, guys. Many times you'll end up with a discount, even if you didn't think you'd get one.
And remember, if you just on a whim want to travel, there are a ton of last-minute deals that give deep discounts on unsold hotel rooms for the same day or close to where you want to go. And remember, if
you can also consider alternative accommodations. Places like VRBO, Airbnb, they can offer you more space, a kitchen, a more local feel, oftentimes at a lower price than a hotel, particularly if it's going to be a longer stay.
Be a savvy booker. Look for packages. Sometimes booking your flight and hotel together as a package can be cheaper than booking them separately. Websites like Expedia and Kayak offer these bundles all the time.
Negotiate a better rate. If you have a specific place in mind, hotel, call them. Ask for a better rate. All they can do is say no. Don't be afraid to do that. And also, use the concierge service no matter where you go. If you're staying in a hotel and they have one, they're pretty much experts at what's going on locally and have access to things the general population doesn't.
If you have a credit card that offers you travel rewards, use them. And also, check for hidden fees. Sometimes it looks like a great deal until you get the final total and it has twice as much money that you expected to pay in hidden fees. Taxes, resort fees, Any of these things can be added on after you see the price that you're looking for.
So now you've got your perfect vacation, your trips planned, you've got your travel booked down, you're at the hotel where you're going to stay. Let's just quickly touch on a couple etiquette tips for everybody. First would be to plan ahead for any special requests. If you, for example, need a crib, hotel fan, anything special that might not be regularly in the room, call in advance and ask. It gives the hotel staff time to react and be able to fulfill your need. For example, early check-in is not guaranteed, so have a backup plan. Call the hotel if you're going to get there early, see if you can check in. If you can't, or they're charging, see if they have a service where you can park and they'll hold your luggage. Check-in is always be polite and friendly. Use please and thank you. The staff is there to help you have a better time. They're not there to get beat up by you. Have a good attitude with them, and they will definitely, we've done it tons of times, gotten extra service from you. And have your ID and reservation ready for a quicker check-in when you get there. Sometimes when we're arriving at places, there's a line, and it can move quicker if everybody's ready when they get to the counter.
Also, be mindful of shared spaces. Take only what you will eat at a buffet. Avoid reserving lounge chairs or gym equipment for extended periods of time. Return borrowed items, robes, towels,
life
jackets. Take only what you need as complimentary amenities. Keep conversations, TV volumes, phone calls at a reasonable volume level, especially late at night and in hallways. And clean up after yourself. You're adults, people. Keep it clean.
You want to keep your room tidy. I'm not saying it has to be as clean as when you got there, but keep it tidy. Store personal items off the bed and bathroom counter to make housekeeping jobs easier. Hang towels up if you plan to reuse them. Place used towels in a designated spot for fresh ones. Let the front desk know, or use the do not disturb sign if you want them to skip days. Some hotels offer incentives for skipping service, and I know housekeeping service has changed a lot since COVID. Some places they don't come during your stay unless you request. So go on a case-by-case basis.
Follow proper hotel tipping etiquette. Check local customs, as tipping is customary in the U.S., but may differ or be included in room charge in other countries. Typical tipping guidelines: housekeeping, $5 to $10 per day. Bellhop tipping valets, $1 to $5 per bag. Concierge, $10 to $20 for securing reservations or tickets, depending on complexity. And room service, 15 to 20% if gratuity is not already included. $1 to $5.
I feel like we need to use room service.
Concierge, $10 to $20. Want to tip another person, or because we just don't do complexity?
Well, we've used all of them except I can't remember last time we used room service. So we should do that. I feel like be mindful of checkout policies. Request a late checkout ahead of time if you're going to need one. Some places charge for this. Leave your room in a reasonable state. Dispose of trash. Gather used towels. Notify the front desk if anything was damaged during your stay. I'll also say if you get in your room and find out a light's out or something, let them know when you get there. Dispose of something's damaged so that they're not saying you did it. Always thank your staff and consider recognizing exceptional service in a review or to management. For us, we've actually gone to social media to compliment some of these people. And believe it or not, we know from personal experience, the corporate parent is looking and watching, and they see it. Thank you for listening. Hopefully, this helps a little bit with your travel. The best tip I can give you, though, get out there and live, people. Go do it by getting out there, experiencing travel. You're going to have a broader view of things. You're going to be able to relax more, and hopefully, you're going to enjoy it. We'll see you out there and on the next episode of Adulting.
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirits high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
We'll see you out there. And don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to adulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. And or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. That's BullRunFestivalOfLights.com.
There are parts, and then there are B-Pro Auto Parts. Parts built for every vehicle. Parts built to fit and function. Parts that are refining how we drive and redefining the category. Because every vehicle is a sum of its parts. So do yourself a favor and put B-Pro Auto Parts on the vehicles you service. Parts now, parts into the future. Welcome to the new aftermarket. Because every vehicle is a sum of its parts. So do yourself a favor and put B-Pro Auto Parts on the vehicles you service. Parts now.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. That's BullRunFestivalOfLights.com.
If you're the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, you know having a trusted partner makes all the difference. That's why, hands down, you count on Grainger for auto reordering. With on-time restocks, your team will have the cut-resistant gloves they need at the start of their shift. And you can end your day knowing they've got safety well in hand. Call 1-800-GRAINGER or click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Their shift, and you can end your day knowing.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
Just stop by.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Get it done.
Because let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips, sharing stories,
and maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to adulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
And feel free to share this podcast freely out there. I'd like to get our numbers out.
And maybe even pick up
Welcome
some
back,
of our
everybody. Today's episode, which will be part of a series of episodes, the next two, we're going to say, and feel free to be about balancing mindfulness and planning. It's something I've wrestled with, because how can I be totally in the moment and still plan my future? It's a quest I've been on lately to improve myself and make myself a better person. So when I heard about mindfulness and meditation, I was like, no, in the moment, that's way still playing my future. Tough guys definitely don't do this. Improve myself. Truth be told, they do. Some of the toughest warriors in this country and on the planet do in fact receive training in and practice it regularly. Things like box breathing and mindful meditation are helpful ways to reduce stress and calm the mind. I personally have started doing mindful meditation and simple breath work several years back, and have found that it does indeed have a positive impact on my mindset and stress level. I also, at this point, can definitively say that it lowers your pulse and your blood pressure. An area I've wrestled with is how to achieve a healthy balance between staying mindful and present in the moment versus the need to set goals and definitively say it's no secret. I'm a list guy. I like having lists. I like having goals. So here's some tips on it and what I found has worked for me so far.
Balancing mindfulness and future planning is a delicate but achievable art. Here's a breakdown of how to harmonize these seemingly opposing forces.
So here's some tips. First, we need to understand the core concept. And the biggest of it is mindfulness and the concept. You need to focus on the present moment without judgment. It's important to say without judgment because you don't want to be negative self-talking yourself as you're trying to focus on the present moment. Be aware of your thoughts, feelings, and surroundings but you just want to let them pass like you're observing them. It's important to say cultivates a sense of peace and accept negative self-talk.
You want to work on planning and goal setting, looking ahead and defining desired outcomes, essentially setting future goals. You want to create strategies and timelines to achieve those goals. Like, I want to graduate high school in 4 years. I want to graduate college in 4 years. I want to get my master's in 2 years. I want to get a promotion at my job in a set amount of time. You want to provide structure and direction. So you need to decide what it will take to accomplish your goals and then take the steps to do it.
How do we find that balance? To me, the first thing was I had to set some time aside. I had to intentionally take some time to plan and goal set. It's important that when you goal set, it creates boundaries to prevent future-oriented thinking from overwhelming the present. What does that mean? It means you set a time where you're going to sit down and you're going to, it's important that when you goal set with a pad and pen and write down as if there was nothing stopping you, where are you going to be in 3 years, 5 years, what does that mean? 1 year, 10 years? You can be as wild and out of control as you want. It's your goals that you set. Now, things like school, it's very easy. You want to get good grades, better grades, but you need to specifically state it. You can similarly dedicate time for mindful practices like meditation, deep breathing, and mindful walks. I'm a big fan of mindful walks in nature, by the way.
What is mindful planning? You need to approach planning with awareness. Be conscious of your motivations and avoid getting caught up in anxiety and perfectionism. No one is perfect. Recognize that plans can change. Be flexible in your approach, meaning you can have a goal, you can have a desired outcome, you can have a list of steps you need to take, but sometimes life gets lifey and things change. You have to learn to adapt. Consider that planning is a mindful act. It can be a mindful act. When you plan, you're being intentional about how you'll use your time and your energy. And you want to celebrate small victories along the way, acknowledging your progress in the present.
Regular reflection is also important. Periodically review your goals and plans. I do this every morning. It's one of the first things I do in my routine. I get to do a specific routine every day that helps me set up my day for success and gets me rolling the right way. So every day I read a bullet version of my goals and assess whether they align with your values and well-being. That's very important. I also read a value statement and I'm taking the right steps, including working out and doing cardio and eating right, to increase my well-being. Reflect on how your mindfulness practice is impacting your goal pursuit. One of the meditations I listen to actually states that mindful practice doesn't take time. It actually gives you time, which goes along with some of the core concepts that special ops soldiers and public safety people learn. So reflection helps you stay on track, both with your goals and your mindful practice. Another helpful hint is to, at the end of each day, review and reflect on your day. What went well? What could you do better? What didn't go so well? And how could it have gone better?
Acceptance and flexibility.
Another helpful hint.
Understand that life's unpredictable.
Review
like I said, plans may not always unfold as expected.
What didn't go so well?
Accept the uncertainty and change, and be willing to adapt your plans as needed. Understand, mindfulness helps with this by training you to be more accepting of what is in the moment as expected.
It's vitally important to distinguish between worrying and planning. I'm good at both of those. I prefer planning, but in an unplanned situation, I get very anxious about things. Sometimes I hide it well, sometimes I don't hide it well, but you want to learn to differentiate between productive planning and unproductive worrying. To me, in one word, it's the what ifs. If my planning degrades into the what ifs, then I probably have started to be in the realm of worrying, and I need to reset my mindset and get back on track. Planning is proactive and solution-oriented, while worrying is reactive and anxiety-driven. If you notice your planning is causing you anxiety, take a break and practice mindfulness. Recenter yourself and understand that you may be trying to plan too big a chunk at one time. The way you get around that is you break that chunk down. You want to make small, incremental steps every day.
In essence, planning provides direction, while mindfulness Mindfulness provides stability. The key is to create a harmonious relationship between these two aspects of life.
Tony Robbins says, if you don't have a plan for your life, someone else will. By incorporating these strategies, you can effectively balance the need to be present and mindful with the desire to plan and set goals, leading to a more fulfilling and balanced life.
I've heard you say this a lot. Most people don't design their lives, they react to them.
That's very true. And we want to avoid reaction. You see, I learned from a battalion chief from FDNY a long time ago. He made a statement in one of our leadership training classes called Grow the Pause. That's very true. That pause gives you a second to contemplate what's going on and internally in your head plan for a response. Notice I said response. We don't want to live in a reaction world. A reaction world is a dangerous world. We're making decisions based on incomplete information, on gut feelings. It's not the way to operate your life on a day-to-day basis. When we're in the midst of an emergency or there's a family crisis, sometimes you do have to react. And you're hoping that through your proper planning that your reactions are good. But the best move is to have done that proper planning so that you can stay in a calm thinking sense rather than a fight, flight, or freeze sense and respond.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. That's BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. That's BullRunFestivalOfLights.com.
Emails are, lighting up your screen. You do all of this, and then you go to work or you go to school, and you interact with a ton of people, and you bum rush yourself through lunch because you're so busy, and then you get home and there's chores to do and dinner to make and decisions that have to, get taken care of, and that you're just exhausted at the end of the day. But if you look at your goals or your day as a whole, you feel like you haven't even gotten anything actually accomplished, you haven't moved forward.
I actually kind of live that life with a slight difference. I've always had career and professional goals, but for a long time, my professional and family life, it went on autopilot. I felt like life was running me rather than I was running life. And it wasn't until I was able to start picking up these mindful practices in the breath work I do, where I was able to start reclaiming it. The other thing I say that's very related to this is self-care is survival. Self-care isn't selfish. What the self-care is enabling me to do is to get in the moment, re-engage the plans, recharge, and re-engage life. I'm responding, not reacting. Self-care isn't
You put in your notes here that don't start a to-do list. Why?
We can laugh at this because I've made lists to recharge list, but a to-do list that just keeps you busy. It's not moving you towards your goals. The best thing you can do is make a smart goal, and then you chunk it down into doable, related things. Because the mind can't handle any more than 2 or 3 options before getting overwhelmed. So what you want to do is chunk your things down into small, manageable pieces that you can take care of and that don't overwhelm you. A good example of this is, and I'm sure many of you have experienced, you go to a diner, you're not sure what you want, and it's a 14-page menu. Does that help you? And that don't overwhelm you. I recently heard, and I wish I remembered the author I heard this from, he goes into any restaurant that's new, looks at the menu in linear fashion until he finds what he wants, and then he puts it down. He doesn't look any further. He doesn't introduce any other choices because he recognizes that any more than 2 or 3 choices overwhelms the mind. We're not able to do it. And I know a lot of young adults are like, but I can multitask. No, you can't. What you're doing is task switching. And if you add too many tasks, something gets lost.
I know he doesn't believe in a to-do list.
A lot of young
I've
adults
always had a every morning get up, especially when I was a stay-at-home mom, make a to-do list of things that need to get done around my house, and I would check them off. And at the end of the day, I had so many things on my list, there wasn't enough time to get it done. So I switched to a to-done list. Pretty much what I would do is I would get up, know in my mind things I wanted to get done, get them done, and I would start my list. After each thing I accomplished, I would put it on my list, and then at the end of the day, I looked at the list and went, look how much I got done.
That seems like a good suggestion. I'm not saying that there's not a place for lists, but as a planning tool, a to-do list just isn't that effective nor that compelling. It's just assigning yourself chores, and who wants to do chores? I'm not saying that if you don't decide that you're going to run your life, someone else is going to run it for you, or life is just going to run itself. A life on autopilot isn't one that you experience the wonder of, not one that you are mindfully enjoying the sunrise, the sunset, the wildlife around you. I get myself caught up in it. I'm driving to work, and I often complain about the grind, the treadmill of life. And then when I am in that mindful moment, I realize the world is a beautiful place. I see a sunrise, I see the trees, I see beautiful weather. It's a much more fulfilling experience when I'm running my life rather than being run by my mindful moment.
Do you think you can call me when you're in that mindset?
No, I'm busy being mindful. So here's the way I do it. I'm running in the morning, in my routine. First thing I wake up, I think 3 to 5 things I'm grateful for. I usually do that even before I'm out of bed. Helps me get in the proper mindset. Then, as I'm stumbling around the room, I make sure I'm taking a couple of big deep breaths. But as far as daily planning, I don't start with a to-do list anymore. Now I start with the end in mind. What's the outcome I'm looking for? And I work it backwards to find out what it is I can do today to get me closer to that. Next up, I look at what's the purpose at the end. Why do I want to do this? But the most important motivating factor to find out what your why. Why do I want to be in better shape?
So you live longer.
And so I have a great gun show. But you're right, I live longer. Why do I want to? Most important, make this podcast?
Because you're appeasing me.
Your why? Why do I want to be in better shape? I guess that's true. But I would like to improve the lives of millions of people and make life easier for me. And what I would suggest is connect with your whys. You'll find they motivate you much more than, oh, I have to. But and then after that, you need a massive action plan. Now, that doesn't mean that you're doing all of the steps at once. It means you have to have in your plan definitively what steps are you going to take. What is it that you need to move the needle? That doesn't mean, and how to choose all of the smartest high-impact items that will help your plan. And we can talk about the 80-20 rule. What steps are you familiar with that? Mm-hmm. Okay. So 80% of stuff is done by 20% of the activity. 80% of your results come from 20% of your action. So what you're doing with your massive action plan is you're distilling it down to find the vital things that are going to actually move the needle. For example, if we talk about going to the gym, or even in my case, because I'm very fortunate, going to your garage gym, which I call Iron Forge, iron sharpens iron. It's many more steps than that. But if I start thinking about all of them, I talk myself out of it, and none of them are really move the needle type of things. Like if I get up in the morning and I think, oh, I have to put my sneakers on, I have many more steps on, I have to put a shirt on, I have to walk all the way down to the garage. I have to put the weights on the bar. No, don't think that way. Thinking that way talks your subconscious out of it. What I think about is I have to go left. I have to walk one step, not all those other steps.
So we have a challenge for you. We would like you to pick one area of your life that you want to elevate right now. Your health, your business, your relationships, anything. Then ask yourself, what do I really want here? Why do I want to elevate this area? And what's my plan to make it real? Your health, because this is your life.
What you need to do is focus your energy, focus, and strategy. If they're all aligned on what matters most, that's where breakthroughs happen. This is where you take control and you're driving your life.
You need to do.
I challenge you, do it and be mindful.
And strategy.
Take time to smell the roses. Don't lose yourself in the progress, or there is no fulfillment at the end. You just get there and go, okay, I'm here. Now what? I challenge you,
stop
do it
reacting
and be mindful. And start responding. Take time to smell the
Stop
roses. Don't
managing
lose yourself
your
in the
time.
progress and start planning your time. You just get there and go,
Start
you're
designing
here.
lives
Now
that are
what?
rich in meaning, purpose, and joy.
We believe in you. And we know times are challenging. I know this. We seem a little lectured, and that's not the intention of this. We're truly, very selfishly, actually hoping that our children miss some of the hard spots that we know times are challenging, and their friends. A benefactor of that is all the adults that are out there listening. Not the intention of this.
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirit high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to adulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. And/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show. A family tradition, the Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. That's BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th.
From Adams Morgan to Anacostia Park, we all want safer neighborhoods. But what does real safety mean? Real safety means preventing crime before it happens. By having police work with communities to disrupt cycles of violence, by supporting families with stable houses, and providing more mental health and drug treatment. We know that adding more police and locking up more people doesn't make us safer. Real safety means investing in the things that help prevent crime. Learn more at Real Safety DC. More mental health and drug treatment.
Huge news, Wayfair shoppers! There's still time to shop Wayfair's Cyber Week sale. Right now, you can score up to 70% off everything home. Save on kitchen and dining, bedroom furniture and mattresses, seasonal decor, and way more. Plus, with Wayfair's fast and easy shipping, everything home comes right to your home, just in time for the holidays. So don't wait. Save up to 70% off during Wayfair's Cyber Week sale. Now through December 7th at Wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Because let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips, sharing stories,
and maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to adulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
And feel free to share this podcast freely out there. I'd like to get our numbers out.
And maybe even pick up some of our Welcome back, everyone. Today we are discussing Suppress That Stuff. Send them our way. In this episode, we're going to discuss suppression of outward emotional displays. Now, I want to start this by saying, everyone, I think it's amazing that young people are so expressive and that young people are in touch with their emotions and that they really have a great ability to discuss those things with other people, and everybody kind of knows where you stand and how you feel. But today we're going to discuss suppressing some of those emotions and feelings, because unfortunately there are times when it is absolutely necessary. Paul has been wanting to discuss this topic for quite a while, and so I'm going to let him take the lead, and I'll plug in when I can. Unfortunately,
So I got to give credit where credit's due. First time this topic, the adulting podcast came up, I heard it from Jocko Willing and the guys at Echelon Front. It was during one of Jocko's podcasts, and he was talking to Leif, and he mentioned that sometimes you just need to, and I'll put it in quotes, suppress that shit. When he was talking about feelings. Now, admittedly, Jocko and Echelon Front and that leadership training cadre is pretty hardcore, and they all have military experience. So what struck me in it is the usability of it for young people to use a suppression technique. Sometimes you just need to suppress that stuff. It's just not appropriate for the place you are, and it can even be a safety hazard when you think about it. What I want to talk about is I want to help you guys understand why there are times where you might have to suppress your feelings and not have that emotional outburst, and maybe showing your feelings isn't the best right at that moment. Outward expression isn't about denying feelings, but it's about choosing an appropriate time and place to process and express them. Outward displays can be counterproductive. Like if you're at work and your significant other texts you something that's upsetting, that's not the fault of the person that comes to your register or your gas pump or your desk. Yet you're still going to have to feel it. That's one of those times you might just want to put it on hold.
You may not get a great text from someone, or you may be upset about something, but you're at work. So put it on hold, go home, deal with it then.
That's one of those times. And it's important that you're able to recognize when is it time to inhibit that emotion, to suppress that stuff. And there are some clues. You got to read the room, see where you are. Are you at work? Are you in a safe place to feel it? Like if you're going to get distracted by your emotions and you're on the subway, that's dangerous. You can't do it. So how do we hold? There's definitely some techniques that work, like brief physical grounding. It's a technique where you press your feet firmly on the ground, clench and release your fist, and take slow, deep breaths to create a momentary pause before reacting. Mental refocusing. Encourage shifting attention internally to a neutral thought or the task at hand. A quote from Chicago PD comes to mind. When something terrible happened, they were all repeating, "Feel it later," and they were recentering themselves. They were mentally refocusing themselves. A mini self-talk is another way to do it. It's a brief, calming internal statement like, "Okay, not now. I can and will deal with this later."
Remember, he said internal, which means those thoughts and those phrases are inside your head, not outside your mouth.
It's important to recognize inhibiting outward expressions is a temporary measure. We're not asking you to push it down and compartmentalize and never feel it, although that is kind of how I grew up. I lived in an environment where it wasn't okay to feel. You just put it away and hoped it never bubbled back out. And thankfully for you guys, you're not living in that. So you have these things called feelings that you got to wrestle with and figure out when's it okay to feel. And it's critical to process it when you feel it. And thankfully, you need to be in a safe place. You might have to do it at a later time and in a healthy way. Talking to someone, journaling, using some sort of regulatory technique. It prevents the emotion from being completely suppressed. We're not saying don't feel the feeling. We're saying
maybe not right now.
Exactly. Like maybe this isn't the best time. Another way that you can do it is practice role playing. You can create scenarios, and some progressive workplaces do it, and some friend groups do it, where they practice pushing each other's buttons to get a rise out of each other. The Police and Fire Academy, one of the biggest parts of the game is getting you to get control of those buttons.
So if you need to practice this because you seem to be flying off the handle at your job, or exploding at school, or yelling at the wrong people, then truly try role playing. Put yourself in a situation, make a pretend scenario where you would be really upset by something, and try and work through it. The more you do it, the easier it becomes.
Focus yourself on controlled communication. One of the worst things that can happen is you're having a bad day. You say something dumb or hurtful to someone who's not even involved in it. So you want to communicate assertively and calmly, even when you're feeling those strong emotions. Don't let them win. Your mind controls it. The emotion is part of you, and you're in charge of you. So choose your words carefully. Focus on the facts rather than the emotional intensity of what you're having. Some considerations to think about are distinguish from suppression. We're not saying suppress forever. What we're saying is you might have to suppress it for a while until you're in a safe place or not in a place where you're going to get yourself in trouble for feeling. I often go in the garage and punch the crap out of my punching bag just because it always seems like a better option than punching the crap out of somebody I love.
That is definitely a better option.
Often, it's critical to balance the ability to inhibit outward expression with the ability to express emotions authentically in safe and appropriate context.
And it's important to recognize that some people are going to have a really hard time doing this. Others can just do it, and it's easy for them. Everybody's past and everyone's experiences produce different emotions and different reactions. So to get this and to really be good at it, just some people are going to have to practice much harder than others.
Past and everyone's we come from the got an issue, here's your tissue generation. Both Kathy and I can tell you that our parents, although they loved us very much, mental health wasn't the thing that was discussed as openly and as freely as what you guys experience today. So we learn different ways to do it, and we are examples of suppressing too much. We're learning from you guys with this. But we also, because of that, can pick out really quickly when somebody's acting out somewhere and it's not safe, it's not good.
It's not appropriate.
Examples of suppressing. What can you do to manage your feelings healthily? All your emotions are valid. Your experiences, and some of them have strong emotions, your feelings like anger, sadness, and anxiety, they're natural responses to life events. But remember that it's your body's reaction. The emotion itself is just a few seconds firing of nerves. It's your focus on it and what you do with that focus that determines what course this is about to take in your day.
We're not saying that we want you to ever eliminate any of your feelings or emotions. We just want you to learn how to respond to them
what you
effectively.
do with that focus. So you have to be able to identify your emotions. And emotions can be identified primarily by their physical feeling in the body. So you want to be able to recognize and name your emotions as they arise. So you have to some people use things like emotion wheels or journaling to start parsing out what it is. Think about anger, for example. There's so many different scales of anger. You could be mildly aggravated. Some people could be really pissed off. You could feel outright rage. There's different degrees of each emotion. And it's important for you guys to process what level is that within yourself in, again, no safe environment. And it's important to understand your trigger. Outright rage. Again, that's newer terminology than Kathy and I are used to, trigger. In the world I exist in now, a lot of people say the word trigger. Oh, this triggered me. That triggered me. Walking the dog triggered me. The sun's out today. It triggered me. Again, I do hear the word a lot, but you want to identify your triggers, your people, your thoughts.
Want to make a difference in your community but not sure how? Go to GoFundMe.com right now and start a GoFundMe. Seriously, your next fundraiser doesn't have to start in a school parking lot or a church basement. You can start a GoFundMe today in just minutes. Fundraise for yourself, a friend, or family member, or an organization. All that matters is that you care about them. GoFundMe is the trusted place to fundraise for what you care about. With no pressure to hit your fundraising goal, but tons of tools to help you reach it, you can confidently start fundraising right now. Whether it's creative, local, or critical, your cause matters. And there's a reason why GoFundMe is backed by millions and chosen by fundraisers everywhere. It works, and it matters. GoFundMe helps you make a real difference. Start your GoFundMe today at GoFundMe.com. That's GoFundMe.com. GoFundMe.com. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe. Helps you make a real difference. Start your
Being a
GoFundMe today.
9/11
GoFundMe.com.
rescue guy,
That's GoFundMe.
and I'll just leave it at that. I had some pretty healthy triggers that would send me back into some flashbacks and give me nightmares for a week at a time. when I first got back. I didn't, until I started to get into the mental health thing, understand what even was going on, and I was frankly too stupid to go get the help I needed, so a lot of it just ran its course. But if I had understood what you guys understand today, I would have been able to process health a lot healthier.
So remember, if you see someone, you're in a situation that's uncomfortable, anything that, a thought that comes into your mind that's going to be a trigger, you need to realize that that's coming, see that it's coming, and start to respond with some of the techniques of calming yourself down, realize the space you're in, and learning how to deal with it without exploding.
So how do you regulate some of these emotions? First, you want to stay present and observe the emotion without judgment. Then you want to think about it, challenge the negative or unhelpful thought pattern, and reframe the situation more realistically. Somebody famous once said, "Don't sweat the small stuff," and it's all small stuff. Think about that reframe if you could do it every day. When emotions stem from a problem, you want to start identifying the problem and working towards solutions. Solutions help you get through this a lot faster than just focusing on the problem. Short term, you can shift your focus to help manage overwhelming emotions, but that's not so good long term because that just distracting yourself from it puts it off to the side. And that is the we'll feel it later. That is the suppress that stuff. So distraction works temporarily, but that's not a healthy long-term strategy for us. Breathing exercises can definitely, and I know today in today's world, breathing is being taught to people all over. Probably high schoolers are learning it. It's taught in gyms. It's all over YouTube. It's all over the place. But simple box breathing, which is the 4 in, hold 4, out 4, hold 4. That's a box breathing. There's other ones that you take a breath, you hold it, and then you exhale longer than you inhale. Simple box, but breathing is definitely something that can help with relaxation. Progressive muscle tensioning and relaxing is another method that you have to figure out how to express your feelings through talking, trusted individuals, journaling, or creative outlets. That's healthy muscle tensioning.
You also want to promote healthy coping mechanisms. We are encouraging you to support your overall well-being, get some exercise, eat healthy, get the right amount of sleep. You also engage in some hobbies, something that brings you joy, that keeps you calm, that you can do while you're processing your feelings and your thoughts.
We're saying suppress that stuff, but we're also saying don't suppress that stuff. Confusing, right? Would you agree? It's confusing?
It is. We're not saying suppress your feelings. You have a right to have all the feelings in the world. We're saying suppress your feelings in certain situations where it's not appropriate.
Right?
You could be really angry at someone, but in the middle of your workday, screaming and yelling on the phone or at someone in person makes you look unstable and not really the employee everyone wants. There's a time and a place for everything.
And it's important to know those and actually give some forethought. When is an appropriate time? And we'll talk about workplaces. Like, it's not a norm to have these outbursts in the workplace, for sure. Whether or not it's important to know those, clearly define, discuss things, you kind of got to read your workplace. I know of no workplace where they're like, oh, it's okay to lose your shit. And I've worked in a few. In safety-sensitive ones, police, fire, EMS, train conductor, electrical line, auto mechanic, and any job. An emotional outburst that causes a distraction is definitely a safety hazard because your focus becomes on that emotion you're having, and it's an internal focus. The emotion's terrible. You're not paying attention to what's going on, and wham, you're dead. That's why we're saying you have to temper where these come out. And sometimes you just have to suppress stuff, at least temporarily.
And learn to recognize your emotional signs. You know when you're going to be angry about something. There are definite physical things that happen to you. Your heart rate increases, you clench your fist sometimes, your mind goes a million miles an hour, your cheeks get flushed. If you recognize these signs early on, you can learn to manage your responses.
That prevents an amygdala hijack, and one of the best techniques for that is called the pause and assess technique. Grow the pause, even if it's only for a few seconds, a few breaths. You take a deep breath, that prevents an grow the pause. You're giving your body a few precious seconds to process what's going on. Grow, it automatically can help you interrupt the link between your feeling and your action. It's getting you out of reaction mode and into thinking response mode. You don't want automatic reactions to your emotions in the workplace. You want to assess during that pause. What is happening? What's actually getting you out of reaction? What is the professional and safe response required? Like, is it okay for me to go punch that wall? No, it's not. Walls hurt. What is happening? How might an emotional outburst impact the situation and my goals? If I have an emotional outburst right now at this place, is it okay for me in front of all these people? Is it going to help my career goals? Is it going to help my personal goals? Is it going to help my paycheck? Is it going to help anyone? Those are things you can ask yourself during that pause that will help you automatically refocus all these people.
And there are some ways to verbalize that, you know, you just taking a moment. If someone comes in and they're really getting on your nerves, you can respond with, okay, I understand, or let me think about it. And there are some ways, I'll get back to you on that. It's okay to have that verbal statement, because not only are you saying it, but you're hearing yourself saying it, which gives you a pause.
You know what else is okay? You can make it a game. For those of you in customer service that are dealing with an irate customer, be overly friendly. Use the bless your heart technique and watch the fireworks. It's a lot of fun.
It is, and honestly, I can tell you,
for those of you in
growing up in a household full of people and having currently a household full of people, that when someone's really angry at you or really coming at you, and honestly, killing them with kindness makes it really worse on them and much better on you.
So shifting focus helps. We're talking about just a brief mental shift to a task-related detail or procedure. That's getting yourself to know, okay, what was I doing? What am I doing? Am I making a coffee? Am I shifting clothesline? Am I putting a turnip down? By focusing the task at hand, the emotions slide to the back. They're still there for you to process later, but you got to get the task at hand done first. Nonverbal cues of composure. So you want to keep a neutral facial expression, steady posture, and calm tone. This is still a very critical part of the kill 'em with kindness.
I had a really hard time when I was young not having my facial expressions, emoting what I was feeling, even when I was being so nice and so kind. I kind of had a face on, like, I had a really hard time. I was actually told by somebody once that they didn't know what I was thinking about, but they were hoping it wasn't them. What I was feeling.
Have a delayed processing plan. Understand that things are going to happen at work. If you have a plan in place, like, okay, I've thought about this and I know if something bad happens, I'm going to have to delay the processing. Have a real world story. I got a phone call at work last week. It was by somebody important to me, so I answered the phone and they relayed to me that a relative had died. So I had to delay the process because I was in the middle of a meeting that we had to finish. I had to delay that processing until the end of the day. I didn't want to. It wasn't my favorite thing, and I had a million other things running around in my mind.
There are benefits of suppressing your stuff. If you suppress it, it definitely can improve your work relationship. I couldn't imagine that if I was a business owner, someone came into my business, I'm an employee, and lost their shit on the regular, I would think they probably would no longer be an employee. And it's just blatantly unprofessional. If you want to advance your career, you need to be professional. That's what's respected. That's what's expected. I would think they
now in a public setting, it's really a safety thing. Again, you want to maintain focus on your safety, where you're going, what you're doing, so that you're not in a public setting when you're going to have an emotional breakdown, outburst, whatever you want to call it. So it's important that you de-escalate yourself. Some techniques that'll help. Breathing breaks. What that means is take a couple short breaks during the day to get some deep breaths in It helps you physiologically calm your nervous system, and it really, really works. Guys, I have AFib, so I do some of these techniques, and what I've been doing is I monitor my own vitals frequently, a couple times a week. Using a couple different breathing techniques like this, I can actually lower my pulse and blood pressure. And who doesn't want to be calm, cool, and what I've been doing is I monitor technique, the grounding technique that I have not personally done. I've brought other people through though. I can actually 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And who doesn't want to be calm? First, you notice 5 things you can see. Then 4 things you can touch. Then 3 things you can hear. Then 2 things you can smell. And then 1 thing you can taste. This will help bring you back into right now.
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirits high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to adulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. And or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast.
Meta is investing $600 billion in AI infrastructure, bringing jobs to communities across America. Phil, a Meta building engineer in Las Lunas, New Mexico, says,
welcoming Meta into our community is creating more opportunities.
Learn more at meta.com/buildingamerica. In AI infrastructure, bringing jobs to communities across America. Phil, a Meta building engineer.
Be enchanted this holiday season at Meadowlark's Winter Walk of Lights. Enjoy a leisurely half-mile walk along an elegant garden trail while sipping on a warm beverage with or without spirits. Be sure to capture memories along the way amidst a variety of sparkling holiday themes. Perfect for a date with your special someone, a night out with friends, or holiday fun with a family. Don't wait any longer. Capacity is limited and tickets will sell out. Reserve tickets for your preferred date today at winterwalkoflights.com. That's winterwalkoflights.com. Night out with friends or holiday fun with
Engines rev. Are you listening? It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days, where you can drive in a Honda Wonderland of your own with a great offer on a fun-to-drive new Accord, Civic, CR-V, or HR-V. Hurry into your local Honda dealer and experience the wonder of Happy Honda Days with a great deal on your favorite Honda today. With a great offer on a fun-to-drive.
Contact your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
With a great deal.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Because let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips, sharing stories,
and maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to adulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Adulting, your one-stop shop for learning how to adult in the world.
So today we're going to be dealing with some serious but necessary things. They're not serious like the end of the world. They can be, but not usually. We're going to talk to you guys about dealing with unsolicited and unwanted romantic attention. It can be challenging, but it's important to prioritize your comfort and safety while still aiming for a clear and respectful response. The key is to be direct and firm while keeping your tone kind and simple.
Right, so we're going to go over some things to help you keep it firm yet kind as your approach. First and most important thing is you need to keep it clear and simple. That's the core strategy. Right, so we're going to go over, you want to be direct. Ambiguity can be misinterpreted as hesitation, first and most important, which might be encouragement for that person to push hard and simple. You want to make sure you say no clearly. You want to be direct.
Keep it brief. You don't owe anyone a detailed reason. Simply I statements. Focus on your feelings and decisions, not theirs.
Be consistent. Once you say no, your words and actions should reinforce that boundary.
Simply
avoid mixed signals.
Focus on your feelings
apologizing
and decisions,
or try to be
not theirs.
overly friendly after. Be consistent.
When someone asks you out or flirts with you in a way that makes you uncomfortable, you can use phrases like, "That's kind of you to ask, but I'm not interested."
Or thank you, but I'm not looking to date right now.
When someone asks you out or flirts with you can also say, "I appreciate the compliment, but I don't feel a romantic connection." That's kind of you to ask.
So let's talk about how we're going to handle persistent or boundary crossing behavior. If a person doesn't take the hint, let's face it, guys, we're not the brightest bulb usually. Sometimes we don't take the hint. Or if their attention is more persistent and uncomfortable, you need to escalate the firmness. Kindness is still in the realm of possibility, but firmness becomes the priority.
And remember, this isn't one way. This isn't always the guys pushing the boundaries with the girls. Sometimes it works the other direction. Sometimes girls are very persistent.
Right. You want to start with an I stance. I feel uncomfortable when you stand that close. Please take a step back.
Or I've made it clear that I'm not interested. Please respect my decision. And don't bring this up again.
Now, it gets a little more awkward if they're truly a friend or an acquaintance, or you're stuck in class with them, or some other way that you're going to be around them anyway. So you want to say something like, "I value our friendship," or "I value our time in class, but I need you to stop the romantic comments. If you can, I'm going to need some space for me to be around them anyway."
Now, there are also non-verbal cues. Your body language should support your words. You want to maintain a neutral expression. Avoid smiling or laughing nervously, as this can be misinterpreted as flirtation or encouragement.
Make sure you're standing firm. Use a firm, upright posture. Make sure you're standing tall. Make brief but confident eye contact, and use a clear, steady voice.
Create distance. Physically step away from the person if they are too close to you.
Standing tall. Disengage. After you set your boundary, you can turn your body away and focus on another activity or person.
Now, this is when to drop kindness for safety. If the person becomes aggressive, threatening, or completely ignores your clear rejection, your immediate safety is the only priority. Now, at this point, do not owe them kindness anymore. Or becomes a polite explanation.
Right. You want to be blunt. Let's face it, some people, they're just pretty dim bulbs and they need to hear it bluntly. No, leave me alone. Don't touch me. Back off.
Or you could remove yourself. Walk away quickly to a safer, more public area.
And if you're really feeling unsafe, seek help. Immediately call a friend, move towards a group of people, or alert security, staff, police, etc.
Remember, you have the right to feel safe and respected. Setting boundaries is a fundamental part of self-respect. And you are never responsible for the way another person reacts to your truthful and firm rejection. You have the right to
So let's dig a little deeper into this. It's the psychology of a firm but kind rejection, and we're going to do it by contrasting possible responses here. So your primary goal is to send an unambiguous message. Young men and women often fall into the trap of being too kind or too apologetic by using language that cushions the blow, so it creates confusion and leaves the door open for, well, is that a no or a maybe?
Right, so I'm going to give you a statement that you should avoid that can be confusing to someone receiving it, and then Paul is going to tell you how to say it clearly. The first one is, maybe another time when I'm not so busy.
A more direct approach would be, I'm not interested in dating you. The first one implies timing, and it can leave confusion. The second establishes a permanent lack of romantic interest. A more direct approach would be,
I'm just focused on my career right now.
Again, not direct enough. I would say, I don't feel a connection, and I don't want to date you. The first can be seen as an excuse, so they might interpret the maybe and think they can wait it out. The second is non-negotiable personal feelings.
The last one is saying nothing and just ignoring them.
Right, you don't want to be in the ghosting category here, so make sure you say something like, no, thank you.
Right, because ghosting an acquaintance leaves room for them to interpret silence as shyness or playing hard
You
to
don't
get,
want to be in the
which
ghosting
also
category here.
encourages their
Say
persistence.
something like, next up, thank you. It fits
Right,
more
because
than
ghosting
just
in a
this
few
category of
instances
an
is room for
awkward
them to interpret
communication.
silence as
It's also
shyness
something
or
that
playing hard
polished
to
people
get,
do.
which
Less is
also
more when it comes
encourages their
to
persistence.
words sometimes. And polished people, they'll say something like, that doesn't work for me. Awkward. So resist the urge to over-explain. The longer your explanation, the more opportunities you give the other person to debate your reasons, which can draw you into an uncomfortable situation. Remember, you're not on trial.
A simple no is a complete sentence. If you're feeling pressure or have rejected them multiple times, you are fully entitled to cut off the conversation after your initial firm statement. If they press you for a reason, simply restate your boundary. I understand this is disappointing, but my answer is not going to change. I've said all that needs to be said.
Now, you want to deliver it when possible with empathy in your delivery. Kindness comes from the tone and acknowledgement, which you're going to have to judge. How severe is the situation? How dim is the bulb I'm dealing with? How blunt do I have to be? Ideally, you want to keep kindness in all your interactions, which you want to acknowledge their effort. Say something like, thank you for being brave enough to ask me out.
You can wish them well. I truly wish you the best in finding someone that's a great fit for you.
And you want to make sure you maintain an even tone. Deliver your rejection calmly and firmly. An apologetic, nervous, or overly smiley tone can undermine the serious nature of the boundary you're drawing.
Online education is convenient, but sometimes it can be lonely. Sometimes the extra help you need can only come from someone else. At American Public University, they make online education personalized, affordable, and memorable. With 24/7 mental health support available in multiple languages, access to career coaches who are industry professionals, and lifelong career services, you'll never feel alone on your path to success. APU, digital by nature, human by design. Learn more at apu.apus.edu.
Now, there are times when you want to keep the person as a friend or a colleague. So if you value their friendship but need to set a hard romantic boundary, you can say things like, I really enjoy spending time with you, but I only see you as a friend or as a professional colleague. I hope we can keep our relationship that way.
Or if they're trying to turn a professional meeting into a date, you can say, I'm happy to talk to you about whatever work topic, but let's keep our conversation professional.
Now, when attention is persistent or creepy even, if the person has already been rejected, or if the attention is invasive, someone staring at you, unwelcome touching, repeatedly approaching you, your responses must be swift and non-negotiable.
This means that your message must be congruent throughout all of what you do. Your voice and body language have to match, and they drop all attempts at being kind, use a flat, serious tone, and you want to make direct, firm eye contact. This alone, if you have a talent at the look, lets people know what's going on.
If you are a little bit shy but extremely uncomfortable, you can do what's known as the public shout. If you feel threatened, don't hesitate to raise your voice to draw attention. Shouting stop or leave me alone is often the quickest way to de-escalate danger because you're involving bystanders. If you feel threatened,
the final warning. I've already told you I'm not interested. If you approach me again, I will report your behavior, call security, or call the police. Just be prepared to follow through.
Setting and enforcing boundaries is a skill that gets easier with practice. Do you have a specific situation or context, like work, school, or social setting, that you're most concerned about? The best way to respond depends heavily on where the unwanted attention is happening.
Right. At work or at school, it's a little awkward because you need to be with the people you work with or you're in class with. So you want to keep it kind. You want to keep it
Cordial.
Right. Cordial. That's a great word. Thank you. At school, you might want to say something like, I need to keep our relationship strictly professional or academic. I enjoy working with you, but I'm not interested in anything else. Please respect that. That's a great word.
You can also say, if you bring this up again, it crosses a line, and I will need to talk to HR, my supervisor, my professor,
but I'm
my
not
teacher.
interested in anything else. In the workplace or school academic setting, it's important that you write down what happened and what you did about it. If this is ever going to go somewhere, you will need those records to go to the next step. Academic
Now,
setting,
most interactions when you're young,
what
someone is interested in you, they ask you to be a romantic partner, and you say no. That's it. It's done and over with. Unfortunately, there are some situations where it does escalate, and that is when you want to have documentation.
Now, next setting would be a social setting, whether it's at the gym, party, at the bar if you're old enough. In public, your focus is on speed and utilizing your surroundings to ensure your safety. Now, I'm a big person on situational awareness, so this fits right in with that. You should always know what's going on, who's approaching, and where they are. Utilizing your surroundings
Right.
to
So
ensure your
if someone
safety.
approaches you and you're in
I'm a
public,
big person on
quick
situational
disengagement.
awareness.
Say no, thank you. I'm not
This fits
interested.
right in with
Then
that. You should
immediately
always
turn your
know
attention
what's
to your
going
friends,
on,
your
who's
phone, or an
approaching,
activity.
and where
Don't
they are.
linger. Right.
Now,
So
when it
if
says your
someone
phone,
approaches you and you're in public,
I'd have to advise you should move away from that
say no,
person.
thank you. Correct. But if you're sitting in a bar and someone comes up and approaches you, you can absolutely shift yourself in your seat and look at your phone like
Now, when it
something's
says your
important.
phone, body language is important. Stand close to a friend, a bartender, or security staff. Your physical placement is a nonverbal boundary.
And you can always lie if needed. If someone is overly aggressive and won't back down, a simple non-negotiable lie like my boyfriend/girlfriend will be here in a minute, or I'm meeting with my family can sometimes be the quickest way to end an interaction without inviting debate. Your safety trumps absolute honesty.
I did that once.
Be here.
That's exactly what I did at the gym with that young lady when the creeper wouldn't leave her alone. I pretended to be her dad, because let's face it, I'm not young anymore, and started talking to her about what we're going to do when we get home, and she went right with it. She needed a bailout.
Now, there are some pitfalls.
I pretended to
We're
be
going
her
to
dad.
address the just a little more problem people come into contact with.
Started talking to her
It's
about
a
what we're
common
going to do when we get
pitfall
home, and
in being kind.
right with it.
You feel obligated to smooth things over and make the other person feel better, which can lead to giving them mixed signals.
Right. You have to remember, apologizing can actually be dangerous. Because if you've rejected somebody, apologies imply that you've done something wrong and that your boundaries are up for negotiation. You don't want that to be the case when it comes to these awkward interactions. So avoid saying things like, I'm so sorry, I just can't. You've done something. A way to rephrase that would be, thank you for your interest, but I'm not interested.
And you can say that kindly. You can also avoid things like, I feel really bad about saying no. Instead, say, I appreciate you asking, but my answer is
But I'm
no.
not interested. And then there's the ever important concept of understanding.
I feel really
No,
bad about saying
N-O,
no.
is a complete sentence.
I appreciate you
The
asking.
kindest
but
thing
my
you can
answer
do
is
for
no.
someone after a rejection is to be absolutely final so they can move on. Avoid phrases that soften the blow but encourage future contact.
Right. You don't want to say, I'd love to, but I'm just too busy right now.
Absolutely
What you
final.
should
so
say
they
is,
can
I
move on.
appreciate the offer, but I won't
Avoid
be able to
phrases
go with
that
you.
soften the blow. But a terrible one to say would be, let's just see how
Right, you
things
don't wanna
go.
say, I'd love
It
to,
would be
but I'm
much
just
better
too
to
busy
say,
right now.
I don't have romantic
Should
feelings.
say, I appreciate
By
the
being
offer, but I
firm,
won't be able
clear,
to go
and
with you.
focused on the safety and integrity of your own boundaries, you are acting with respect for yourself and a clarity towards the other person. This is the truest form of kindness in this situation. and definitely prevents helpful dads from getting involved. Thank you for listening. It's been great talking to everybody. Don't forget about the website and our socials. We'll see you out there. Be safe. And definitely
just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirit high, and keep adulting.
Thank you for listening.
Go forth and conquer the world,
talking
or at least your to-do list.
About the website and don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to adulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. And/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast.
The future won't wait, and neither should you. That's why American Public University offers master's programs designed for momentum. Affordable, high quality, and flexible, so you can keep moving forward. With career-relevant programs in business, healthcare, education, IT, and more, you can gain skills you can use right away and the confidence to power your next move. American Public University, built for what's next. Learn more at apu.apus.edu.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's bullrunfestivaloflights.com. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th. Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at bullrunfestivaloflights.com. That's bullrunfestivaloflights.com. Be enchanted this holiday season at Meadowlark's Winter Walk of Lights. Enjoy a leisurely half-mile walk along an elegant garden trail while sipping on a warm beverage with or without spirits. Be sure to capture memories along the way amidst a variety of sparkling holiday themes. Perfect for a date with your special someone, a night out with friends, or holiday fun with a family. Don't wait any longer. Capacity is limited and tickets will sell out. Reserve tickets for your preferred date today at winterwalkoflights.com. That's winterwalkoflights.com. Night out with friends or holiday fun with a family. Hey
everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Because let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips, sharing stories,
and maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to adulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
Head over to adulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance,
hello, and welcome back. On today's episode, we have the pleasure of bringing you another travel highlight trip.
We took our annual trip to the New Jersey Firemen's Convention
and welcome back
in Wildwood, New Jersey. This past September. It's a regular trip for us. We have been going for many years. The trip has taken different forms as our family has grown and matured. It's basically a relaxing beach trip that we force ourselves and want to do every September, every year.
Makes me think, why did the crab never share?
Why?
Because he was shellfish. Back to the show.
Every September.
I wasn't paying attention at all. We're talking about Wildwood. The crab never shared. We stayed in our normal because NASA in location. Shellfish. A little bit dated, but it's a nice place in Wildwood Crest, New Jersey. I wasn't worth checking out if we're talking maybe not Wildwood, the family of 6. We stayed in our normal.
Worth checking out even if you are. We've made it work for at least the last 10 years.
It's a nice place. We did. Wildwood Crest, New Jersey. It did work. I wasn't worth now it unfortunately has become more of a timeshare experience. I had to sign a lease. I had to, we did. They wouldn't take payment the day of. It was a little bit of a pain in the butt.
Yeah, and they have changed their policy. So essentially, there's no more keys. You just get a code, which is great. It's safe and secure, and everybody can get in and out of the room. But they also kind of took away most of the staff, so it is very cold.
Yeah, it's like corporate. It was a family kind of vibe because the staff had been there for so long. And now it's more of a corporate.
And it's kind of like you're getting less stuff for more money.
It's like corporate. Yeah, it was kind of significantly more than the previous year, and you definitely got less of a service level.
Right, we've been contemplating changing our venue at Wildwood for a few years now, and we finally made the leap. We figured for the price, we were getting a great deal and staying at a place where, although tight, we fit. But now we're going to up our game a little because for virtually the same price, we're going to get more space, getting a great deal.
And you'll definitely be able to hear about that trip in our next Wildwood episode.
But
the weather cooperated with us. It was seasonally cool in the morning, comfortable in the afternoon. I actually think it was some of the best weather we've had in a while down there. In our next Wildwood
we
episode,
usually run the risk of 1 or 2 of the days of our trips. It rains.
So what did we do while we were there? I actually think normal stuff. Best weather. It wasn't an overly booked trip. It was a trip where I'm required to do a couple things, like check in the convention area. This year, it was one of the rare times that one of my children came with me up to the convention area. So we walked around the apparatus vendor area, convention area. Child that came with me discovered the wonders of convention swag.
He was very excited to come back with his koozie and his water bottle and all the other free stuff he got. He thought he hit the jackpot.
And he knew a tremendous amount of information about apparatus and equipment. So thank you to all the vendors that attended and tolerated a child coming by to get the swag. We definitely enjoyed it. We hit the beach up. Tremendous amount of a little cool. There was a breeze and equipment, but it was still good. To all the vendors that attended.
Sat on the beach while you guys chose to get in the water and get out into the frigid air, and I was good.
We hit the beach up, and for those of you that have never been, had the pleasure of going to the Wildwood Beach, Wildwood Crest Beach, it's half desert, half beach.
You kind of have to walk for
for those of you that
15
have
minutes
never been,
before you
had the pleasure
get
of
to
going
the water,
to the Wildwood
and that's after you've already put your feet in the sand.
Right, you walk down the boardwalk and you think, oh, we're going to be at the beach in no time. About halfway through the beach, you can stop at the rest area, which has porta-johns and garbage cans. And then you realize you're still miles. You walk down the boardwalk and you think, oh,
but we also went to the pool.
We did. And the pool, that's the NASA in, is a heated pool.
Which is fantastic unless it's chilly out, because then you never want to get out of the warm water.
Which occurred. We stayed in for quite a while because the outside. We hit up the Wildwood Boardwalk a couple times.
Yeah, because that's the thing, we have water.
Can't go there and not get mud. Stayed in for quite a while.
Or cheese fries in a bucket, or
we hit up the
get a
Wildwood
sweatshirt.
Boardwalk. Coors ice cream.
Coors ice cream, because that's the thing.
And for some reason, our family has a sweatshirt fetish. We have to get. At least one of us is getting a sweatshirt.
Yes, I think all the kids get a sweatshirt every single year we go to Wildwood.
And then much like socks, we get home and they're gone.
But we also went to Duffers, and Duffers is a locally famous ice cream parlor. We go there every year. You
And then
order a
much like
sundae,
socks, we'll get home and
it's
they're
pretty
gone.
much the size of your head.
We also went to
Most of us never finish it, but can't not go there.
And another family favorite for
We
us.
go there every
We
year.
ride our bikes when we're in Wildwood a lot. Where we live, it's pretty mountainous, lots of hills. But Wildwood is not. It's typical ocean, shore, flat, so you can ride far.
And for a really long time, and
Where
just
we live,
feel like you really
pretty
didn't do
mountainous,
much.
lots of
I
hills.
think we rode our bikes
Wildwood is
for
not. It's
3 hours straight.
Ocean, shore, which is not unusual for us during that trip, but is unusual for us because I'm pretty lazy, if I'm honest with you.
No, I love riding my bike in Wildwood. 3 hours straight. I would take my bike
Which is
everywhere.
not unusual. I would too. If I lived in a place like Wildwood, I would bike because you just to go to the store to get, I don't know, milk or half and half or soda, pop, whatever you want. It's an easy ride to do 2-3 miles. I lived in one way. Like the kids would just get on the bike at the hotel and go over to Wawa, which is what, 2 miles away? Milk or half and half. We have a store from our house that's about 2 miles away. It's an easy ride. Never known our children to get on the bike here and do that. Like the kids would just get on the bike
downhill and then back up.
The ups are hard. We have a store from our house that's about 2 miles away.
And this year, which doesn't usually happen, typically we have had children in school during this trip, so we would give them off one day, so Paul has to be down there on Thursday morning, and we would go later, typically we have probably Thursday night or Friday night, depending on where they were in school and what they had to do. So Paul this is the first year that I got to go down and be there on a Thursday.
Right, we actually could have checked in early if we wanted to pay the additional fee to the NASA Inn, which is new. They never had an additional fee before. We had, drum roll please, right, an adult dinner for the first time in all those years.
Yeah, it was just the two of us because the kids didn't come down until Friday. We got to go find a seafood restaurant, which does not appeal to everyone in our family, and have a really nice dinner together. Yeah,
now we enjoy our children being with us and going out to eat at places like we hit the Mavis Diner, maybe later on our list. That's like a family-oriented diner, cool place. But this, now we enjoy, it's called the Boathouse. Our children being with us, we got to by accident. We hit the Mavis Diner. And we rode our bikes there.
We did ride our bikes there.
It's like two teenagers. We were out riding our bikes, holding hands, riding into the sunset. It's called the Boathouse. Our first adult meal in a long time. We had seafood. And we had such phenomenal views of the sunset from that restaurant.
That we sat eating dinner and taking pictures.
We did. We did, in fact, like tourists, take pictures.
And we played pickleball, which has become our new fun thing to do. Good activity. We got a lesson from a few locals that were down there playing. Just so everyone's aware, the Wildwood pickleball courts are amazing to do. They're beautiful. They're brand new. I think there's 8 courts that are lined up specifically for pickleball.
We witnessed a pickleball tournament.
They're beautiful. We went down, asked a few questions on Friday. We thought we'd get out and just get a little exercise. The kids were resting or relaxing or whatever they were doing. And we met some people at the court who were so nice to teach us a few things and play with us for about an hour. They mentioned that they were having a tournament the next day, so we got up Saturday morning early and headed over to check it out.
And we learned a lot at that also. During our lesson, so to speak, we found out that our pickleball equipment was substandard.
I think he said that they're toys.
That was the quote. And we learned a lot. And yet he still played with us. He was a really nice guy. We had the wrong ball, so to speak. We found out that our pickleball equipment
indoor pickleball balls.
Standard.
We needed outdoor.
So let's throw down our street cred now.
Now we have outdoor.
Franklin X's
Oh, we do have Franklin X's. That's apparently the standard for pickleball balls.
And we are swinging some serious Ben Johns. Let's throw down our Juleps now.
And we got some new Jula paddles, so we don't look like the people that are playing with toys. That's apparently the
we got a
standard
pool and a
for
pond.
pickleball balls.
Fun's good for you. We're not those people anymore.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show. A family tradition, the Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. That's BullRunFestivalOfLights.com.
We did another one of my newfound hobbies. Wow, we were riding bikes. Checked out several thrift stores.
We did. I don't know why, but we're those people now.
Another one of
stop at a thrift store and see if we can find something of great value for a little bit of money.
We are several. And while we were out doing that, we found a model railroad storefront. It was pretty cool. They had all the different gauges or sizes of them. They had a model running around the store. Model railroad, I guess I should clarify.
If you've never been to Wildwood, there is a tram car that you can ride up and down the boardwalk if it's too much walking for you or you just want to.
What's the tram car, please?
That's exactly what it sounds like. And while we were in this little model railroad store, they actually had a tiny little tram car that you could buy that said those exact words.
I'm sure there's more that we did. We had family drama.
We did, because we always do, but I feel like we were busy the entire time.
We weren't as busy as the kids. They were so busy that even 4 a.m. there's more that we did.
Yeah, but we also, although I feel like we were busier, I felt like it was more relaxed the entire time.
We're going to talk about that too, because it's important to know how we pulled that off. So, as with any of our other travel episodes, we want to talk about what worked well, what you might be able to take away, because it's important to improve your own future trips.
We packed our travel appliance pack and a little suitcase that we put a few things in that we find make our trips more convenient. We have a K-cup maker, a toaster, and a magic bullet blender.
Now, we do recognize we wouldn't take that if we're flying somewhere, but we do take it anytime we're driving somewhere so that we know we have it.
I am a coffee drinker, morning, noon, and night. And
we do recognize
go to a hotel and they're like, here's your 1 cup of coffee packet. Good luck with that.
It anytime
doesn't really do
driving somewhere so that we know. I am a magic bullet blender guy. I prefer to have a protein shake or 2 a day in my newfound healthy lifestyle. In that package, I've also added, after a few trips and some frustration, an outlet strip. And it turns out on this trip, because of the age of the Nassau, we really did need it. Because if we didn't have it, after a few trips, we would have had a problem plugging our CPAPs in the right places. And it turns out
everything
on
else
this
that
trip,
5 people need to plug in for a few days.
We really did need it. Another thing that we've discovered in our last 2 or 3 trips is unpacking your suitcase when you get there into the furniture, the dresser, the closet. It does make it less stressful and more organized.
And more relaxing. I feel like when we have the things we need and we know everything is put away and you just kind of come and go and you're not digging through a suitcase, it makes your trip more relaxing.
I used to be one of those travelers that prided myself on living out of my duffel bag for some strange reason. I can't even tell you what my thinking was. But now that I've done this on trips, I will do this on every trip.
The kids and us all kind of kept our stuff put away and cleaned up and garbage in garbage can and dishes washed. It just made that small space much easier to be in with 5 people.
Now, our setup in this particular place, we ended up using the sofa bed. In years past, we've been a little lazy about making sure the sofa bed gets away. This year, I made a point of making sure it gets put away during the day. I think that made a difference too in the quality of the life in the room. We've been a little lazy about making sure the sofa bed
when
gets
we
away.
take this trip,
This
and I would
year,
like to say not always, but always, go to the grocery store. We try and buy snacks, and it really does help on overspending on incidentals. We're not constantly dishing out money for a soda or snack somewhere. Go to the grocery store, have it in our room, in our fridge, in our cabinets. Snacks.
And on this trip, we knew more about the kitchen than we know about most times because the Nassau we've been at for years. So we even did a dinner at the hotel one night.
We did. We didn't have necessarily all of the cooking
And on
things
this
we
trip,
needed,
we
but we
knew
made it
more
work.
about. We did make it work, and it was good. We know about, and it was totally stress-free. It wasn't who wants what for dinner. I don't want this. I don't want that.
We did. We didn't.
It
have
wasn't.
necessarily
Oh, we
all
have
of
to
the
eat right
cooking
now.
things we needed, but
It
we
was a
made
nice
it work.
laid-back pasta. Make it work, and it was good.
And because we are such
totally
avid
stress-free.
bike riders,
It
when
wasn't
we take this
who
trip,
wants what for dinner. I don't
we made
want
sure all
this,
the
I don't
bikes were
want that.
prepared and ready to go
It
before we
wasn't,
left.
oh, we
We
have
brought
to eat
bikes
right
for
now.
everyone. It was a good time.
So,
And
like
because
every
we are
other
such
trip,
avid
I said
bike
so
riders,
again.
when we take this trip, I made sure all the
Dear
bikes were
audience,
prepared and
I
ready to go
apologize
before we left.
for saying all the
Bikes
so.
for everyone. Instead of the or the ands,
So,
you say
like
the so's.
every other, I'm a
I
sozer.
said so again.
So, like, I can't believe I just did that. I apologize for saying all the so. That's terrible.
Or the ands,
So,
you say
like
the so's.
I need a new word. So, like, what do you think could have went better?
Well, we did have two of our kids, and we say kids, but they are not kids anymore. They are actually all legally adults. Meet up with a few of the firemen that were down there. And went to a party and stayed out pretty much all night long. And of course, us at our age, we were in bed. And when one of us got up to use the bathroom and realized we were missing two people, it became a little bit of family drama. But they were fine, and they were together, and they were with some nice people.
Which, ironically, I don't know if you picked up on this, they were out because of their age. I was up because of my age. I had to get up to use the facility.
No matter how old you are, apparently you're up at 4 a.m.
I don't know if you picked up on that. Lesson learned. They were out. Our kids' arrival plans weren't well synced with ours. I had to get up. The bonus was we got the adult dinner.
No matter
The
how old
bad
you are,
part was
apparently you're up at
ooh,
4
there was
a.m.
no pre-planning of that adult dinner.
Because we were unsure when they were arriving, and because their plans kept changing, we didn't have the ability to make plans to go out. We just kind of did it
There
on
was
a
no
whim,
pre-planning
which
of that.
is really more my style. Because we
It is
were
your style,
unsure
and it worked
when
out
they were
fantastic.
arriving, and
It
because
really
their plans
did. The
kept
boathouse in
changing,
Wildwood, New
we
Jersey,
didn't have the
awesome.
ability to make
2 thumbs up.
You're saying that the 2 or 3 times that you've said something was fantastic when it was just fly by the seat of your pants isn't a bad thing.
I don't know if I'd go that far. Another discovery, this is an important one. If you order a pizza and it says it's for cheese, you might want to ask what cheeses they are. I don't know if I'd go
Because
that far.
we ordered a 4-cheese
Another
pizza
discovery,
thinking
this
our
is
kids
an
all like
important
cheese
one.
pizza. That's great.
order
What
a
we didn't
pizza
know
and
was
it
one of
says
the
it's
cheeses they put
for
on their
cheese,
pizza down there
you might
was
wanna ask
blue
what
cheese.
cheeses they
And
are.
it was disgusting. We ordered a 4-cheese
I
pizza.
wasn't so kind
Our
to
kids all like
our
cheese
youngest
pizza. That's great.
when he
What
was
we didn't
not
know was one of
eating
the
the
cheeses
4-cheese
they
pizza.
put on their
thing.
pizza
It
down
doesn't
there
taste
was
good.
blue cheese.
I was doing the
disgusting.
stoic,
We ordered a
we'll use that
4-cheese
word,
pizza.
father. Wasn't so kind
Well,
to
eat
it. We bought our youngest. There's starving people all over the world eating the 4-cheese
And then we
pizza
tried it.
thing, and then I tried it. I felt bad for the pizza, my son, father. And did I mention blue cheese on pizza isn't good?
Sorry if you like it that way. And then we just not our style.
And then I tried it. You know, I felt bad. I think it was just unexpected. my son.
I'm only a blue cheese fan in one instance, and that's when you're eating wings. But other than that, it could disappear from the face of the earth.
I do like blue cheese on my salad. I think it's wings. Unexpected. I didn't like it on pizza.
I'm only a blue cheese.
What's
fan
next?
in one
For a while.
instance, and that's when well, we're going to upgrade our lodging. One, due to the increase of prices that are going up everywhere in Wildwood. We did pick a more resort setting type of hotel. It's 2 blocks away from where we were, but it's a beautiful, brand new resort, and it is right on the water. Everywhere in Wildwood.
We're going to communicate and collaborate a little better about our individual activities and arrival. I'm going to encourage our children to do what they did this time and come later. We're going to plan an adult dinner for us. Collaborate a little better. We're going to visit the Wildwood Aquarium.
Because he has wanted to for years, and we just never seem to get there.
We walk past it 5 or 6 times a trip. I'm sure it's a fish tank
behind a wall
with some fish. Yet, I don't know. I've never been in there.
And we're going to plan a little more self-funding by our adult children. They're actually adults. They have jobs. They have a little spending money to spend on things here and there. So if we are providing their food and their place to stay, pretty sure they can bring some spending money and buck it up. They have a little.
Kathy and I are going to check out some more adult spots. And I'm sure we're going to have somebody in tow.
I'm sure we're going to have 3 people in tow. Pretty sure they can.
New place we found this year that's probably been there for years, the Honky Tonk Bar. That's a definite check out next year. And I'm sure National Fallen Firefighters Foundation Party wanted to go this year. We just ended up busy. Been there for years. Other things didn't make it. Walk the convention tents, National Fallen, which we did a little bit, but it was rushed. And we're going to make some more time. We just ended up.
We're going to find some more local restaurants and shops to check out. I love shopping local, and I love trying local food. I know we live in New Jersey. This is New Jersey, but there are some things in South Jersey that they do differently than we do here in North Jersey.
For sure. Like eat pork roll.
I love shopping local, and we're going to plan on food a little bit more pickleball because, like I said, those courts are amazing.
And the people there were great. Kudos to Wildwood Crest Facilities directly. The charity tournament we were at, it was fantastic. It was actually very, very social. And the people there were great. Overall, we had a wonderful, relaxing beach trip to the Wildwoods and look forward to our trip next year. We already have our next trip planned in March of 2026. The whole clan's going to get in the Woody station wagon and this trip to historic Williamsburg, Virginia. I'm hopeful we can get a little mini trip in for just the 2 of us before that.
That would be nice. Thank you for listening. If you have any comments, thoughts, or just want to connect, please reach out to us at adulting.com or through our socials. Be safe, make memories, and enjoy adulting. That would be nice. Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirit high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list. Be safe.
And don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to adulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. And/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast,
sick child,
and head over
working late, not feeling well. Life happens. When it does, it's good to know you can get home with commuter connections. If you carpool, vanpool, or use transit, you can get up to 6 free rides home in case of illness, emergency, or unscheduled overtime. Even if you're commuting just a few times a week, register or renew for free for Guaranteed Ride Home at commuterconnections.org. Or call 800-745-RIDE. That's commuterconnections.org. Some restrictions apply.
At GEHA, we stand behind our members with access to a network of nearly 600,000 providers. GEHA is proud to offer dental plans exclusively for federal employees, federal retirees, and military retirees. Visit GEHA.com to learn more. With access to a network of nearly 600,000 providers, GEHA is proud to offer dental
The holidays are about giving something truly special. I'm Martha Stewart, and I believe the best gifts aren't just beautiful. They're useful every single day. Lennox has brought timeless beauty and lasting quality to our tables for generations. And their Lennox Spice Village is the perfect holiday gift for someone you love or for yourself. It's more than a spice rack. It's a charming collection of hand-painted houses that turn ordinary spices into extraordinary experiences. Imagine cinnamon from a tiny Victorian cottage, or oregano from a pastel townhouse. Suddenly, a simple meal becomes a moment to savor, because spices can be more than ingredients. They can inspire memories, warmth, and joy all year long. Give a gift that lasts beyond the holidays. Discover the collection at lennox.com/Spice Village.
Be enchanted this holiday season at Meadowlark's Winter Walk of Lights. Enjoy a leisurely half-mile walk along an elegant garden trail while sipping on a warm beverage with or without spirits. Be sure to capture memories along the way amidst a variety of sparkling holiday themes. Perfect for a date with your special someone, a night out with friends, or holiday fun with a family. Don't wait any longer. Capacity is limited and tickets will sell out. Reserve tickets for your preferred date today at winterwalkoflights.com. That's winterwalkoflights.com. Night out with friends or holiday fun with a family.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Because let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips, sharing stories,
And maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to adulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
And feel free to share this podcast freely out there. Let's get our numbers adulting.
And maybe even pick up some. Welcome back, everyone. So today we are going to be talking about volunteering, because it's something that's close to our hearts.
We both have a tremendous amount of experience volunteering from very early ages. Both of us went to Catholic schools, so required then. Required in our high school education. I came all the way through scouting and had to do it at each rank, and am still active volunteering today. I believe that it was formative for me in a lot of different ways. And there's been a decrease in community service since COVID, and we think that it's something worth adding back into life because it can help adults
in many
ways. And
the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Mahatma Gandhi.
Adding back into that quote because it taps into the quarter-life crisis theme that we keep getting discussed with over and over. The search for identity and meaning. It suggests that volunteering isn't just about helping others, but about self-discovery and finding clarity through selfless action. Many young adults are still figuring out who they are and what it is that they care about. And volunteering through any route gives you exposure to give back to the world and make the world a brighter place.
And it often helps you find yourself, find something that you're passionate about, that you care about, that makes you feel good. As you grow older, you will discover that you have two hands, one for helping yourself and the other for helping others. Audrey Hepburn.
This speaks to the evolving maturity of young adulthood. It emphasizes a balanced approach to life, focusing on personal growth and contributing to the community, a concept that many adults are trying to integrate into their lives.
These quotes are impactful because they speak to universal truths about human connection, purpose, and the profound personal rewards of giving, all of which are highly relevant to the journey of young adulthood.
They also speak to me. I sit here before you week after week in these episodes. A big reason I do it is the same reason I volunteer for things. One of my stated life missions is to make the world a better place for people. This is one of the ways that we do that. We're not up here making $1 million. We're not mass media moguls yet, but we want to make the world a better place. We want to make lives better. This is it's not about us. It's not about the viral growth we're experiencing, for sure.
Speaking of that, we're over. What'd you say?
Over 450.
We're getting there. We're slowly climbing up the ranks. It's not about, but volunteering is super important in helping you form as a person, find yourself, make your community a better place. You'll find friends. Some of them will be lifelong friends if you're doing it for organizations you belong and believe in. So there's no reason not to get out there and do it. There's only positive better volunteering. You'll find friends.
It makes you feel good when you do something that fills your heart, that is something good for someone else, that helps them, makes their day, gets them through their week. It makes you feel good. At least it should. It makes you
Community service has a profound impact on personal development, making individuals better people in numerous ways. It goes way beyond just performing good deeds. It fosters a transformative process that shapes character, broadens perspective, and builds essential life skills in numerous ways.
Community service does things like improves your empathy and your compassion by working directly with individuals facing challenges, people that are homeless, are sick, have a disability, are having a hard time financially. You gain firsthand insight into their struggle by working directly. This moves empathy from an abstract concept to something tangible, something you can feel. It allows you to understand and share their experiences. We're not saying you need to be homeless to empathize with someone who is homeless. But if you meet them and you help them and you see what kind of a person they are deep down and you find that someone good, it helps you understand the situation that they're struggling with.
It can help develop a sense of responsibility and accountability. When you commit to community service, you learn the importance of showing up, follow through, being reliable. You see how your actions or inactions directly impact others around you, and the success of the project. You realize you're part of something bigger than yourself. This accountability extends beyond volunteering. It influences other areas of your life, personal commitments to professional duties.
So the other day, I was coming home from Hoboken, stopped at a little gas station, quick E-Mart place, and a man outside was standing there and asked if I could help him out, if I could buy him some food. I will always buy someone who is hungry food. I won't give you money because I don't know what you'll do with this, but I will always buy you food. When I went inside with him and paid for his purchase, the woman behind the counter proceeded to tell me that he's a horrible man, all he does is steal, and I shouldn't help him. Listen, I get it. She's talking from a business owner's perspective that he steals from her, but I just looked at her and said, maybe he steals because he's horrible.
This is Bethany Frankel from Just Be with Bethany Frankel. Let me tell you something. Most dog food, scam. Kibble, trash, garbage, and there are so many bad ingredients. This is Bethany I prefer to not put ultra-processed junk in my body. So why would I want to give that to my furry babies, Biggie and Smalls? Fun, beautiful fact, my former dog lived to 18. There are so many bad ingredients. So my dogs love Just Fresh from Just Food for Dogs. It is real food. It is made with human-grade ingredients, balanced, healthy, and here is the kicker, it's shelf-stable. You can throw a pouch in the purse, in the car, in a weekender bag, and your furry friends eat fresh wherever you are. You will notice the difference. Biggie and Smalls have shinier coats, more energy, and at mealtime, forget it. You can tails wagging like lunatics. And I don't have to stress about preservatives or fillers. It's the only fresh dog food that actually fits into my life. No cooler, no fridge, no gross messiness, no problem. Just Fresh, try it, and you tell me I'm wrong. Go to justfoodfordogs.com and get 50% off your first order. No code needed. Just do it now. Justfoodfordogs.com. No problem.
Volunteering can boost your self-confidence and self-esteem. Contributing to a cause and seeing that positive impact helps provide a natural sense of accomplishment and pride. Successfully navigating new situations and learning new skills in a volunteer setting reinforces your capabilities and your sense of self-worth. Helps provide a natural sense of
I volunteered on an ambulance. I went to EMT school. I learned so many things. And as a parent, when my kids got scrapes and cuts and broken bones, I didn't panic because I was confident that I knew what the next step was. I volunteered.
It might even give you your career. I volunteered on the rig back then. I volunteered as a fireman before I was a career fireman. Now I've done a full career as a fireman all the way through the ranks, and it might even give you your full profession once you're on the ambulance, still working for the ambulance.
And like I said, doing good for others makes you feel good about yourself. It leads you to a more positive and confident self-image.
It enhances your social skills and broadens your social network. Volunteering puts you in contact with a diverse range of people, fellow volunteers, beneficiaries, community leaders, and organizers. It provides invaluable opportunities to practice and improve communication, teamwork, and interpersonal skills.
You learn to collaborate effectively, resolve conflict, communicate clearly with individuals from different backgrounds and perspectives, which are crucial skills in any aspect of life.
It's a natural way to make new friends and expand your social circle. That's a question we get all the time. How do I make friends as an adult? We even did an episode on it about how it's different from when you were a kid. And volunteering, fits so beautifully into this that it's crazy to me that people aren't thinking about it.
I spent most of my young adulthood volunteering and hanging out with those people that I volunteered with. We went out places, we did things outside of where we volunteered, went to events that were being held by local organizations, just had a really good time for a lot of years.
It fosters a sense of purpose and meaning. Engaging in work that directly helps others or addresses a societal need can give your life a deeper sense of meaning and direction. It allows you to connect with something larger than yourself and meaning.
It builds resilience and adaptability. Volunteer work isn't always easy. It can expose you to difficult realities or unexpected challenges. Learning to navigate these situations helps build emotional intelligence and mental toughness. This is what we need as adults.
You learn to think on your feet, problem solving, creativity, and be able to adapt to changing circumstances, making you more resilient in all aspects of your life. It bolsters gratitude. By witnessing the struggles of others, you can also gain a deeper appreciation for your own circumstances and the resources you have. Many times, perception about resources is actually the problem. And by getting out there and volunteering in these different situations and seeing how different people handle things, you find out that you just weren't seeing the resources you had available. You weren't being imaginative enough together. This shift in perspective can foster a profound sense of gratitude and seeing how different
It
people handle
encourages
things.
civic responsibility. Community service instills an understanding of the needs of your community and the importance of active participation in creating a positive change. It makes you more engaged and a responsible citizen. If you will live in a small community and someone needs some help and you volunteer and you help them, you're part of that community. It makes you a better person. It makes you understand what your community needs, and it helps your community as a whole.
Community service isn't just about charity. I never even saw it as charity. Honestly, as I was growing up, I was doing it. I had to do it for various ranks or different, going for confirmation, just about going for a Boy Scout rank. I never saw the charity part of it, so to speak. Honestly, I did it because I was doing it. I had to do it for accomplish things.
I did it because it made me feel
confirmation, and that's why I ultimately joined the first aid squad and charity helped people. It wasn't ever about looking at them like lesser or anything. It was to help people. And even my career, and it's a strange perception, but my career, although it took care of me financially, it was never about the money. It was always about helping people. That's how deep volunteering and community service is. Even my career,
by stepping outside your comfort zone and dedicating your time to others, you gain a richer understanding of the world.
It was
You
never
develop
about the money.
crucial
It was always about
adult
helping
skills. and you cultivate character traits that lead to more compassionate, capable, and fulfilled you and dedicating your time.
So let's talk for a few minutes about what does volunteering actually do for you? We've talked about how good it is and how much of an effect it can have, but what can it do for you as an individual?
Compassionate can impact your mental, physical, social, and professional well-being. It's truly a win-win situation when you contribute to a cause while simultaneously enriching your own life. That's a win-win.
And many studies show that there's a correlation between volunteering and higher levels of happiness and overall life satisfaction. It triggers what's called a helper's high and provides a sense of accomplishment. It reduces stress, anxiety, depression. It keeps you connected with others, helps build a support system, and offers a healthy distraction from personal worry. Just shifting to even thinking about what can I do for others sometimes is enough to get you out of your own woe. All of that counteracts the effects of stress, anxiety, and depression.
And it improves your physical health. Increased physical activity. Many volunteer roles involve being active, which can lead to improved physical fitness, circulation, and overall health.
It provides fun and fulfillment. You can explore interests and passions. It can be related to your hobbies. It can be related to your passions. You can be exploring new ones while you volunteer. No one says you have to sign up to volunteer for an organization for life. Fulfill your commitment for the fundraiser or whatever shift you did. You find that that's not a passion, find something else that is. It offers a break from your everyday routine. It's a refreshing escape from daily stress and providing newfound creativity, motivation, and vision. You find that it can give deep personal fulfillment. Kathy and I can both attest this. It can be extremely fulfilling to volunteer. Both of us have had times where we've had calls and the crew did a bang-up job, took care of somebody and made a difference. And it can be life-changing.
Now, we really, truly do feel passionate about this, and we feel that our own children have not done enough volunteering, so they are actually in the process of signing up to volunteer. Now, neither one of the ones that are home have any desire to see blood, guts, gore, deliver babies, fix broken bones, and car accidents. But they do have passion. So one is currently in the process of volunteering to walk dogs at the local animal shelter because he's an animal guy. He loves dogs, fix broken bones. And another one is going to go with me to serve food at a homeless shelter so that people that are there get a warm meal.
And maybe we'll be able to wrangle them on to discuss their volunteering experiences in a future episode.
Yeah, once they get in the grind of it, I'd like to definitely have them talk about it. Volunteering is a holistic activity that benefits not just the recipients of your time and effort, but also profoundly impacts your own personal growth, well-being, and future opportunities.
If you're a young adult that happens to be having a slump in your energy right now, you might want to check out Dubby.gg. Dubby Energy Drink is an affiliate of ours. And if you purchase from their website, dubby.gg, and use coupon code adulting10, you'll get 10% off now.
See you on the next episode.
Dubby Energy Drink.
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirits high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to adulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. And or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast.
Love animals? Then you'll love Robin's Nest, the podcast where passion meets purpose for the creatures we share our planet with. Hosted by Dr. Robin Ganser, President and CEO of American Humane Society, each episode brings you inspiring stories of conservation breakthroughs, behind-the-scenes looks at animal rescue, and lively conversations with heroes from Hollywood to the heartland. Robin's Nest is your front row seat to the future of animal welfare. Find Robin's Nest on iHeart or your favorite podcast app, where protecting animals comes to life.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. This Bull Run Festival BlacKPinkFestivalOfLights.com. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th.
The holidays are a time of magic, and nothing is more magical than helping a child achieve their dreams. That's why the DC College Savings Plan makes the perfect gift for the little ones in your life. Unlike clothes or toys, they cannot outgrow their education savings account. Plus, special tax advantages mean every dollar you invest has the potential to go further than in a traditional savings account. Any earnings are tax-free, and savings can be withdrawn tax-free for eligible expenses like tuition, room and board, books, and even computers. For K through 12, college, vocational schools, and registered apprenticeships. Friends and family can easily contribute as well, thanks to YouGift, our free, easy-to-use gifting platform. Make holiday gifting more meaningful this year with the DC College Savings Plan. No gift wrapping required. Open an account online for just $25. Go to dccollegesavings.com to learn more or enroll. dccollegesavings.com. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please read plan disclosure carefully before investing. This holiday season, the DC College Savings Plan makes the perfect gift for the little ones in your life. Unlike clothes or toys, they cannot outgrow their education savings account. Plus, earnings and qualified withdrawals are tax-free. So every dollar you invest can potentially go further than in a traditional savings account. Make holiday gifting more meaningful this year with the DC College Savings Plan. Open an account online for just $25. Go to dccollegesavings.com to learn more. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please read plan disclosure carefully before investing. Make holiday gifting
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Because let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips, sharing stories,
and maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to adulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
And feel free to share this podcast freely out there. Let's get our numbers out.
And maybe even pick up some.
Welcome to the episode, everyone.
You know any fellow
On this episode, we're responding to a particular question we were asked the other day by one of our own adults. Just in a conversation, came up because this particular adult was particular about her budget.
She's a saver.
She is a saver, and she's goal-oriented. And she was a little frustrated. Is that fair to say?
She was, I don't know if it was frustrated, but she was looking for things to do that weren't going to, break her budget. And she kind of was looking around thinking there's not much to do around here.
That's a fair question. And kind of thinking about it, I thought that's fair to have an episode about some of the resources that we used and that she used to find some of those things. Just thinking maybe other adults are having the same problem because everything's so expensive now.
It's crazy. You can go out to dinner for $2 or go to a movie for $2. About the same cost.
And even that's pretty hefty cost.
Right, if you're only making minimum wage, you have to work 4+ hours dinner for taxes to be able to go to a movie with your date. About the same cost. It is expensive.
And can any workaround come to mind for you just on a movie front?
You can do what we did and rent a movie, stay in.
We can go to Blockbuster?
Not Blockbuster, but you can just click rent your movie on the TV and you can rent a movie for, probably $20 and grab some popcorn and sodas and cost you about half a movie theater.
Amazon Prime, we happen to be members of. That's a resource there. You can rent usually $4 or $5.
And if you order stuff from Amazon, that's why you have Prime, because free shipping. If you want to wait on your shipping, they have little bonus credits that you can use to rent movies for free.
We have to give credit to our budget goal-oriented saver because she's the one that informed us of that. We didn't know that was a benefit of it.
If you're not in whatever you're ordering is not urgent, if you pick the slower shipping, a few extra days, you get some points to rent a movie.
Another movie solution might be check with your movie theater in your area, the one you go to. We found one local, and I don't want to give the name. It's a chain.
that Tuesday, all summer long, was, as we call it, cheap movie night.
Cheapy Tuesday night, yeah.
So you may have that option to be able to save yourself. They're the same movies that are playing the rest of the week. It just happened in our case, it's on Tuesdays, was it? As we call it. So there's an option for you, and it actually made it very affordable. It was like, what, $4 or $5 a ticket?
No, probably like $7.50, but half of the price of a regular ticket.
Another movie option would be to hit a matinee. So they're usually less expensive if you go to the morning one.
I get it, but then it's you and 90 seniors. So I think maybe the matinee is good if you're taking somebody's kid, but probably not a midday go out socialize date night kind of thing.
Sorry, I don't. I guess my AARP card is showing. Other things that you can do, an underutilized resource is going to be your local library, whether it's a county library or a town library. All libraries that, in my experience, have some sort of program. We went to our county library for a ghost hunting lecture given by an author that wrote books about ghost hunting. It was fascinating, and I didn't go alone. I had some adults with me that were in that one.
And because so many books and magazines and newspapers are now online, libraries have stepped up their game for social events to bring people in. So there are a lot. If you look locally or countywide and citywide, there'll be a lot of events at your library because they want you to come.
They even have museum tickets, which I know that's not for all adults. It takes a particular kind of adult to want to go to a museum, but you have to think outside the box. Like I noticed ours has deeply discounted tickets to Liberty Science.
But they also have tickets to shows. At Christmas time, we can get less expensive tickets to Radio City, which includes the bus ride and the ticket to the show.
So we fit libraries, we fit some movies. How about a digital detox?
How about it just go outside? Our youngest adult is currently out with his friends hiking and swimming at a local park that has a lake. That's what they do now. The weather's nice and they just go find a place to go walk around, explore, and jump in the water. It doesn't cost them anything except a little gas money to get there.
We've even done a version of that. We picked up lunch from our local store and went to a local lake. Had a very nice time.
We did. It was very nice. The water was beautiful, minus the shin fish.
Yeah, there were fish trying to eat it. They weren't piranha, though. We got lunch from our local store.
There are so many things you can do. I am sure everyone lives somewhere where there's something fun to explore and go see that doesn't really cost you much, a few dollars here and there. There are some things that are amazing to do that if you really have your heart set on it, save a little money, put it aside, and go do it. I just found a great place that's not far from us. That's an outdoor adventure park. So you go up in the trees, you do these tree courses, and then you zip line to the next.
For our people that don't see us, she was making the zip line sign. Everyone is aware.
So you go up in the trees. So you zip line from one course to the next, and there's 5. It's like a 3-hour day. Costs about $60 a person, which, like I said, isn't inexpensive, especially for someone starting out. But when you break it down, it's about $20 an hour. So if that's something you're interested in, find an adventure course, see what it costs.
Laugh together, carpool together. Everything's better when you share the ride together. Even if you're commuting just a few days a week, Commuter Connections can match you into carpools with others who live and work near you. It's a free service for commuters. Save time and money when you share the ride. Get your carpool together. Register today for free at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. That's commuterconnections.org. When you share the ride.
Another thing that comes to mind, check with your county
Register today for
I'm not
free
sure
at
if this is universal, but
or call 800-745-RIDE.
we're in New Jersey.
That's
I was going to say
commuterconnections.org.
film, but it's not really film, where we record. Our county colleges have concerts over the summer, there's movies outdoors at night over the summer.
There's
We're in New
even
Jersey.
parks that have outdoor concerts.
And they're very affordable. I checked a couple different counties. Some charge $5 to get in, some are absolutely free. Our county college movie night, they have 3 actually over the course of the summer, and that's our local county college. I don't think they charge anything at all.
No, even our town does a outdoor movie night in the summer at the local park, and it's free.
So there are plenty of things to do. I'm trying to think if there are any other resources. Oh, we found one of those museums, the outdoor museum, Garden of Sculpture happened to be one that I found. It cost $5.
And there's so many things you guys can do. I mean, if you're truly bored, go join a gym. I'm pretty sure there's a well-known chain of gyms that cost $10 a month. It's not a day, it's a month. So go with your friends, go to the gym, pay the $10 and go every day. Break that down by 30. It's really not a big spend.
And if you're a super young adult, you may be able to get, they might have high school and college summer passes for nothing.
Our youngest is currently going to a local gym that if you're a high school student, you get to go all summer long for free. It's out there. The information is just at your fingertips. Most of these things we found out through schools, libraries, local businesses, and the good old Google.
Another thing that comes to mind is just go to the local park. Our park has a volleyball court, basketball court. I know in a town nearby there's a pickleball court,
tennis courts,
rollerblading, skate parks. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Local park.
You know what? Find a hobby you like.
Oh, here's one. Go to the most haunted road in New Jersey and do a ghost hunt.
Right. Well, in New Jersey, we know where that is, but I'm sure there are plenty of haunted buildings and roads across the country.
Going to building and do a ghost.
What I said was go find a haunted in New Jersey. We know probably safer. If it's listed as haunted, people know you're going there.
That's true.
But also find a hobby. There are tons of groups out there. Google hobby. Google hobby. This particular hobby near me. I don't care if it's finger painting, knitting, woodworking. There's probably people out there that are meeting and doing these things. You bring your own supplies and enjoy an afternoon or an evening.
Google Meetup.com. I'm not sure what the actual URL is. I belong to a couple different groups on there that send me information about hikes.
Anyway, I guess what we're trying to say to you guys is there's a ton of things out there to make you more social and get you out there and not break the bank that you can do and have fun. Go for it. Look it up. Google it. Put on your big girl pants and a brave face and go meet some new people and go have some fun. You're young. You should be out doing things all the time.
Oh, and even we just did an episode on this, so I should probably say it. You could volunteer. There's so much social life. I've been a member of many volunteer fire companies and Knights of Columbus, Mason. We just did an episode on this, so I should probably say it. Exactly. They're all affordable things to do. And in the case of volunteering, you're giving back to the community. And definitely, I can attest to every public safety thing I've ever volunteered for was as much about the social as it was about the public volunteering.
Hey, so go out there and do some fun things. Don't break the bank. Enjoy it. Write it down so you can look back and say, I had so much fun at this event and that event, or this was the best one I went to. Go out there and do some fun. I don't know. Next year you can choose to do it again. Enjoy it. There's a lake around you. You can get on your swimsuit. Go jump in the lake.
And if there's other things that come to mind, feel free to reach out and let us know. We're learning from you guys, like we hope you guys are learning from us, and we definitely will share the information that we hear.
Oh, and I think speed dating. I think everyone should do speed dating at least once in their life. I'm not saying you're going to find a mate, but you meet a lot of interesting people, and it's really not much money. Oh, and I think.
But we wanted to just give an episode, a lighthearted, just of ideas. Another one I want to do, just so you know this is coming. is stretching your dollars. Like we didn't talk about, and this might actually go in this one. One of the tips that Kathy and I use, we'll go to Applebee's and instead of just ordering all sorts of crazy stuff, we look for ways to save ourselves money. And what we found is they have deals sometimes, like they're 2 for $25. We get more food at Applebee's and have a sit-down dinner than we could possibly get going and ordering off the fast food menu. Save ourselves money.
And our kids want to go out with their friends at night when they're done with work. They go to half apps because they can get twice as much food for the same money.
Now, one of the tips that I'd like to give you is if you are doing that, please tip generously to your servers. Because you're paying half price for something doesn't mean they're doing half the work.
So just want to let you guys know that we are partnering with Dubby Energy Drinks. And if you are a person who drinks Dubby or interested in drinking Dubby, if you go to www.dubby.gg and order Dubby, and in your discount code, type IDULTING10, you'll get 10% off your purchase. Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirit high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to idulting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. And or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show. A family tradition, the Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. This Bull Run Festival of Lights.com.
Laugh together, carpool together. Everything's better when you share the ride together. Even if you're commuting just a few days a week, Commuter Connections can match you into carpools with others who live and work near you. It's a free service for commuters. Save time and money when you share the ride. Get your carpool together. Register today for free at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. That's commuterconnections.org. Money when you share the ride. Get your carpool together. Register today for
Exotica, the nation's largest adult event, is back one last time at the DMV. This weekend at the Dulles Expo Center, catch 250 stars, 150 vendors, sexy seminars, and stage shows. Ladies are free on Friday. Get tickets at exoticaexpo.com. Exotica, this weekend for the final time. Don't miss it.
Military life isn't predictable, but earning your master's degree can be. With American Military University's 40-plus flexible online master's programs, you can stay mission ready while you get market ready. Learn anywhere, anytime, with an education built to keep pace, steady, reliable, and always accessible. Plus, military service members, veterans, and their families can save up to 45% on master's tuition with AMU's special rates and grants. Learn more at amu.apus.edu. Steady through every mission.
Hey everyone, it's Kathy.
And Paul here with Adulting.
We're here to help you navigate the crazy world of adulting.
Because let's be real, it's a wild ride. We'll be dropping tips, sharing stories,
and maybe even spilling some embarrassing secrets along the way.
So get comfortable, grab your favorite drink, get ready to laugh, learn, and level up your adulting game. This is Adulting. Don't forget to like, follow, and or subscribe, and share this podcast. Head over to idulting.com for more information and to submit questions for us about adulting.
And maybe even pick up some of our new merchandise. And if you know any fellow adults who need some guidance, send them our way.
Head over to idulting.com for more information and to submit questions. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Adulting. Today's episode, a few things I want to bring to everyone's attention. We changed the layout of our podcast recording to an area because we're learning more. So if you notice a difference in the audio, could you guys drop a comment, drop us an email at the website or something?
And let us know if it sounds better or worse.
So we have a store off our website. We're learning more at idulting.com. There's adulting merchandise right for the picking. Feel free.
And let us know if it sounds
Today, we're going to venture into a realm that might be a little touchy, it might be a little sensitive, and it also overlaps an area that I love talking about. Today, mindset shifts. Going to venture into a realm. The differences in how wealthy, affluent people think versus middle and low income people. An area that I love talking about. Before we throw shade, before we start polarizing the crowd, that's not what this is about.
And we are not wealthy and affluent, but we're trying.
Low income. Well, we're leveling up in pretty much every area of our lives. And we want to bring you with us.
The first thing we're going to talk about is a wealthy and affluent mindset. But this mindset is often characterized by long-term strategic thinking and a focus on growth and opportunity. The first thing we're going to
Let's stress long-term. What would the opposite of that be?
Instant gratification.
And we see it every day. I feel it every day. A prime example from my personal life. How many times do I spend our tax rebate before we get our tax rebate?
I know.
And we see it.
Some of the things that come along with a wealthy and affluent mindset are things like focus on growth and investment. Wealthy individuals tend to see money as a tool to generate more money. They focus on investment, building assets, and creating multiple income streams rather than just earning a paycheck. Individuals tend
They
to
focus
see
on
money as a
long-term planning. The perspective is often a decade or more in the future. They make decisions based on what will build generational wealth, and they are comfortable with short-term sacrifices for long-term gain. What would be an example of that we just discussed last night with one of our children? Very specifically, a grocery delivery gone awry.
Correct. He was very upset that a grocery delivery substituted some items on his list that he was not wanting. Not that they were bad, but it wasn't what he ordered. Correct. And I kind of lost it thinking, you're so spoiled. But I backtracked and then I said, I'm sorry, you have the right to feel disappointed. Not that you have what you have, so make the best of it.
It was definitely a first world issue. I heard Kathy stress that there's been times in our adult lives where we made sacrifices to get the goal.
Right, there have been times I wanted to make chicken and broccoli Alfredo, and the only chicken in our freezer were dinosaur chicken nuggets. So that's what we ate.
Don't throw shades. The dinos are good. Get the goal. Risk tolerance is another area in the mindset of wealthy. There's a greater willingness to take calculated risks. The mindset is that failure is a learning opportunity. It's not a catastrophic event because they have developed a financial safety net.
And remember, he said calculated risks. He didn't say take your whole paycheck and buy lottery tickets.
Or take your whole paycheck and go to Vegas with it. Although it would be fun.
And remember, there's also network and relationships. Relationships are often viewed as a form of social and professional capital. The focus is on networking with people who can provide opportunities, knowledge, and new perspectives.
Riddle me that. I have great fortune, but I've never worked a day in my life. I own many things, but I have no hands. What am I? A trust fund. Riddle me that.
Again with the dad jokes.
Problem solving. Affluent people, people who are more patient, more long-term oriented. A trust fund often change problems as challenges. They turn them into puzzles to be solved. And they are more likely to spend money to save time or solve a problem, seeing it as an investment in efficiency. They recognize that every problem offers the silver lining of a life lesson and the ability to be better next time.
And they also have a different mindset on scarcity versus abundance. The mindset is often one of abundance, believing that resources and opportunities are plentiful and that their success does not come at the expense of others.
How many of those traits do you identify?
Often one of abundance.
Focus on growth and investment, long-term planning, risk tolerance, network and relationship, problem solving, scarcity versus abundance do you identify as differences? The focus of long-term wealthy and affluent risk tolerance. So how many of those do you identify?
Me personally, probably growth and investment, but that's a new thought for me. I was always save 10 cents on the bread. I've saved 10 cents and not thinking about my money, earning money until the last few years. Investment and network and relationships.
Let's stop for a second. You just said a key aspect here because it's a change I've discovered also. We're never wealthy, middle class, or low income people, never going to save your way into solving your problems. What I mean by that is that you're never going to cut enough out of your budget to make an appreciable difference unless, in conjunction, you work on the income side.
Right. I think the other one I identify with is network and relationships. I am a people person. I meet people. I treat everyone the same. There have been times in my life where I was able to help someone out, and there have been times where someone's been able to help me out.
For me, problem solving I identify with, I do tend to see problems as challenges. I enjoy finding my way through them. I do get aggravated with them, but that's normal life. For me, but finding a solution is always a satisfying thing for me. I see both sides of scarcity and abundance because I'm a low-key prepper.
Now, there's also the middle and low income mindset. This mindset is typically focused on short-term stability, security, and managing immediate needs.
Now, that comes from a difference in safety, financial safety and security.
Typically focused on comes from being broke, feeling broke, and worrying about being back in that position.
Now, and we have certainly been there. I'm not going to say we're not there now, but because of our shift in mindset, we've been able to realign things. We're doing things a little bit differently. We're finding more enjoyable things in everyday life rather than always striving for things. But because of mindset of short-term stability, security, and managing, I certainly can identify finding more. For example, when I took the job at the firehouse and took a tremendous pay cut with a brand new family coming along, you could see we needed every dime. I certainly can.
The middle and low income mindset, for example, there are some key terms and key points. One of them is they focus on security and survival. So their primary concern is often about survival and stability. The focus is on paying bills, making ends meet, and protecting what they have. Security and survival.
It lends itself to short-term planning. Planning is often done week to week or month to month, driven by fear of unexpected expenses. It's difficult because you haven't established the pay yourself first mentality. You don't have an emergency fund yet, whether it's because of choice or because you just can't afford it yet. You haven't established that yet, so your planning becomes very short.
And they have a risk aversion. There's a strong aversion to risk. Taking a chance on a new business or an investment is often seen as too dangerous because the consequences of failure could be financially devastating.
I never fell for that one. I had magnets, I had a garage full of toilet paper and soap. I probably should have had that lesson a little more. I even sold life insurance. Never fell for that.
And as far as their networking and relationships go, their relationships are often rooted in need for mutual support. Networks are crucial for emotional support and getting through tough times, and the focus is on a close-knit community rather than professional connections.
That right there is huge because it costs nothing. The difference from my research into this between the two different networking is one is a kind of survival tribe
And the other, the wealthy and affluent, because it costs, are always more service focused. Difference,
but it's also about comfortability. You're comfortable with people that are like you and that are in the same social circles as you. It's hard sometimes to get out of your own way and reach out and go after something you thought was unreachable.
One of the things I'm personally working on is the ability to ask for help.
And directions to get out of your own way and reach out.
Let's not get crazy. But my previous mindset, I was going to be an island. I was going to do everything myself. I knew everything. I could find out everything. My new mindset is to ask for help. Let's not find the people that are better at things. I was going to be an island. I know it's hard to believe there are people better at things to find out everything and have them and allow them to help me.
As long as you're micromanaging.
As long as I can micromanage, absolutely.
Experience the magic of the holidays at the Bull Run Festival of Lights, Northern Virginia's largest drive-through light show, a family tradition. The Bull Run Festival of Lights is a 2.5-mile drive through sparkling lights, an enchanting addition to your holiday celebrations. Feel the glow of the lights outside and the warmth of the season inside. Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th with code LIGHTS25. Tickets at BullRunFestivalOfLights.com. That's BullRunFestivalOfLights.com.
Save $10 by booking online and save an additional $5 on visits by December 4th. So people that are in middle or lower incomes typically solve their problems by spending time and effort and not money. There's also a difference in, for example, doing a repair yourself rather than hiring a professional. Time is often seen as a more expendable resource than money. When you're more affluent, your time is money. For example, doing a repair
and an amazing fact about time, no matter where you are on the income spectrum, everyone has the same 24 hours.
These differing mindsets are largely shaped by economical, environmental, and learned behaviors. They're not inherent personality traits, but rather adaptations to different levels of financial security and opportunity.
What are some steps non-wealthy people can take to shift their mindset to one of a wealthy, affluent person and away from that middle and lower income thinking? Remember, the mind goes first. What are some steps? The body in your situation is going to follow. It's like putting the universe in alignment to provide for a person and away.
The first thing they can do is shift their view of money from spending to investing. Stop seeing money as something you just earn and spend. Instead, view it as a tool that you can grow. The first thing they can do
you can do that by tracking your spending. First, you need to identify where your money goes. Look for areas where you can save and redirect that money into an investment account. And even small amounts matter. You can do that by tracking your spending.
Set up automatic transfers from their checking account to their savings so that they have automated savings. This forces you to pay yourself first, a habit common among wealthy people.
We have stressed our children the principle, pay yourself first. We have a live economic lab going here. We have one of the four who has done that. I'm pretty sure she has more in the bank than I do. Principle. Learn about compounding. Understand the power of compounding interest. The sad part for me, who has done is that it took me a long time to understand. No, it didn't take me a long time to understand. It took me a long time to apply compounding interest. I first learned about compounding interest. It took me a long time ago in one of those not risk-averse moments of my life when I was out working for a financial planning company. Compounding interest. Knew all about it. I first learned about could sell water to a fish at that time of my life. A long time ago. Not really, but knew all about it. 40 years later, I finally am doing it for a financial planning. Just saying, don't be like me. Learn about compounding and apply it. Just like, if you're going to go to the gym to get in better shape, having a membership card doesn't mean you're in better shape. You actually have to go. Don't be like
Change your relationship with
learn about
risk
compounding
from
and
fear to
apply it.
calculated action.
Just like, all right, not gonna
Wealthy
go to the
people are
gym,
not reckless,
get in better shape.
but they're
Have
comfortable
your
with
membership
taking
card.
calculated
Doesn't mean you're
risk
in better
because they
shape. You
understand the
actually
potential
have to.
for high
Don't be
reward.
like,
Change your relationship. So
learn about
educate
compounding
yourself.
and
Learn about
apply it.
different investment options like stocks,
Not gonna go to the
bonds, or
gym,
real
get
estate.
in
The
better
unknown
shape.
is
Have your
often
membership
scarier
card.
than the
Doesn't mean
known
you're in better
because
shape.
they understand
Start
the
small.
potential
You
for
don't need a
high
lot
reward.
of money to start investing.
Educate
And
yourself.
it's so easy
Learn
today.
about different
Now,
investment
when
options
Kathy and
like
I were growing up, you
stocks,
actually had to go to the
bonds, or real
bank and
estate.
bring your
The
passbook and get
unknown
it
is
all
often
stamped and, you know,
scarier than
fancy
the known
stuff.
because they
And then we found out you can buy stock right from your cell phone in the living room while you're watching Grey's Anatomy.
When Kathy and I were
And
growing up,
start
you
small.
had to go to the bank
Just
and bring
take
your
a couple
passbook and
dollars.
get it all
Take a
stamped
low
and, you know,
risk
fancy stuff.
investment. Put a few
And then we
dollars
found
in
out
it.
you can
Feel
buy
your way
stock right from
around.
your cell
Let
phone
it
in the
help you
living room
build your
while you're
confidence
watching
in making other
Grey's Anatomy.
investments.
When Kathy and I were
Reframe your
small.
failure.
Just take a couple
Don't think of
dollars.
them as
Take
failures
a low risk
or catastrophic
investment.
losses, but
Put a
as
few
learning
dollars in
opportunities.
it. Feel your
For
way
example,
around. Let it help you
we
build your
spent a
confidence
couple
in
$100
making
bucks.
other investments.
The crypto craze, we missed it.
Reframe your failure.
Our children actually
Don't
said to us
think of
one
them
night,
as failures.
wait, you were around before the internet? How are you not rich? There's AOL, there's Microsoft. But we never did any of that. We missed crypto, even though some firefighters, to their credit, were buying it. I was like, yeah, that'll come and go. So we decided to get on the crypto train. We bought based on some Facebook or post or something else about an emerging one. Put a couple $100 in. Turns out it was a scam.
We decided to get on the
It wasn't a
crypto train.
scam. It's just really hard to earn any money when the value of the stock is
Facebook or
0.00000009.
post or something else about an emerging one. Put a couple $100.
Oh,
you're talking about Shiba.
It was a scam.
We're 10 millionaires.
It wasn't a scam. It's just really hard to earn any money when
Doesn't matter. We're 10 million. So prioritize education and skills. Change your mindset from earning a paycheck to building and adding value. Wealthy individuals often focus on personal growth and acquiring skills that increase their value in the marketplace rather than just waiting for promotion. And the more I read about this and the more I research and listen and talk to people, wealthy also focus on adding value to their interactions with each other, with other people. It's a very common mentality for an affluent person to want to add value, even wealthy, simple things like going to the store. They take a normal, everyday thing and somehow they magically are adding value to it. I'm looking for adding value dust. I haven't found any to sprinkle around, but I will.
Invest in yourself. Spend money and time on courses, certifications, or books that teach you new skills. The return on this investment can be far greater than on any material good. Invest in yourself.
Network strategically. Your network is your network. Build relationships with people who are knowledgeable, ambitious, and can offer new perspectives and/or opportunities to you. Always be network strategic. You don't know who's online with you at Quick Check. You don't know who's next to you at the driving range or on the pickleball court or even in traffic. I've actually had conversations because my commute is so wonderful with people in the cars next to me while driving. And I know I could be the star of If You're Becoming Your Parents commercials, even in traffic. I'm having a good time doing it.
Think like a business owner. Regardless of your job, think about how you can create more value for your company or your clients. This entrepreneurial mindset can lead to new opportunities and a higher income.
Redefine your circle. I want you to think of it right now. Your circle is your comfort zone. Redefine it and make it your growth zone. The way you're going to do that, you're going to find a mentor. Seek out someone who has achieved what you want. They already know how to do it. Instead of trying to figure it out like I would do, like a dope, ask them. Remember, they may want to share and help you along the way.
Seek out ambitious friends. Spend time with people who are building, creating, and thinking big. Their energy and ideas are contagious and can challenge your own limitations. How many times have you heard a story about Two guys that knew each other in college, one came up with this great idea, and now they're millionaires.
I don't remember. Somebody built a PC in their garage or something.
How many times it happens? Look for those creative minds that are forward-thinking.
A little company named Dell, another little company I can think of, Microsoft. How about Starbucks? That started out with a hope and a vision.
A fiddler on the roof. Sounds crazy, no? Join Tevye, his family, and the village of Anatevka in Fiddler on the Roof. This timeless musical of family and tradition comes to life at Signature Theater now through January 25th with beloved songs like Sunrise, Sunset, and If I Were a Rich Man. This classic shines with humor, heart, and life. Fiddler on the Roof, now playing at Signature Theater. Tickets at sigtheater.org. With beloved songs like
Practice abundance over scarcity. Shift from I can't afford it to how can I afford it. I'm getting back on my soapbox. The quality of your questions directly impact the quality and creativity of the solutions your mind gives you. Without question, if you can change the quality of your questions, you will change the quality of those answers and creativity
Stop
of the
saying,
solutions
I can't
your
afford
mind
that.
gives you.
Start thinking, what steps do I need to take to afford that? And think about it this way. Is this a priority right now?
Another tip is to visualize success.
I can't afford that.
Sounds frou-frou. Sounds like something we don't want to do. I'm a man. I don't need to visualize success. I'll keep banging my head against this wall. But the reality is, sometimes visualizing that success and where you think you're going to go or where you want to go aligns you with the universe, puts things in your way that help you get there. Or what might happen is you might realize, visualizing that success. I don't want to be that guy. Then change your goals before you spend all that effort getting there. Visualize success. Spend time thinking about where you want to end up. It will help keep you motivated, and it'll help you see the future that you're in control of all that finances.
Shifting your mindset is a marathon, not a sprint. The key is to consistently practice these new ways of thinking and acting. You'll find your financial reality will begin to change with it.
The next question that came to mind for me when I was doing research was, what are the key character and value differences between the wealthy, affluent people and their mid to lower income peers? And the answers that popped up were, individuals in any economic group are diverse. Doing research and observations suggest that there's certain patterns in the values and the traits that tend to be more prevalent when it comes to different classes. That's why doing the research into the mindset shift became key for me here, because where the mind goes, the body follows. So what are those differences?
One is a relationship with time. They tend to focus on the long term, prioritizing decisions that will yield benefits years or even generations down the line. They view time as valuable, non-renewable. It's an asset to be leveraged for growth, not just spent.
They view education differently. Wealthy and affluent individuals often see education as an investment in professional, personal growth. As that, they view it as a lifelong process of acquiring knowledge, skills, and a network of valuable contacts. Versus middle and lower class, education is often looked at as a way to get to a bigger paycheck. The focus is on achieving a specific certificate or degree to secure immediate employment rather than on continuous learning.
The wealthy typically have a different attitude towards risk. They're generally more willing to take calculated risks.
The attitude that the wealthy have is they'll take those calculated risks. Admittedly, if you're already wealthy or affluent, you have financial network and safety behind you. What we're saying here is take the risk with the investment, a safe, secure, compounding interest investment. Don't be averse to that. And I can give you an example in my own life. I know people who have a tremendous amount of savings, yet own very limited amounts of stock or mutual investment, versus other people and I can give you a tremendous amount of savings. I know lots of it in stock and mutual funds, and very limited in bonds. I think if I had to point to an investment vehicle and pick the mentality, Bonds are of the middle class savings. I know mutual funds are probably more the affluent.
Wealthy people also look at problem solving differently. Their problems are often viewed as challenges to be solved with resources. They're more likely to spend money to save time, whether by hiring a professional or investing in a tool to increase efficiency. The middle and lower class look at problems a little differently. They're often addressed by spending time and personal effort. They're more likely to perform repairs themselves, work multiple jobs, and rely on personal connections to solve issues rather than using financial resources.
I'd like to add to that part, because I witnessed a lot of this in my life. I'm going to use the landscaper as an example. Someone taking the time to maintain their lawn for financial reasons, not for pleasure or not because I witnessed a lot of this in my life, versus hiring a landscaper. Often, what I've witnessed is more is spent on maintenance of equipment, on equipment, not even mentioning the time involved in doing it. That just in our case, for example, the landscaper wanted $60 a cut. I need to use a ride-on tractor to do our property. Not even mentioning that tractor.
$2,600.
How many months did I pay the landscaper? The landscaper
ton.
I like the term. We like. I need to use. Another difference is the concept of a resource. The wealthy often identify with the mindset of abundance, where everybody else has the scarcity mindset. That one, we understand, comes from a financial safety net.
And it also comes from your age, where you are in life. Our parents raised us with, you never know where your next meal is going to come from, because we grew up in middle-class houses where paycheck to paycheck mattered. Your age, where you are.
Say middle class. I went to school uphill both ways in the snow.
You never know where your next meal is going to come from. But there are people that never even thought about it. I grew up in a town that there were a lot of wealthy people, and that wasn't their mindset. We just weren't them. So when we grew up, that was normal. And when we're raising our kids, it was normal for us for a long time too, until we kind of figured out how to change things up.
Let's talk about us for a minute.
We just weren't them.
We aren't wealthy, affluent people.
That was normal.
You'd agree with that, right? We are financially in the middle class. We didn't start there. Let's talk about it. If we looked at income levels versus where we are, when we were starting out, we probably could have got assistance with food and stuff. So how did we make it?
We worked
We looked at income
and saved,
versus
and
where we are.
then started figuring out how to make our money make money.
Right. I often have a simple formula that I try to impart to my children. We would get to a point where we wanted the nicer car, or we wanted something more. So it was very simple at early ages. If you want more, you have to work more.
Absolutely.
Did we ever work just one job?
Not until, no, I would say I worked one job. When I was young, I always worked more than one job, multiple jobs when I was in college. And not until I became a mom, and my one job was those 4 little nuggets.
Did you hear that? 4 little nuggets worth of one job. Kathy worked harder than I worked in multiple jobs for many decades. To all you moms out there, a shout out. Mad respect for you. I now have sort of one job, but here we are. We're in our 50s, right? We have side gigs for many decades.
We're having
To
a
all
side
you
gig
moms
right
out
now.
there, we are having a side gig right now. Is this our only side gig?
No, last year we did DoorDash.
Here we are.
And Roadie. We did a lot. We're always, and we're currently also selling pickles.
We are selling pickles, which we're finding out a lot about concessions, and that goes back to the mindset shift about learning. We've been selling pickles now for a couple of months. Shout out to Pickle Me. It's been a great time. We've met some awesome people, and we found out a ton about concession operations and how the businesses operate. But if you listened in just the last 30 seconds, Kathy and I, between us, and these aren't our only streams of income because I'm a retired firefighter. I have that pension also.
And we both have jobs.
Right, we both have jobs. I have a pension, and we have multiple side gigs going on, and these aren't in our 50s, and that's not unique. We've been doing that since our teens. We could have a lot more to show for it, but we don't, and I don't regret a day of it. And it was all learning. But what we want is for you guys to skip maybe some of the harder parts by just listening to your elders. It doesn't have to be us. There's lots of people out there talking about it, and I don't regret a day of it.
If there's one thing you take away from this, pay yourself first. If you need that paycheck to get by, use it to get by, but take 10% off the top before you're using it to get by, and pay yourself. Put it in your savings, put it in investment first. It will pay off in the long run.
If you want more stuff, work more. Find a side gig. It's out there. I know it's a challenging job environment. I know employers don't seem to make a lot of sense right now because we watch it. Getting a job where they're like, oh, you'll have full-time hours, and then they schedule you for 20 hours. I get it. But keep at it. Keep going. Get a side gig. You'll get there. Thank you so much for listening. Don't forget about our merch store. The holidays are coming up. It's right off idolting.com. I get it. Talk to you on the next episode. Thanks for listening.
Just remember, you've got this, adults. Keep your head up, your spirit high, and keep adulting with us. Go forth and conquer the world, or at least your to-do list.
And don't forget to like, follow, and/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the podcast, and head over to idolting.com for more information and to connect with us. See you on the next episode. Be safe. And/or subscribe. Tell your friends, share the
Military
podcast,
life isn't predictable, but earning your master's degree can be. With American Military University's 40-plus flexible online master's programs, you can stay mission ready while you get market ready. Learn anywhere, anytime, with an education built to keep pace, steady, reliable, and always accessible. Plus, military service members, veterans, and their families can save up to 45% on master's tuition with AMU's special rates and grants. Learn more at amu.apus.edu. Steady through every mission. Military service members, veterans, and their families.
A Fiddler on the Roof. Sounds crazy, no? Join Tevye, his family, and the village of Anatevka in Fiddler on the Roof. This timeless musical of family and tradition comes to life at Signature Theater now through January 25th with beloved songs like Sunrise, Sunset, and If I Were a Rich Man. This classic shines with humor, heart, and life. Fiddler on the Roof, now playing at Signature Theater. Tickets at sigtheater.org. With beloved songs like Sunrise, Sunset, and If I Were a Rich Man. This classic shines with humor,
Holiday Wish Hotline, go.
Make my Sunday football the ultimate experience.
TCL's QM8K QD Mini LED is the real MVP. Ultimate brightness, ultimate black levels for the ultimate experience. Pictures so clear you can almost taste the turf. Don't overthink it. Lock in the ultimate experiences with epic savings and undeniable bragging rights all season long. Get it while supplies last. TCL, official TV partner of the NFL. Big, brighter, better holidays. Select models, limited time. See site for details.
We all have eyelids. Close them. Open them. How do they feel? If you've ever experienced red, itchy, irritated eyelids, it might be an eyelid disease called Demodex blepharitis. But here's the twist. Demodex blepharitis is caused